we are going to see who will secure their spot in the upper
What's
bracket.
up,
I
chat?
am your host for today,
We're live
Christina
here.
Lily, and I am joined by the boisterous.
You got the NACT watch
Potato
party
King
going
himself,
down.
private dancer, and the one and only
What's up? What's up? I
Stephanie.
actually, so
How are you guys
I
doing?
messed
Are
up
you
yesterday. I had
super
a little
pumped?
bit of a delay. There should not be a big delay
screens.
this time. Everything should be pretty clean, smooth. You should be able to hear me as soon as possible.
To try to match the energy of the one and only
I want to see. I want to see who does play-by-play here, or analysts.
That's not Eunice, but
What up,
nonetheless,
Andrew?
super excited, private, to be able to cast alongside. Just been a little minute since we got to cast together, so
I gotta-
this will definitely be a fun one.
Gotta put my own music
I'm
on,
super
bro.
excited to be here with you two.
Na, 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 na,
Let
na.
us look at the tournament format. We had 96 teams join, but only 8 teams remain. The regular season has 3 stages. Stage 1 was single elimination, and stage 2 and 3 will be the double eliminations.
Want to see an upset,
Point
bro? If
systems will be awarded based on
KOF,
how each team
you
performed.
fumbled on your rehearsal.
Points will
Oh,
be
dude, I
tallied up
should have
to show the
watched.
top 4 going to
Oh,
the
no, I
playoffs
coulda
in
watched.
Los Angeles County, California.
Gosh, dang it!
Find
I
out
was too busy
who
getting the
our
players ready.
NACT champ is, and
Hold on, let me
they
pull
will
up the
be
live feed.
representing us in North America. Representing
Is your
North
camera still on?
America at M5 in the Philippines.
It's not bad. Just don't get nervous, Stella. You got this. Just think of it as a normal conversation between 2 people in North
Definitely
America.
be delighted to, as we are now in stage 3, day number 2. Today we will be seeing the Ohio Brothers go up against the Knights of Fate
Don't
in a
worry
best of
about
3.
like.
Following that will be BTK up against Avalon in a best of 3 as well.
Oh, no,
and then
you
the
left?
winners from both series will fight it out in the winners finals in a best of 5.
I really gotta pin
It's gonna be amazing
this
here.
link, bro.
It's kind of the same story we've been seeing here, but I have a feeling that we're gonna have some surprises in store, especially with the roster changes.
I gotta make sure I don't
happening
open
this week.
this on-
However, these teams are fighting
and
for
let you
pride
guys
and
see
honor,
it.
but pride and honor don't pay the bills. You can see here, first place gonna be
I only really
awarded
use
with
it to look for,
$10,000 and 100,000
if all the players are in game
diamonds.
ready up.
Second going to be walking away with
Who's the only
$5,000
person not
and
ready up? Okay, he's good. Who's ready
diamonds.
up now?
Third place gonna
We're
be having
Gucci. Players are ready, chat.
$2,500 and 50,000 diamonds, and you can see there the rest of it first through 8th
After-
place, going to be
I think
walking
after the first 2
away
games,
with
yeah.
something here for the NACT.
Interviewable.
That's just a lot of cash, and it just keeps growing.
Yes, and that is not where we're gonna stop. We've got a giveaway for our
Serious?
amazing fans as well, guys.
I'm not
We've
controlling
got
the camera
40
now.
giveaway codes on screen.
I make
Redeem
sure
the
the
code
pro teams
for
are
a
ready.
chance at one of these
I make sure that they're all
tournaments.
logged in
We
and
have the
going.
Dark Rose, Professor Hell, Glass Blade, Space Time Shadow. You can redeem this code with a link in the description.
Na,
So
na,
be
na,
sure to
na,
check the
na.
description for that link to enter these codes. right
Avalon
now
or
for Unity
BTK?
fans.
KO, dude,
Which of these
today is
skins
gonna
do
be
you like,
hyped.
guys?
Hyped, bro. Like
Well, I have to say, I've
KOF
already
has been
had a
doing
problem
so
with the
good.
skins. I get them as soon as they come out. I've had my eyes set on some of the new ones that have been coming out as well. But we can take a look here, Wheezy, at the standings.
Yeah, right now you are looking at the Ohio Brothers still holding on to that top position. Right behind them, BTK. But I think the most interesting thing is 3rd and 4th place, right? You got 150 points for Avalon, and right behind them is Knights of Fate. If you look at 5th and 6th, they're not too far behind, right? I mean, Bloodhounds is trailing up
good.
against Knights of Fates, and I feel like
I got
it's
my
not
phone
too
on and
stable of a
everything,
position.
so.
So today, you're going to be seeing these top teams
I'll
kind of
hear
trying
anything if
to onto
someone
the spots
calls.
they have. If we are looking at the current standings.
My doggo had to have
Before
surgery,
we get
chat.
into this match between the Ohio Brothers versus Knights of Fate, let's check where our
AOF
predictions
versus
are.
TOB,
I
bro.
voted for the Ohio Brothers as they've been dominating, but looks like
NACT is no fire?
which they have been doing an amazing
I don't
job
know.
this season.
Did I do KOB?
Yes, they have, and it's almost
Can I edit?
awe-inspiring.
Oh, let me
Xena
end
sitting there at
that.
the top
Let me
of
end
the
that.
mountain for predictions
I fat-fingered
here, but
that.
It's very hard to kind of choose against the Ohio Brothers here right now. They have been so dominant, Wheezy.
Yeah, they definitely have been dominant, right? And we just got to go with the statistics here. They've just been having a little bit of an easier time when it comes to matches. So today, maybe we see an upset, but time will tell. But when we're looking at UA, right? I mean, what's going on? We call him the mad scientist for a reason, right? Maybe he's on to something. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a shocker today.
All I want to know, I said knob. Let's go knob.
Player
Knob.
substitution. Looks
Yeah,
like
we can see
Regrets is being, yeah.
Yeah, Regrets is going to be out here for Sir Bossy's going to be sitting in, and we saw it's kind of like a little bit of a mix up there. Sir Bossy going to be going
so my
into
dog,
the
if you guys wanted to know,
position,
just FYI,
while the actual marksman position, as we
no,
saw,
no one cares about this. Private's too loud. My dog had to go in for surgery. He ate like a plastic like food toy for the cats, right? And so they had to do surgery on him last night at like 2 in the morning. So we're waiting to hear back from, well, I've already known the surgery's going good. Atlas is fine. Cost me a ton of money. Ridiculous. Might have to start an OnlyFans. I'm joking about the OnlyFans. Back to what I was saying. He's fine. He's fine though. He's fine. I had to make a joke. He said, "Fuck, good idea." Oh, you're joking. Damn. So I was worried about him all night last night and everything, but he's good. We're waiting to he's recovering right now. We're waiting on him to see if he can eat and everything like that. So hopefully he'll be back either later tonight or tomorrow.
Comes to the viewers. However, I mean, we're talking about them being able to go up against a team that is at the top of their class right now.
Sir Bossy coming in, and then Powerless as well,
teams,
aka
it's time
Ooga
to get
Booga.
These games started. We're now going
We gotta
into the
keep.
draft
We
for
can't
the
let him
Ohio
eat
Brothers
anything.
versus the Knights of Fate.
And it was part of this.
Like I was saying,
so you see, like this thing, there was like a little thing right here
for me that stand out.
That like somehow popped off, and he ate him.
So flexible.
He ate 2 of them.
That he can go with, and
it's
that
ridiculous.
assassin mid usually counteracts maybe, I want to say, hesitant rotations from enemy teams, where he's able to get in there, get those pickoffs.
I want to know again. I want to know who's doing play-by-play here, Chad. Is it Wheezy or is it Private? Because both of these guys are like play-by-play experts. Who's going to be the analyst?
In North America here. So
Send 1 billion flex coin shopper shit. Yeah, he's my German Shepherd. Yeah.
I think you hit it right on the money, right? I mean, the Ohio Brothers.
He freaking cost an arm and a leg, man. But it again,
have to work hard for this victory.
Sometimes you can't put price on
also very three-dimensional
on our animals, you know, like
he still dominates on that. Not too many mid laners can do that in North America, from what we see. Not too many would even risk pulling that out. But he does his thing on it, and he does a really great job. So
you guys think Wheezy's a better caster?
TOB, how do you shut them down? How do you stop them? Well, I think number one is
I feel like you gotta have that casting voice, man.
Letting him run the assassins, and then he kind of dominates on it. But he runs more of those tankier.
Do we see a wild?
Not too much of a threat that teams have to really worry about. So I think number one, definitely kind of denying the assassin pickups that he can pick.
What Max say?
Yeah, and the interesting thing for me is look at the bans for the Ohio Brothers. You've got Freya, Hanabi, and Harley. Who would have ever thought you would have seen bans like that? But that's what Knights of Fate brings to the table. It's just such an
they banned Freya.
You have to kind of worry about some of those comfort picks, because they're not just comfort picks when it comes to the Knights of Fate.
Freya, Hanabi, and Harley, bro.
Slotted plan.
Hella funny.
Enough, we do see that
banning out all the one tricks.
For Knights of Fate.
Sir Bossy looks confused.
Run that mid assassin. We've seen them run that trio fighter composition. We're gonna see what they have in store. As we've seen from some of the interviews, Knights of Fate, they were kind of slouching when it came to the plans against people like BTK and the Ohio Brothers. Do they have something in store here?
I need pet insurance, chat.
Semifinals of the top bracket.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at the
You're gonna be
so
real,
far,
Trex, Private,
right?
Wheezy.
I mean, we see the Hanabi, but we seen yesterday, right? Knights of Fate went
can
against
understand.
Bloodhounds, and they won the game with the Hanabi, right? Every time you think it's not gonna work, they pull it off.
I try to be real with
favor from like playing to the late game.
I try to be real with all casters,
when it comes to 20 minutes in,
you think Trex is getting a little too comfortable?
That's when that Hanabi starts to shine, right? But they gotta play to the late game. With a team like the Ohio Brothers, they usually try and finish the game fast, right? We're talking about 12 minutes, 14 minutes.
Trex used to like cast in like tons of tournaments like all the time, but he had to take a semi break.
Pick up that Uranus, it's definitely been
So
a
like he
solid
hasn't been
option,
able
right? Almost the
to
unkillable.
be around
Yeah,
as
he took a
much
little bit
as
of a hit, a little
I'm
bit of a
pretty
nerf,
sure
but
he'd like to
still,
be.
you can walk away with that consecration, kind of like a free purify if you must. So we got to see how Knights of the Fate will respond to that.
They banned the Link, Valentina, and the. I mean, Shark could just go Franco. I gotta turn down this
against
volume.
Uranus during the laning phase. What he brings as a CC and team synergy.
I had to like turn them down. I also have to make sure I'm looking at like production and stuff.
That's a lot of CC. We pick up the Valier and
shout out loud. What up, JD?
And what I was also going to say is the Knights of Fate.
I'm gonna be real Ico over everyone else. Hey. Hey, Top G. Top G.
About top of their class. Each player almost always has a highlight reel.
I don't think Trex is 22.
Exactly what they're supposed to be doing.
You can find him. I'm pretty sure he has all of his information on Wikipedia.
Like #1 in their position in North America, just all stacked onto one team. And then
even my information's on Wikipedia, bro. Like I'm certified now. I'm a caster / broadcaster on there.
Yeah, the X-Borg definitely going to be an interesting one, right? I mean, we see Knights of Fate pull it out yesterday, and it worked out for them. So hey, why not try it out again? I think another.
Oh, Trex didn't put his age on there.
Right? They were able to let that slip through the cracks.
They asked me for my age. I don't care.
A wizard in the mid lane that you're definitely gonna have to watch out for, but there are some counters on the table. We're looking at.
I'm an old soul. I'm a sexy old soul. Top G. Top G. You can have whatever I want. Change names. I'm gonna change my name to Ico, bro.
May not be the easiest battle. I guess they do have Mikasa as well. The last insanity to die. And get out with a little bit of that extra immortality from that ultimate, but have to see how this goes. But
how old am I? How old do you think I am? I mean, you can find out.
I feel like the Valier pick was put out there in case we're going to be looking at a triple.
They got me like / broadcaster.
That's a good counter to be able to kind of push them all.
They had me as
a stationary here, especially because
I'm an American Mobile Legends shoutcaster who has played a major role in growing the MLBB North American community.
So if you're gonna go ahead and try to switch around that roster,
I do broadcasting / casting.
The marksman position, you put him back on the roam, and instead of having Sir Bossy on the marksman, you put him on another fighter there. Which
I haven't added my photo yet.
What the Ohio brothers are kind of seeing from the draft and trying to prepare for.
What up, False God?
We do see the rest of the another assassin taken out.
Spread the love. 20. I am 28.
And then that Bruno taken out for the Ohio brothers.
That's right. I mean, currently we're still waiting for the marksmans to show up, right?
I'm a really young 28.
So
really young.
At the Ohio brothers, they have
like I found the fountain of youth,
right?
bro.
You have the Uranus who can go in and be a little bit of that gnat that you just can't swat away.
Age is just a number,
Shark,
man.
Gonna be running this Valier. Also use those burst fireballs like I said for those frontline compositions, which we do see Knights of Fate.
I focus on health a lot, man. I eat healthy. I used to drink a lot, but I've stopped that.
Like
so
you stated, one of the best roamers, if not the best.
I don't recommend it.
North America, you're gonna have to watch out for that.
A lot of people go through a lot of things in life, just the same like Trex.
The Ohio brothers, they need late game damage, but
those were always the fun nights, though.
I mean,
BTK plays next, but we got TOB here. Dude, I can't believe KOF is just going for a normal draft.
I believe he was a substitute last season, but he has come
Lovely said, I'm having fun right now.
You'd think that he was on their team for.
That's what I'm saying. Like, age is just a number. Like, a lot of people think of it as something else. I'm a young soul. I'm young. I'm ready. I'm like a can of Pringles. That just keep refilling itself.
Which I want to say, Knights of Fate do take a little bit of time to start getting their compositions rolling.
No, TOB and BTK are going to LA. There's no way that they would drop below first and second place, right? The only thing that could happen right here, right, is if KOF wins against TOB, KOF is going to LA. KOF is going to LA. Now, they would secure the fourth. So the biggest thing this NACT stage 3. I'm gonna mute them real fast. That way I can tell you guys. So the biggest thing to watch out for in the NACT right now, the Ohio brothers is secured, BTK secured, KOF, Bloodhounds, and Area 77. Like, it's all up in the air. Like, if Knights of Fate loses here, they go to the lower bracket, and then they have to climb up. And I think they only have to win they do have to make it to the 4th place. Like if Bloodhounds gets knocked out, the likelihood of KOF going to LA is huge. If Bloodhounds keep fighting, it could be a battle between KOF and Bloodhounds on who goes to Los Angeles with us. So that's like the biggest thing you want to look out for the NACT. Yes, it's fun to watch the Ohio Brothers. I love watching them. They're amazing. Their gameplay is like top tier. Knights of Fate, they're really entertaining. So I always like watching Knights of Fate. If Knights of Fate wins here by a shot in the dark, bro, just absolutely pulls the curtain out from under a TOB. Knights of Fate secured LA. They're secured LA. If Knights of Fate gets knocked down, then that's when we're gonna be seeing like a big change happen here, and tons of things are gonna happen. So
gonna give that goal lane such an advantage because Beatrix.
We'll see how it goes. That'd be how it is, you know. And then we have if Avalon. I mean, if Avalon beats BTK, huge, right? Like that's gonna be in. That's also flipping the script, right? It's still a huge thing. It's something that you'll be able to see as a forefront into the NACT going on. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Farm ISO in the gold lane. So if you even give him an advantage from that, you're going to be
I would say what TOB really excels at here is that, man, I mean, everybody in their team is just so good. Best players jungling, he's been gapping people in North America, man.
On the way for Shark, taking some massive damage, but hey, it's still the early game. He definitely can get out of there.
Oh, looks like Private wants play-by-play.
You make an excellent point.
Party is playing for Avalon next match, yes, correct.
So far on one side for a team in the NACT fall season.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna just verify.
It doesn't really, a lot of these emblems aren't really too carried over when you get to the late game. Early game, they have such an effect, and they're definitely looking at, especially when we were talking about the rotations that you usually get from Zero and those early ganks that the Knights of Fate are able to put on. We have 3 kind of traveling here to the mid.
How y'all doing?
Go ahead and back up, but like,
if I can meet you in real life.
Interesting to see, and I definitely want to see if they have.
Oh, they went gold Bane,
when it comes
bro.
To this
what?
I want to say the Knights of Fate have had the most trouble.
Huh?
You know, looking at the current matchup so far, I'm trying to play it out in my head on
Artie versus his ex-teammates, man.
Definitely
a show in
this Bane in the top side, so yeah,
in the history being made, bro.
But may have a little bit of a harder time.
You guys gotta thank Avalon for bringing Cardi back, man.
Hard times right there. Mikasa almost
I don't know why BTK wouldn't bring Cardi back, but it's kind of like a challenge between like, do you want chicken or do you want Cardi? It's like, but chicken's like being everything now. Is chicken gonna be the tank today? I don't know. I'm gonna say possibly yes. I personally think Avalon is going to beat BTK because Chicken is on Rome. We'll talk more about that when we see it, though.
Taking down Kai, 2 kills left unanswered for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, and this is what we were
Weezy doing
play-by-play.
Maybe they're playing mixtures here.
Struggle a bit. They have their purple buff taken away, securing a turtle for the side of the Ohio Brothers, and they pick up 2 kills. So right now they're already narrowly getting about a 2K gold lead over the Knights of Fate.
And
you're not baking.
Situation. Use the deadly sketch. Does
KOF can't be baking right
now.
What's causing the problem right now, dude? They went Valero.
And here's the kind of switch up too.
Wow. Shark's been trying to diversify. Is this a troll pick, or do you guys think he's diversifying his hero pool? I feel like he's trying to play more support roles. Yeah, I know. I've seen Valero Rome actually pop off, right?
Zia picks up the kill, a little bit of a misplace. Shark will fall into the hands of Sir Bossy, but best player draws a kill himself, is gonna go ahead and take down Mikasa.
We've been seeing like Shark pull out a Navaria. We've seen a Valere now. We've seen him pull out a Minnow. It seems like he's trying to diversify his player pool, you know?
He's already 1-0-0, picked up his first kill. while on the other side of the
I
board,
need
Powerless
to get
picked
back
up
to
his
playing
first
the
dead.
game.
But speaking about
I gotta
invasion,
see.
speaking about TOB, there
I think
it goes
this is the first
again.
time I've seen the
invasion
lair.
on the purple buff, Grand Theft Purple. They gotta find a way to stop this.
A lot of things have been changing though. I need to watch MPL. Shoot.
Brothers, and this is what we were talking about there. The Knights of Fate having trouble here trying to secure this, and this is
Boards
what you
always
want to do
pick.
when you have that early game advantage.
But I
Not
like that
just trying
between
to
the
get those
regions,
kills, but
right?
start refusing the farm from the Knights of Fate. So that means that once you even get into the late game, when the Knights of Fate are supposed to be scaling, you're going to be so far.
I like the
behind that it's gonna
diversity,
be a
the
pretty
diversity
incredible
between our
feat of
regions.
trying
Like
to kind of,
each region
even
pulls out
the
their own
odds
crazy
there.
thing.
Zia doing a good job. He doesn't know where everybody
Because
is on the map,
Xborg's
so
not
he's
played
well
overseas a lot, is
behind
it?
his tower,
I'm pretty.
trying to watch out for a
I've been
gank.
told that it's not. Like it's a like Xborg's an NA
called
thing.
out from Acosta, trying to hold off his lane from Milo and Best
Zero's
player
a troll, but he is. Zero's amazing,
They're gonna
man.
go ahead and put some more pressure
He's also a really
in
funny
and
guy,
take
man.
down Mikasa,
Actually,
Best
like,
player with the decimation, and now
the
stripping
one
the gold
thing
off
as
that
a
turret. But
caster,
speaking of gold, speaking of objectives, battle in the turtle pit. Zia is gonna find Sir Bossy.
Okay,
Turtle does go too high with the retribution on the
Shaggy
Fred
Duggy
for the Knights
now.
of Fate, but now
Ooh, he got
very
stunned
low,
in the
tries to get
turret,
away, but
though.
wait a minute, Shark with the
Oh,
outplay, the stun in the
man.
turret is gonna find a kill. Yet another takes down Zero.
They're selling.
The patience of Shark to hold off
Yo.
on that CC until not to save his teammate, but to
Blair,
wait for Zero to
X-Worm,
be
Bane,
in
and
the perfect
Martis.
position underneath tower to get that stun. This is what we were talking about when we talk
Okay.
about this. The
All right, I like
the
it.
the incredible
I remember that
know-how
NA used to
of somebody
do
like Shark
the
around map here,
Xborg.
and right
Like we'd
now,
see Xborg
7-1
jungle all the time,
Knights
and
of Fate
people would be
are
telling me
well
like,
behind the curve.
"Yo, NA is the only
Yeah,
team
you
that
mentioned that, right?
that uses
Huge advance
Xborgs
when it comes to the
anymore."
kills and the gold, down by about 4.5k right now. Definitely
I mean,
need to
I
find some
could-
answers
I
and
could
fast.
literally
We know
just-
TOB is a team capable of ending these games early, and it looks like that's the game plan as they take down the mid lane turret and
Are we on
still
season
trying to
12?
fight it out and pick up some kills.
Or
Maybe
11?
get a little bit more than they were looking for, but battle still on the way. Manipulation dropping down. Sir Bossy winding up, cancels it out. Still
We're on
caught by the
12.
manipulation from Hoon, and it just shows you TOB is having total control of this game so far.
Yeah, Mielo right now, he's already at that point. Unstoppable for Uranus. He's able to dive into these towers. Hoon is going to be there zoning them out
I didn't
with that
pull it up
real-world
very fast,
manipulation. And if they try to get close, if
You
they
can
try
get
to
some
dive
really
over
good
it,
information
you have
on
Shark
statistics and
there,
stuff.
laying down the law with all of that CC. Last Insanity, though.
Does go out, Milo about a quarter of HP, very low, tries to get out, but Sir Bossy for the denial is going to take him down. That
Bruno's
is 2
being
kills so
used
far
a
for Knights
lot,
of Fate, but
too.
at what cost? They lost 2 turrets in the mid lane.
So Valentina,
Yeah, and
Bruno,
that's kind of
Terizla,
those
Martis,
equivalent
Kufra,
exchanges
Edith,
you have
Cho,
there. They were,
Fredrin,
Yellow did his job. He was in there causing a ruckus,
Franco, Navaria,
getting all of the aggro on him for them to waste
are
their
all
abilities
kinda
on him, while the minions
meta.
and the rest of the Ohio Brothers were able to take down that
Yeah,
tower.
Blair
So, I
hasn't
mean, they
been
get
pulled
the
out
kill,
in
but
the
I
Philippines
wanna
yet,
say,
though.
like, that was basically part of the plan for the Ohio Brothers in the first place.
So
And now
in the
you've
Philippines, it's
completely
not
pushed
a
in the mid
not a
lane, this
thing we're
entire
seeing.
jungle. If you thought the Ohio Brothers were in your jungle before, now that you don't have the protection of those towers, it's going to be madness.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned the 2 kills, and both of them landed into the hands of Sir Bossy, so that is the Roamer picking up both kills for Knights of Fates, which is going to kind of hurt them a little bit
ID
more, but
had-
the turtle is going to go to TOB,
they're-
second
they've been
turtle
going
of
on.
the game. We did
and
see Knights of Fate
ID
claim 1, but it was not enough, and
Is
speaking
Valentina,
of
Fredrin,
advantages, down
Beatrix,
goes the tier 2
Claude,
turret on the top
Paquito,
side.
Terizla. Barja's
and
also
this
been
is the
being used a
problem,
lot.
too,
Wow.
especially with some of these
Adida,
picks, when you
Eve,
have a full melee composition, the
Aramis.
worst thing for you is to be fighting from behind.
Wow.
If you've ever wondered, oh, actually, we can go ahead and take a look at some of the items here. You can see on the side of the Ohio Brothers already has the Oracle for Mielo there, so he's going to be able to kind of counteract even before they've gotten any anti-CC on, or anti-healing on the side of the Knights of Fate. You've already gotten
Yeah, that's why
Oracle there, so that's just telling you
Zero's
how
diff.
big
Yeah, I
and
like. That's
how
why I like
strong they
Zero,
are
right? Like
now.
he
VOD and
pulls out
Malefic
the-
War already picked up for Zia as well, and he is well ahead of Powerless's Bane right now.
They might be breaking records. I mean, we're 8 minutes in, and they're down to their inhibitor turrets. That is definitely not the easiest thing to pull off, but how will they respond as you are now seeing a battle on the way? Sir Botsy very low, able to get back with barely any HP, but I think one of the most interesting things when we looked at those items was Sia, right? You already seen him stacking up that gold, a rich guy in the making, up by 2,000 gold against Powerless with the huge advantage that they have, and this is where it's going to hurt Knights of Fates, right? They don't have a marksman to carry them through the late game, and they didn't win the early objectives, so now TOB definitely having a better advantage to close it out.
And we see Powerless is just now picking up the Sea Halberd, maybe trying to look for something to hopefully counter Yellow. But like I said, he already went for the early Oracle, so you're only going to be able to kind of do it down. I think if my math is correct, you're only able to kind of bring it down by like the healing down by like 20%. And for a Uranus, that's not going to be enough to kind of stop him unless you have the damage to be able to back it up.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to see if they have a plan to turn this around, right? I mean, Knights of Fate didn't have the easiest time against Bloodhounds yesterday, but they played to the late game and it worked. But this time, I don't know if they have the composition for that, but I'm not gonna count them out. I'm hoping that maybe they can turn this around and have a little bit of a fairer chance, because right now, this is a total domination from TOB. We are gonna see that Lord go into the hands of the Ohio Brothers, yet another objective.
The economy is definitely a total domination towards TOB right now.
Here, Mielo on the Uranus, able to hold
General be like 0-0 all the time. Zero is a super cool guy, man.
We have a fight here.
I treat him like all my sons.
Dropping down, deadliest catch from the opposite side of the playing field from Powerless.
I like Bloodhounds.
Like
I like
trying to open up the base,
I like KOF.
looking to claim an inhibitor
but I actually gave it to KOF yesterday.
This is usually sometimes we talk about mistakes when it comes to kind of rushing at the enemy base before the Lord gets there. But when you have such a commanding lead before the 10-minute mark, I mean, there's really nothing Knights of Fate. We've seen, Sir Boss is going to go ahead and try to set something up here.
Yeah, definitely trying to set it up. Last Sanity going down. Zia is going to take down Sir Bossy. Gets a double, finds Kai. Lord still intact, but gets bursted down from Powerless in the deadliest catch. But do they claim the inhibitor turret for the mid lane? No, they do not get it. The minions do fall in the process, but they are now going to shift focus to the bottom side.
It's hard to regulate private and
the Ohio brothers.
It's hard to regulate each other. Is that better?
I might have been a little upset about that, leaving that much health on there, but Elliot and Zia just goes ahead and cleans it up anyway. But they turned their attention right away. They knew what they needed to do. Go to the bottom, start cleaning up.
The soundboard is always the hardest thing to get over. Perfect.
And I don't think it's gonna stand for that much longer. Look at Zia is gonna go ahead and
hopefully
burst
it's
it down.
loud enough that you can enjoy the stream though.
First Lord, and they took all the inhibitor turrets. Best player with the mega kill is gonna find Powerless. Kai takes down best player for some revenge.
Ooh.
Can they stop the push from TOB? Zia unstoppable, finds Zero. Mikasa, Sir Bossy, Kai still left to defend. You are gonna see minions in the mid lane.
I think the joy in the mid lane was wild.
Do they pull their punches or do they stay and try and close it out?
Zia. Ooh, we got Zia. Got Zia. Ooh, got a taunt. Mikasa coming back in. Ooh. Oh, last Insanity. Hoon's gonna kill him. Hoon's gonna kill him. They can't get Hoon. Stop trying to go for Hoon. Go for Milo. Go for Milo. There you go. There you go. Overextending a little too much. Hey!
Looks like they got a fly swatter and took him down. It looks like they were able to fend off their base, but at what cost? They lost all inhibitor turrets. We are only 11 minutes in.
And that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, you get the kills on there, you stop them from closing out the game at the 11-minute mark, but you've prolonged your life maybe 3 minutes, at least 23 seconds longer. You've prolonged your life at the base, but you have no more high grounds right now, and you're about, actually, I was going to say 10K gold.
I mean, I know the game is probably going to be leaning into TOB's favor, right? But you gotta be like, you know, going crazy. What up, Guapo?
Completely out
Saw
of
it.
their hands just yet, but I mean, this is a tall hill to climb.
What is up, brother? You gotta be excited when they pull out things like that. Bro, that was a great defense with such a crazy with TOB having a gold lead.
0-2-10 performance today.
I mean, it's probably gonna end with this Lord, but hey, you gotta get excited.
How much of an early threat it can be. And look at it. It's right there. The proof is in the pudding. 4-1-2 KDA.
The proof is in the pudding.
We mentioned this in the draft.
We're probably going to have some aliens invading today. So.
And right now, Zia is definitely getting fed. He is 5-1-3. They need to find a way to disrupt the synergy from TOB.
Yeah, well, and then we didn't really have the sustain
The
that
arms
we
are
wanted,
sore,
but
chat.
this might be a wrap. We have Lord coming down mid.
That's right. A possible quick finish at the 13-minute mark is what the Ohio Brothers are looking for, but Knights of Fate not planning on gaining them this access, trying to fight it out. Zia is going to take down Kai.
They're holding them.
For the favor of TOB.
They're holding them.
On to Zia, trying to take down the backline. Best play very low.
The Lord, get the Lord, guys.
But down goes a base Crystal. TOB takes down Knights of Fates for game 1.
just a well-oiled machine and
TOB,
plan
man. I
from
mean, it's
the
TOB.
Ohio brothers. I was
It
gonna
was a
bring
nice
this up
try, nice
before
try, nice
when we
try.
got to it, and especially here.
It's
Game
TOB
one,
though, you know.
Basically, Ohio brothers throwing out the jabs, setting the tone for this
They,
series.
dude, I was like,
Letting them know
no,
this
attack the
outside
Lord,
box
attack the
composition,
Lord.
There's a reason the meta is the meta. There's a reason that the Ohio brothers are so strong in it as well. So, and while you may be able to take advantage of other teams in there, this one, you're not going to.
I know it was a pretty fast match.
And right
fast
now, as
match.
we are looking at some of the stats on the board for the post game, right? Looking at the Ohio brothers, 6-1-3 performance from Zia. Basically unkillable. 11 purple buffs compared to 1 for the Knights of Fate, and this comes into the evasion plays for the early
You got
game
the
that we see
interview,
best player
Stella.
focusing
You got
on,
this.
Denying the farm for Knights of
You
Fate to
got
even
this.
have a head start for an advantage.
Yeah,
Got
and that's kind of
this.
the problem you run across with some of these picks. You get a fighter-centric composition, but we didn't really have any sustain, which is where I feel
You got
like
this.
the fighter
I believe in you. I believe in you.
Can shine, where you have maybe a Florin, maybe you.
I don't know where the
Angela
cat's
out
at
there,
right now.
kind of helping to keep them up so that your team isn't getting picked off, especially in
Just
the
don't
early
think
game
too
where I
hard
feel
about
like
the
fighters
questions.
are kind of at their weakest.
Just think, oh my god.
When we got into it,
What the
problem?
What was that? Boy, we just got introduced to
early sprint.
what was that? Was like they put us in a tunnel, bro. Was that another universe that we just went into? What the heck was that?
Way to delay best player out farming your jungler. You gotta protect those buffs at all costs, right? If you're not gonna take the buffs and you need to rotate around and get a pick,
I like that. Just pretend you're being interviewed by a family member.
Equals out the playing field. If not, we're just gonna see TOB slowly climbing the objective.
You got it. I remember my nervous
and
days.
that's kind of the problem too. Once when you had that Martis pick come out there, and you
Got
didn't
it,
really
though.
have. I mean, there is no plan in the world with the composition that they had that they could, even if they would have gotten a group of them to try to protect that purple buff. Martis has a really great early.
It is gonna
You
be
get
a live
whole
interview,
group of
yeah.
People around him. Once he gets that first decimation,
Stella
your team
gonna
needs to
be
scatter, or he's gonna be
interviewed.
looking at wiping out and laying out your entire
Stella's got to
team.
get a
That's why
truck.
I said
Why does she
maybe
need a
little bit of
truck?
sustain on their team could have helped out a little bit better, and that's why I say there's a strong Knights of Fate out there that we saw from stage 2, and maybe right now we're kind of playing things a little
And we're
too
going
close
right
to the
into it.
chest when we're having all of these change ups, people playing different roles that they may or may not have been as comfortable on from before. But we're gonna move into the second
don't
Yeah,
don't
you know,
look at
we see it time
yourself.
and time again,
Don't
right?
worry.
It's not our
Don't
first
worry.
rodeo, not our
Like
first innocent team.
I know how
We
that
definitely
is.
agree,
Like
changing
you.
up the lineup can change up the entire team. It's like rolling
You
the
can't-
dice.
you-
Sometimes it can
you
work
gotta-
in favor, but sometimes it doesn't. And
You gotta
obviously
like
right there was the most
minimize the
amazing
camera,
performance,
right?
but
Like
now we are now on
get into
game 2.
position.
How do they respond
Get
back?
into
Knights of Fate
position.
game plan. Their first in the
Minimize
draft,
the camera.
wasting no
Don't
time
look
to
at
go ahead and ban
yourself.
out that Uranus.
Just
Like we
don't
said,
look at
Elo,
yourself.
you mentioned it in
Just
the previous draft.
minimize the
Problem
camera.
left unchecked, and you don't want to give him a hero
And
like the Uranus.
just
Uranus
focus on
pretty much
focus
to
on your
sense.
headphones.
Maybe
Focus
that
on
is a good start, but
on
we have to
Xena.
see how they
You
kinda
know,
scale through this draft.
The problem here is that
the camera is
I wanna say,
huge.
man, I want to say it tactfully, but you're
Like
the
high,
hero pool
how
of
you're
the
talking
Ohio
like
Brothers
as huge as
is
like
too much.
this.
You've got so many different ways for them to be able to kind of come at you. They banned out all of the assassins for best player. He goes.
We don't need to
Martis,
see the casters,
thrashes
right?
you in the early game.
I'm
You
casting
ban out
now.
Martis and maybe leave open the Lance,
I'm casting
leave
now.
open
We
the
took over
Legion
this
for him to
casting
take now,
desk.
because I mean you've taken care of one problem, but now you've handed a whole new just a box of
Wear
problems for your
sunglasses.
team. It comes down to I don't even know where you go from here. There's maybe we go for a more conventional pick, but that's not where the Knights of Fate shine. They don't shine in
Just look
conventional.
up.
They shine from outside the box, and that kind of specialty. I mean, it's I want to say it's like kind of on zero.
Yeah, you don't want to
and,
watch like your camera.
Zero
If you
and
watch your
Pickle is to
camera,
kind of
it's just
make
gonna
up the
be
difference there. If they can do something
gonna have a
here
rough
where
time.
They won't be losing lanes.
I need to
where
like.
they can have that early game. They need to check.
I need to
boxes,
shave, man. It's
basically.
getting a
Early
little too
game
long.
And maybe a front line. Make sure that they have all of those boxes checked.
Trucks.
Yeah,
Take-
and
take-
speaking of
take-
boxes
take a
checked,
shot.
TOB not playing around. I
Take-
mean, look at
take
the
a
fans,
shot.
It's the same thing that we've seen in game number
I gotta
one. They're
get
gonna
my
take out
camera
the Freya
size back to normal.
alongside the Hanabi again, right? This is just a pure direct ban for comfort
I'm like
picks for Knights of Fate.
bouncing around the map.
Meta. They're going for more of what they've seen this team play.
Stella's big, chat. She's a mod for a lot of big streamers. A lot of big streamers. Stella's like a mod celebrity.
Definitely hard.
You tipsy? I'm telling you, just take a shot of tequila real quick.
You create vulnerabilities elsewhere in the draft, but if you don't focus,
take some special hydration. Take some special hydration.
Pick your poison when it comes to drafting against them. And now looking at what we have so far. Lear's been banned out. We've got the Kaja off the table. That means one of the suppression heroes has been taken off the board. Maybe an assassin pickup may be on the way.
I mean, we're going to probably be looking at possibly a XP lane picked up here. It's been kind of the story for a lot of these matches here in North America.
Where's the potato?
Lane, secure at least get one
oh,
lane
Jesus.
where we know that we will
now we're getting wild.
Maybe not need as much help. So we go for the
some holy water.
But that's gonna give
some holy water, chat. Holy water.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of dangerous, right? I mean, the Assassins are still up for play. They're going to go ahead and take up this X-Borg, which we've seen previously go to the Knights of Fate. So yet another hero that they're not going to be able to use in their favor. And they're going to take the Bruno as well. And we saw, I believe, Knights of Fate yesterday. I think they had the Bruno. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure they did, though. So they're trying to, like, not only out-ban them by comfort picks, but also pick their comfort.
Oh, what just happened? Yo, what just happened?
I'm going to be looking for from the Ohio brothers here. You've got that Bruno, and he really shines when you've got that very thick front line. Bruno does need to get a little closer than most marksmen to be effective to kind of get those crit stacks up before he's just lobbing planets at people.
I had to catch up. I don't know what that.
So you're gonna be
I don't know what that. I don't know what that pause was there.
Personally, I would want to be looking for something that could kind of like dish
here in private, and like 2x speed was hilarious.
Early game being picked up here for the Knights of Fate. They're going to take away that Martis and pick up the Kufra. I want to say, as far as Kufras are concerned, when we talk about Kufras, powerless.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is up with this? Yo, let me see if it's actually freezing on production side. Oh, it is. It's definitely a production problem. Yeah, I'm looking at the production right now. Like, the game is ongoing. Like, the draft is going on right now. Yo, production just crashed? Yo, crazy. Why is it? Where's the sound? Why is it like rotating game? What is going on, bro? I'm physically watching the game right now. Like, the game is still going on. I don't know what's going on with the production side of things. Like, I'm like, I can't physically show you guys the game because it's live feed. But like, they're in draft right now. Hold on, I'm trying to find out, chat. I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to see what's going on. What in the world? Oh, everybody dropped. Like, all the casters dropped. Everybody froze. Production's getting it back together. Stella moan? Jesus Christ. Oh damn, what the live feed dropped. Let me refresh it and see if I... Yeah, no, like I think they're... Wow, bro. Oh, it's back. It's back. Okay. They reloaded the live feed. Uh-oh. I think I see Stella. Hey, I seen you, Stella. You're like frozen. You're like frozen on the screen. I'm pretty sure that's you. You have a big room. You have a really big room, Stella. My gosh. Like, do you have like a mirror? Like a mirror on the very back wall? And like that black computer chair? I'm pretty sure that's you. We're back. Looks like everything's back, but they're already almost done with the draft.
Sorry about that. Mobile Legends always trying to keep us on our toes with this Wi-Fi, but we can see here we're finishing and wrapping up the draft here for the Knights of Fate. I do like this is a more standard composition.
I can't let you see because it's like live feeds, bro.
About it when Knights of Fate can go outside the box, but they also have the ability to kind of stay in the confines of the
nice
meta. Is that gonna be enough here when they're taking on the Ohio brothers, who have picked up
we're back. We're back.
Decent draft here, especially with the Faramis.
Yeah, I mean,
Stella, man. Give us the insider. I can't give you the insider, bro. A sneak peek? No, bro. You'll be able to see everything, so it's not. I don't know why her cam was like frozen and stuck there.
Being checked off so far in the draft, and I'm honestly impressed as we are now jumping into game number 2. This is going to be the Ohio brothers going up against Knights of Fate. Mind you,
look who's playing Boxia. Insider leak.
Sweep for TOB.
When I was talking about like those boxes that you
is this Stella's first step?
Amazing to me because when you look at the Ohio brothers composition, I almost want to say there's just dimensional boxes that you didn't even really think of or consider when it comes to it, especially when it comes to
you guys are gonna like Stella a lot.
Long range.
You guys are gonna like Stella a lot. I'm just leave it like that.
Close up, you're gonna have Zia on the Bruno already putting some shots on the powerless. Almost.
Oh shit, my camera. I got it. Moving it.
Oh man.
Yeah, a lot of damage over there for Powerless. Definitely need to watch out as Zia is not playing around. Another interesting thing is best player picking up this box here, right? We've seen it kind of making its starlight in the professional scene.
If you guys thought you liked Stella now, you're gonna like Stella even more.
Some sustainability, pulling out that
that's the scale.
We didn't see too much sustainability in the last game, but this time the Ohio brothers are trying to switch it up. But I feel like Knights of Fate, they're going more for a conventional draft, and I think I like what I'm seeing. It's just gonna boil down to execution.
The problem here, Powerless might think okay, I was about to say, especially with how much super.
Yo, did the observers crash too? I'm hyping you up. What? I'm not hyping you up.
At the emblems here
yeah, right dude, the observers must have crashed.
Than we saw last time, where we
where's
had,
the link?
On the side of the Ohio brothers. This time we see a lot of those quantum charges. So they're
yeah, it seems like the observers might be stuck too.
Engagement here to see if they can kind of like close the distance between players from the Knight of Fate when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, and right now, right, we're looking
my guess is since the casters crashed, my guess is that the production, because you got to think when I was working on Observer, right, as the cameraman, we had to like mirror into their computers.
Does have a little bit of more mobility, especially with this
Stella in for cameraman.
Easily invade a hero like the Martyrs who can kind of tie you up in that chain CC.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the problem.
Looks like production. It looks like production took over the camera. They gotta zoom out.
And this is what we were talking about, is just how
it had to have been an internet problem, chat. Had to have been an internet problem.
Always know their limits, and we can see here another
ooh, penalty zone.
Dropping down. Mikasa finding best player. Hoon is gonna take down Kai. That's 2-1 on the board. TOB still leading the way in terms of kills, but Hoon very low. Mikasa as well. Milo joining the party with the fire missiles and the fire stakes. Does Mikasa fall? Yes,
the reason I know that this is production controlling the camera is that like they don't zoom out.
mid position rather than the roam. Super Shark still, I mean, when you talk about like where the level
Camera
gaps come
girl
from,
Stella.
where people's power spikes
Stella,
come from,
Ella,
Navaria
Ella.
only needs level 2 to really be effective. Her ult gives vision.
It's alright, it's alright.
Actually,
It's alright,
a little bit of
Stella.
trouble here. It's down to half health.
Okay.
Right, we were talking about his invasions, but it's not going to be the same story this time around as Kai's going to hit him with the decimation and emote on his way out, just showing you that was our game plan
LMG.
all along. You can fool me
They're already
once,
talking
you
about it in
definitely
the
can't fool me twice, but on the
chat.
top side, the turret does fall. The Ohio Brothers opening up the map. Zia is going to take down Kai, though. Maybe
I don't
I'll
know
get
why I
another
joined that voice
Sarbasi
chat.
trying to escape the power of the mecha legs, and Zia picks up a double.
I clicked the wrong
and
button.
Here come the rest of the Knights of Fate, but it's already too late. 2 kills picked up for Zia there, and he's just diving in. This is what we're talking about. And then we have another realm out.
Yeah, another possible pickoff on the way, and TOB.
Do they say Cole Ult or do they say Nether
Realm?
Realm?
This is starting to look very similar to game 1. Yes, Knights of Fate was able to pick up a couple more kills in the early game, but they were not able to translate it into objectives. But it is not over yet.
This is
They
like
have a
one of the
divisional
biggest
draft.
matches,
They can
too.
definitely turn this around in their favor, but they may have to play to the late game if they keep falling to the Ohio Brothers. Speaking of falling, though, Milo finds Kai with the last insanity. And now Mikasa joining the battle. Milo is going to get a double. Finds Sarbasi. Mikasa with the execution strike. Trying to find best player. Is going to get out of there with the ultimate
Oh, they
sniper.
zoomed out.
Almost
They
bursting
zoomed
him
out
down.
finally.
4 to 10 so far.
They zoomed
TOB
out.
stampeding through the Knights of Fate in the first 4 minutes.
And this is what I was talking about with the Ohio Brothers, how they thread the needle with their picks, with their characters. They can get themselves into harm's way. They always know
Production.
just enough to be able to get themselves back
Hey, it's
out.
all right, man. Don't be too hard on production because like dealing with a lot of this API is way too out of my league, right? Like you should see the problems, bro. It's easy to do amateur production, like I'm able to do that with no problem. But man, when you should have seen what the production room looked like in LA, it was crazy.
But Zia is not done on the chase. Best player is gonna find Kai dominating the mid lane. Maybe
I can monster amateur productions like no tomorrow.
Way to stop them.
You gave it to me, I got it. It's easy.
3 members of the Knights of Fate.
Easy.
Powerless comes in there. Zia's like, oh, you want some? Starts nailing him with some balls. And it
Easy peasy.
So menacing right now and so picked up. And Super Shark
I'm actually gonna move
kill
this
onto
over here.
Mikasa.
This is insane. Not even 6 minutes in, 12 to 4, almost a 6,000 gold lead, and 2 turtles. We haven't seen Knights of Fate take any objective. In order to turn this around, they gotta play patient. But Zero,
Seeing the backstage on
he's
Vegas
gonna
was
find
fun.
a kill.
Yeah.
Is trying to help his team out the most he can.
Dude, there was like 80 monitors.
The worst game, 3-0-1, but it is
There's
not
like someone
enough
controlling
for the
like
one-man army.
all
Zia
aspects of the
is
game.
gonna take down Sarbasi, and they are gonna claim the turret in the mid lane. Picks up a double, finds Powerless a triple, and Mikasa's not careful. He's going in for the dive. Gets the triple. Mikasa
Kai
responds
wants
for
it.
taking him
You got
down.
Hoon.
Decimation from Kai is gonna find Hoon. Left Sandy from Milo. Exploding, bursting Kai out of there.
What
Dang.
is working so well for the Ohio Brothers is not only are they getting the kills, but they're pushing so hard. And
Zia's
so
what?
fast that the Knights of Fate
8-1-3.
are forced to respond.
Bruno
It's
is
almost like a Bruce Lee
powerful
movie
this
where the
season,
Knights of Fate
chat.
have to filter in one by one.
Bruno is where they're at.
Yeah, and Bruce Lee's kicking those soccer balls right now because
Bruce
the damage on
Lee.
it is taking about half HP away from whoever it hits, and it's just showing you TOB is focusing on getting Zia fed. And Knights of Fate, it looks like they haven't really caught on, or even if they have, they haven't found a way to stop it. But something that works in the Knights of Fate's favor is they do have a late game marksman, Powerless, right? Yeah, he hasn't had the best early game start, 0-4-2, but the later this goes, maybe they turn it around. But TOB is a team known to try and close these out in the early finishes. But speaking of finishes, Zia is going to claim another turret, but Milo will go ahead and take down Mikasa in the process. 7-17 so far at the 7-minute mark.
Look at Powerless getting chucked down. That has been the story of this entire match.
My goodness.
And they stop speed
I
running?
might have to ask him for that soccer ball, right? Get a little
Stella,
bit of
are you
autograph
after
on it on
this
his way
game?
out After this game. But speaking of things, Sarbasi is going to find Super Shark on the over.
They might have to
now,
fix
Private,
whatever this
me and you
problem
have casted a
is.
lot of
Maybe
games, right?
wait a
You've seen
second.
a lot of teams that have this advantage. sometimes let it fumble through the cracks.
Oh,
and
it's
be
after the
overly
BTK
aggressive.
match?
think
I feel like the
TOB, yes, they
BTK
had the
match might
advantage,
go on
but
for a
being
while, so
aggressive
you're
may
okay.
be costly, but speaking of costly, my God, Zia with a double is gonna go ahead and take down Serbasi, take down the turret in the mid
Chicken
lane.
not getting
Milo picks up a
benched.
kill, is gonna find Powerless.
Oh, yeah.
One member left. Zia picks up a triple. Finds
It's
Mikasa
crazy that
Zero,
Chicken
left
is
alone on an
being the
island,
tank, though.
trying to shoot out an SOS and a flare for somebody to pick him up. TOB doesn't plan
Jesus.
on giving him any breathing room.
8 minutes in and we're almost down to the high grounds. This is a school, a teaching to the Knights of Fate about just early game dominance. And I was just talking about this
Mad
before.
disrespect.
There's not much you can do when TOB is pushing so hard.
Bruce
that
Lee's
you have
balls.
to answer.
Wow.
Your entire team isn't even up
Bruce
yet, and you
Lee's
have,
ball.
like, 2
What
players
in
left
the
on your team.
world?
You're
Zia,
forced to try
dude,
to answer these
I've
tower
said it
pushes
for a
that we have.
long
Engagement
time,
here at the
bro.
bottom tower.
Zia is
Oh, Milo's gonna get a
insane.
kill. Is gonna go ahead and find Zero. You are gonna find one member down for Knights of Fate and an inhibitor for the bottom lane. Opened up from Zia. Unstoppable is gonna find Powerless. The stun on the best player. Ult being activated from Hoon to save the team. Pick up another kill. Find Serbasi. You're looking at Mikasa and Kai by themselves, trying to hold off the full team of the Ohio brothers from closing this out with a clean sweep. Look at best player.
You want to see
He wraps
Bruno's
around the base.
damage? I think we'll be able to
I'm
get
not
to see it
entirely
after
sure what
this.
the game plan was there, but they're still not pulling their punches. Penalty zone drops down from Mikasa. Milo picks up a kill, finds Zero.
Oh,
Kai falls
Jesus.
alongside Mikasa, a double for Zia. The fireball menace with these soccer balls in his favor. Oh my goodness, he doesn't even let Powerless go back. A lane
Oh, I don't
bully,
even
a
have-
base bully in the making for TOB. They're just staying in their home, shoes on, completely muddy, and they don't plan on leaving. They're gonna go ahead and open up the inhibitor for the mid lane. Huge stun on the way. Serbasi gets caught. Zia picks up the kill. Full wipeout for the Knights of Fate. And down goes the base Crystal. 9 minutes, 58 seconds. A clean sweep for TOB against the Knights of Fate.
Sheesh.
Boy, if you don't need to take a
NT,
breath, I know
NT,
the Ohio
NT.
brothers need to, because they were
NT's
on
in the chat,
full
NT's.
sprints through that
GG's, KOF.
entire match. Right from the opening seconds, as soon as they got the advantage, you could see right from the beginning, Zia already starting to
Zia is just
down,
man.
Powerless.
Who
onto the
needs a
marks
lord?
there,
We just
right
go
from
straight to the
opening bell,
base.
And then as soon as they got the kills,
Straight
they
to
just
the
kept
base.
on taking tower after tower, where the Knights of Fate were forced to respawn. They couldn't even hang back and wait for their entire team to get back up before they formulated a plan. They just kept on having to try to answer it, because honestly, if they wouldn't have answered it, you would have had TOB basically pushing their way through mid, possibly not even needing to take any of the other towers.
I mean, we didn't even hit 10 minutes right there, right? It's just showing you why they're sitting at that #1 position. A problem.
TOB
for most
is
of the
just
teams
an
in North America. This
absolute
is a similar
menace,
story
Chad.
that we see in the NACTs, right? TOB,
An
they have players
absolute
who are in outplay,
menace.
always at the top of their game, and teams trying to find a way to kind of stop them from climbing up that ladder. But
Well, I
in
mean,
their
we
favor
got
for this
probably
game,
one of the
9
biggest
minutes, 50
matches of the
seconds,
night.
30 to
Can
9
Avalon
lead.
take out
A phenomenal
BTK?
finish.
I feel like it's
Yeah, and you
one
can
of the
see
most
there
anticipated
focus
matches
either
of the
one
night, right?
orange buff
And then
to 7.
not. Well, I
There
guess it's not the
was,
most
one
anticipated,
time
because
where
it'd be
Knights of Fate
whoever
to go ahead and
versus
set up, and then
TOB now.
absolutely
That'd be
refused out there.
that'd be
Zia sitting at 17-1-6. That is insane for a sub 10-minute match. This is what we were talking about with how skilled some of these guys are on their heroes. They have the same, like everything as far as the boxes for a
Zia was
successful team right now,
17-1.
in their way. You can see
Oh
here
my
those
God,
pushes coming out
nasty.
there for the Ohio
Oh
brothers here.
my.
The amount of damage. Look at, they even nailed Powerless coming back from the recharge. That's how much attention Shark was paying. That even though they wiped him out, he was just waiting to find Powerless, nails him, snipes him down with a sphere as well to set up his team to go ahead and clean him up as well.
Yeah, and right now, as we are looking at the stats, the rich guy yet again, Mr. Zia, the carry as well, just dominating. You know, something interesting, he had 17 kills, and the entire team of Knights of Fate only had 9. He had almost double what their entire team had in 10 minutes, not even that. You are looking at the Forgotten One being Hoon and Serbasi, the Sandbag. Just a crazy game, and possibly one of the fastest finishes we've seen in the NACT fall season.
Yeah, I definitely have to go. I definitely want to see the stats on that. If this is indeed the fastest game, even damage to turret, you see that little narrow sliver of blue in there. And then we can see here from the replays of the first game.
Yeah, you are looking at some of these replays on the way. This was game number 1, like you mentioned. TOB, similar story, close to that 10-minute mark, trying to close it out.
We're trying to get the teams ready, chat.
They're a team that knows how to focus on the objectives. It's the execution after the draft is what matters, and a lot of teams kind of have a hard time stopping them. It starts with best player, finding a way to get the farm, and then building that up and snowballing on these small objectives. As you are seeing Hoon take down Sir Bossy, just a great finish for the OhioBrothers.
Yeah, and we even see here, I mean, they had the right mark, but at this point, it's too late. Great penalty zone, but already getting chunked down and powerless to stop them. But let's go ahead, take it to our lovely host, Cena, for our MVP.
Yes, the OhioBrothers dominated the first match, not allowing KnightsofFate a comeback with their rampage and total map control. But we have the tower diving Zia for our MVP. Tell me what you guys think about this hero choice.
You know, it's that old statement, that nice gold laner you got there. Zia, I've talked about it. I get happy when I see this because we know that Zia was at one point playing mage and wanted to play marksman. Here, he's showing
we're working on getting BTK. I'm trying to get word. Avalon, they're gonna be hopping in here soon, and then
yeah, I mean, he's definitely packing his bags right now, getting ready for Los Angeles. But the question is, who's going to be going there to go up against him as we slowly climb up these ladders and see more teams fighting it out for stage 3?
Yes, I'm super excited to find out as well. And congrats to the OhioBrothers for taking that first series.
Stella's interviews later.
We've got BTK versus Avalon up next. So stay in your seats, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome guys to the NACT recap with Liz.
I have to mute this break. Yeah, because we still don't have Avalon or BTK like NVCs and getting on. It's always the players, man. It's always so hard bringing the players together. Is the music loud enough? Oh, the music's kind of low, yeah? There we go. Xena. I keep every time I keep this thing like going here, like this like background music on the waiting screens, bro, it always demonetizes my or it copyright strikes the stream. And then I gotta like go back and like mute this like time. It's crazy. Hopefully they didn't catch me this time. Foot fell asleep. Chat. Basic should try Hanabi. How do you, what are top hours? G in LA, will you be the cam? No. So in LA, I'm gonna be on the stage with the players. You guys remember like how Pika was up there? I'm gonna be up there as well. I took your job as stage manager. I'll also be doing a lot of other stuff in LA as well. I'll be doing a lot of social media and stuff like that. I'll be vlogging a lot of the events. Yeah, I'll be trying to live stream. I'll be trying to live stream the like as much as possible at the event. Cause what's is AT&T what's the best cell phone provider in LA? Apparently T-Mobile. That's crazy. Oh, so AT&T, T-Mobile. Well, some people are saying Verizon. Stella, who do you have for cell phone service? That's the biggest problem, is like having like reliable internet. And these venues that I go to, like normally I'm just using my like cell phone service. It might be Verizon then. You get 4 MS? Oh my god. I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna vlog and do live streams. Wi-Fi no good? I don't know. Like, I mean, it might be at the event, but there's normally like a lot of stuff happening at the event, and then if I'm roaming throughout the building, it normally is not as good as a cell phone provider, right? Yo, all at Avalon. Okay, BRB chat, BRB. All right, Jack, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to, I was getting Avalon ready. I'm sure the pro players are slowly logging in. Avalon's all ready. I think we're just missing chicken at this point. All I care is Avalon is ready. We're good. That's my team I'm managing. They're in there. They're golden. Someone said, give me coins. I want to gamble. Na 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 na. What's GO1? Gideon! What's up, dude? Did you see the name Gideon as a replay of the NACT? What am I? Are you asking what I'm doing with Avalon? I help manage the pro teams and make sure they're ready and everything for the NACT. NACT team manager, baby. I was chatting with Avalon, making sure they're all good to go. They said you're in for a surprise, chat. You better be ready for this. Unless BTK has some something crazy up their sleeve. Oh, that's a cool. Sir Stoner, what's up? What's up, dude? We ain't got nothing. Woo! I got water today, chat. What's going on? I wish there was an awkward emoji. Like a... Yo, Monkey D. Luffy. TOB did win already. Yeah, you can kind of see it above my head. Yeah. Make myself a little bit tinier. Line myself up here. Yeah, TOB won. TOB won. We're going to be pulling Avalon versus BTK here. But something is going on. Something is going on. Uh-oh. Never mind. We're good. Everybody at BTK is ready. Is Trax in here? Yo! You thought Bloodhounds would be better? Would have done better? Yeah. I was actually in the VC. I was in the VC with KOF, man, and KOF was ready. I mean, they keep throwing all these curveballs, man. Like they're hyped, man. They're on like a high streak, right? Like they're not really too worried about like losing to TOB or BTK. I mean, a lot of teams have come to the conclusion that like it's really hard to beat some of those teams, but Avalon though Avalon took a game against TOB and in there. I thought they would do a little bit better against TOB, but TOB is like, they're a god squad at this point. Picking up Zia? Like, bro, Zia's like literally brought, between Zia and best player and the combination of Shark and Hoon, Milo's actually doing well as well. Being able to hold their own. They're kind of like an all-star team at this point, but I want to see what other teams can definitely bring. Like Avalon's been training. It is going to be Zane versus Cardi. Right here, baby. Right here. It's like, what happened to my Discord? Yo, the crazy thing is like TOB they're still in their VC like talking it out, bro. They're still in their VC talking it out. Who's playing next? We got BTK versus Avalon. Like a really anticipated match here. You think Avalon? I gotta reset the poll. Hold on. I gotta reset the poll.
Welcome back, everyone. We just got finished with the TheOhioBrothers versus Knights of Fate, and with the TheOhioBrothers taking the win.
All of the top 3 teams have an original BTK member.
Let's take a look at our cast predictions and what we.
It is true.
On who may take this.
It is true.
I chose the BloodThristyKings
gonna
as they have
take
been
game
holding their spot in second and been doing an amazing job. But
Okay,
like
Trex, Avalon? UA Avalon? Okay.
Well,
Yeah, Chicken Rome. I was in the same boat. I was like, ah.
Even with some of the changes that they've made to their roster, the numbers kind of speak in their favor. But I mean, we have some differing opinions on there, Weezy.
Yeah, we do. I mean, no surprise with UA, but Trex trying to claw his way up, trying to catch up to me, as I'm the only one ahead of him so far. And then we see you tied Private alongside Eunice. So I'm trying to catch up to you. I think we're only one away, but we keep agreeing on the same thing, so I don't think I'll ever catch up to you.
Yeah.
Avalon has Cardi.
Yes, guys.
BTK
Alright,
Cardi,
okay,
BTK
fine,
Victor,
you know,
whatever
we
you,
can talk
however you
right
want to call him,
now.
Victor.
Yeah, it's been some amazing games here. This
Kind of saw the L from TOB after yesterday. Hey, you tried your best, man. TOB's just looking like a god squad at this point.
Behind the Ohio Brothers.
The Ohio Brothers did.
Versus menu.
The Ohio Brothers did. BTK did.
A few minutes.
Yes. And
Avalon
now the
did.
battle begins. BTK versus Avalon.
She voted for BTK. Cardi God.
Like I was gonna say, like this is kind of, I don't want to say a grudge match, but there is a lot of history between these teams, between these players here. Victor,
Looking Victor.
It's been the big news. The former BTK member, a member of
Valley did.
Legendary M3 BTK team. Gonna be here on the side of Avalon.
Yeah,
Most anticipated match.
If we break it down a little bit, right? Victor.
I gotta share this.
has
I gotta
been
share
playing the
this.
professional scene recently, but now taking a step back, has former world experience and definitely a vital part of the team.
I gotta post
So far,
this.
we've been seeing him competing, and he's done phenomenal.
Let me
right?
post this.
Just on point, cutting around and doing what the team needs to give them the slightest advantage, especially when we saw them go up against Area 77. Now, looking at BTK, okay, a little bit of a roster change, right? You notice they don't have Joy Baj over there. They don't have Warrior, so they don't really have what we traditionally see them use as a roamer. They're gonna possibly sub in Chicken to possibly fill that role. We all know he kind of shines better in other positions. We didn't really see the strongest performance
Trying to,
from
like,
him yesterday, but
write this
overall,
up
as
real
a
fast.
team, they still dominated, and I think it just boils down to synergy with them all playing together almost every day. It's something that you really can't beat unless you have time.
Well, when we're talking about kind of shakeups, I almost want to say, as far as kind of shaking it up and having somebody be flexible, if there was anybody I was going to pick on the Bloodthirsty Kings, it would be Chicken. M3, he played marksman role. Ever since M3 and beyond there, he's been in the XP lane, and he's played both of those roles very good. So if there's anybody I would be looking to get flexible to actually have success in an even, which I don't think it's a new role for him, but if you want somebody to have
I'm trying to
success
post
there,
this
I would
chat.
go for Chicken, because he seems to be a
Winner.
little bit more fluid in where he can fit in and where he can have
versus
success. On the other side,
Winner of
we have Toinks. He's no slouch in the roam position. I believe last season he was the roam for Ackerman as well, so he does know the position. But I want to say, for me, Arvel, I want to say those are some big shoes to fill when it comes up to this top of the mountain. The top 2 teams in North America, we're going to see if Avalon can duplicate the success they had against Area 77 here.
All right, let's get it,
against, I mean,
fam.
arguably,
Let's get it.
strongest teams here in North America.
Yeah, some excellent points there, right? Even though Chicken's not traditionally seen on the roam,
Someone hit
one
me.
thing that we have
Someone
to
hit me with the Pepe Prey.
on the playing field is shot calling. I definitely feel it's a vital part when it comes to helping BTK close out these victories, and you're gonna have to watch out for it. As
The
we are gonna go
Pepe
ahead and see the
Prey.
first bans be finalized. Kadita, Boxia, Fredrin taken off the table for Avalon. On the
Is
other side of
Toink?
the table,
Yes,
well,
correct.
Explore,
P. Mitchell,
Kadita,
yes, you're
and
correct. Yes, yes, yes.
Interesting here, we were talking before, when it came to the last draft, it felt like the priority was on those
Yato
XP
getting up the
because
Navaria.
it almost
Dude,
seems like the
securing
first person to get the pick has at least
securing
had one
Martis,
answer, and
securing
that is a
Valentina,
dominating performance in the
huge.
XP lane, at the very least. Here, Bloodthirsty Kings kind of
What haircut? I want this haircut. I'm gonna end up fading my sides and having them more predominant.
Ability, which we've seen, especially in the
Brandon, yo.
able to kind of burn people down.
Also, if you guys didn't know, we have a Discord server that's doing a giveaway for a Neo skin. Definitely join it up. If you guys want access to possibly getting a Neo skin, join the NAAT.
Valentina, and then that early game pressure from Martis.
Right, and I mean, it's no secret, right? MLBBN, definitely one of the best farmers when it comes to jungling for North America, and you're going to have to find a way to kind of disrupt his path. If he gets comfortable, he definitely can be a problem. Now, looking at what we see slotted in, we have the Martis with the Valentina, and I like that composition, right? You have the Terrify, you can stop people from invading your jungle, and you also have the Martis with the Mortal Coils for the chain CC, so you can pretty much guarantee that at least they can get their buffs when it comes down to it. Something
Let's
that I
get
noticed
this, baby.
top teams go against BTK, such as TOB, they like to focus on stopping Zane in the jungle. Usually you see the roamer kind of mirror where he goes and always keeps an eye on him.
You're
That
Kevin?
could be
You don't know why your
possible gameplay for
YouTube's not
Avalon.
working?
I'm excited to see
You
where
gotta
this
send
goes.
me proof, man.
Victor
Hit me up
Knight
on Discord.
has been on MLBBN's team before, but now he's pitted
What's
against
the
them,
score? 0-0.
and maybe he can provide some valuable assets that the team needs to take him down.
We just stepped into it.
The one
Bald
thing
hair?
where I've seen where Victor shines
I'm a real
is his
BTK fan.
ability to kind of multitask.
Trex, I'm sponsored by Avalon. I'm an Avalon fan now.
Get into almost every single fight, and when he's not,
I'm a sponsored streamer by Avalon.
something. He's clearing a lane. He's pushing a tower.
Does
and then
MLBBN
he's
wanna
able
sponsor
to
me?
Kind of find his way back there, maybe at the end, to kind of get a flank on the team there. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes. You brought up that a lot of the compositions that people like, the ones that have had success against BTK have been those ones that stop his farming. His biggest attribute is his ability to get gold. Even when he's behind, he's always farming, always on farming. The enemy jungle.
I'm an everybody fan.
Kind of a good plan here because you have in that a Martis, somebody who
I don't
shines
remember
in the early
saying,
game,
"Come on,
maybe
BTK." I don't know.
pressure on the jungle of Zane in the early game.
Don't set me up, man.
To the second banning phase.
Don't set me up.
That's right, and I mean, we are seeing both fighters on the table so far. The Terizla put up against the
Hee
Uranus.
hee.
Both fighters that kind of dominate in their lane, right? You have the Uranus who has high mobility.
I was telling
survivability,
BTK to come
definitely
on
cut
because
those
they're
lanes.
taking too long.
You have the Terizla who can fight up close and personal and also has set potential. Drops down with the penalties.
What
on,
up,
open
Stoner?
up
The Valley,
engagements.
dude.
Both both sides have answers.
BTK, Dad.
Marksman has been
Avalon, Dad.
BTK, they are going to pick up this Brody. They picked it up a little early, but it definitely can profit, right? You're looking at a full.
Oh yeah, I've lost a lot of weight, bro.
Or the Valentina has to kind of play a little up close and personal outside of the IMU. And speaking of
I actually
the IMU,
need to.
Too many ultimates so far on the playing field.
I'm gonna rinse out this bottle real fast. BRB.
Yeah, but that's not all that the Valentina could bring, and that's kind of the problem with picking up a Valentina is when the enemy has Valentina, you have to kind of work against that. You have to kind of pick abilities that she won't be able to really shine off of, and then you also have to worry about the mobility and the damage that she brings from that mid to late game. Ooh, Mobazane, and this is something that I think a lot of people have been wanting to see. There's been critiques about how he only goes for tanky junglers, but man, is his Paquito a treasure to behold when it comes to a lot of these fights. He has the mechanical ability.
I need my popcorn right now, chat.
See what the answer we have.
I need my popcorn.
And this is kind of looking similar.
The draft's always slow, bro.
Aggravate one, and they had the Paquito, and Chicken ran this Edith as well, and it profited. They dominated that match, and they were able to push forward a complete sweep. This is a different team, though. This is Avalon, who's a little bit higher on
Paquito, Edith, Uranus. Uranus is going to be a problem. They're going with Paquito, jungle.
Complete this draft. Basic is going to go ahead and slot up that
I guess they're kind of thick, right?
So what I'm seeing from Avalon here is we have a pretty
Martis has a couple targets, right? Martis has Bruno, or not Bruno, Brody, and Navaria. But Navaria is really far back, so like they're gonna have to overextend.
How the Navaria is played, I almost feel like Navaria's got a decent amount of kit to be able to kind of create.
They have a decent they have slow, they have solid CC.
What else are you left with on the
kind of thick.
Heroes. You've got Brody there, but he's gonna be able to go ahead, throw that stun on the
Oh yeah, Trek said it best right there. Like, this is solely up to how well of a tank Chicken can be.
Right now, Weezy.
That's right, we are ready as we are now jumping into game number 1. BTK up against Avalon.
Tarzan, Guapo versus Zane.
We'll go on to the winners finals. The other team will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
Chicken always delivers.
Yeah, a lot of history here between all of these players. Basic and Victor used to have played with Zane before. You can see Zane already coming in here down to his purple buff, and a lot of pressure already from Avalon.
That team is so thick.
Doesn't make diamonds though. Chicken is gonna flicker out just in time. Almost caught an early death.
Chicken already being pressured. See, the problem is if Chicken can't defend Zane, I think Avalon's gonna take advantage of that.
Is trying to get some pressure, get some cuts, but Avalon kind of taking the opposite approach.
Yeah, Chicken on Kufra, I was like, ugh.
Trying to cut lanes. Immediately,
wild.
You're gonna have Avalon going in there and trying to put some pressure on the Zane, so now you're gonna have T. He's gonna be thinking about this every single time he wants to cut lane. He's gonna need to ensure that he has made.
Man, I wish I had some popcorn right now.
Made it safe for his,
why isn't Fallen playing? They subbed out Fallen for Guapo. They're trying to. Avalon's making like a dream team, bro.
But Avalon's still playing pretty safe. Nobody's fallen so far. Still anybody's game.
You haven't eaten anything?
Know this can change in the
I'm hungry too.
We've seen TOB, a team that kind of dominates and closes in the early game, but we got to see how BTK kind of fares, especially with the new additions and the substitutions.
No, Mobazane putting on some damage.
Yeah, definitely putting on some damage.
I mean, BTK Stool right now is zaning.
We gotta see where it goes.
I actually think that they still might not have enough time for Bosch to get his visa. He might be in the offline tournament, but I don't know about the online here.
When it comes to survivability, both of them have that at the table, right? You have the BMI from the Claude when they do.
Yeah, if there's a time to set BTK back, it's right now. BTKs are already going to LA. I mean, they've secured 2 top
things are not in your favor. So I love what I'm seeing so far. Textbook drafting from both teams.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting, but I guess Zane trusts Chicken more than he trusts Warrior.
Which is where Paquito sometimes has some problems. Whether you're going to be getting feared from Demon on this,
and they benched him, so I don't know.
Objective, but we do know, we've seen it before. BloodThristyKings, they play to their strengths. There's a lot of times where their early game isn't great, but they are still constantly macroing up, getting that gold, and doing what they need to do to make sure that when they hit their power spikes, they are basically an unstoppable snowball rolling down the hill. Still no kills in the 3-minute mark.
you know, and still no kills, but Avalon was able to get that turtle to give him that additional XP.
Whoever gets the first blood is going to be a huge,
BTK is still
huge
leading.
thing.
They're still able to kind of find answers across the table to even up the playing field. You know, I really want to see how this plays out, right? But Avalon, they're doing okay. BTK, same thing. It's just going to boil down to who makes that first mistake. Looking at the marksmen, I would probably put some
BTK is
pressure in the
definitely
gold
like
lane for both sides.
laning.
Try and take down the ADC. I think that's where you start, but look at Basic already clearing out that farm to be able to rotate around the map and try and outscale ISO.
Well, I mean, even though he said fuck turtle, right? Like, he's still, like, BTK is still up by a couple hundred gold. Ooh, they're going in. They're going in. They're backing out, though.
Ooh,
they backed out. Oh, they're going to go for a Toinks, though. Ooh, they made him overextend. He flickered.
Demon Chicken does kind of help him out, kite the damage, and allow ISO to go back for the
recall. What the fuck? Yo, look at T. So look at T.
A bit of a visit into the Avalon base.
Look at T.
With Uranus, big fight happening here at mid.
Yeah, Zane getting a little bit of an overextension, maybe costly, very low. Flicker in from Demon, securing first blood, takes
T's
down
just still there.
The jungler for BTK.
First blood Avalon.
Yeah, if
first blood Avalon.
Before, if
huge.
There was a time for an upset to happen on BTK. This would be it, where you
Yo,
have some heroes not in the complete.
Whoa!
Not on their most comfortable heroes. T just chilling, taking a little bit of a.
That boy he just took a tea break. We like to call that the tea break.
Right now, but speaking of cannons,
that boy's taking a tea break right now. He sat down his phone. He sat down his phone, picked up the teacup. You know.
That means both marksmen have fallen, but again, another turtle going to Avalon.
That's what we call the tea break.
Yeah, another turtle, and
the,
right now
the tea break's still going.
We're talking about the early game, that one minion, the hero minion.
The tea break's still going.
Uranus up there. Chicken, I was about to say, Chicken having a little bit of a rough of an early game, but like I said, this kind of composition, we're kind of looking for the mid game to kind of be able to pop off. When we're comparing the marksman here right now, I would say
AFKT, BTKT,
Brody. Claude still looking for that first item.
Yo, he is still there.
Looks like he might be going for a demon hunter or possibly.
He is still there, bro.
As well, but gold not too far ahead.
Yo, that boy, he's not. What is he doing? That boy is chilling.
Farming and survivability. You've seen that BMI in full effect from Basic, able to get out just in time before a set happened from Chicken.
Wow,
now,
what is this play, bro?
From Basic, so yes, he'll be able
Let
to
him cook, bro, huh?
Higher HP hero pools.
That boy hitting the.
Looking at ISO though, right? You said he picked up that Blade of Heptases, which means he's trying to get that early aggressive stance and quick kickoff with that burst damage. So
that boy is taking a tea break. He's been there forever.
The last series that we watched only lasted like what, a 10-minute game? We're already 6 minutes in.
What in the world is going on?
Yeah. Textbook and drawn out, which is what you like to see. It lets you know these teams are focusing on what matters, the neutral objectives, and playing it safe.
Is the music too loud, chat?
Right now is that we're not able to.
I could turn it off too if you want.
And a huge play to take.
You don't mind the music.
Possibly. You're gonna see Tarzan force him out though. Chicken in the middle of the battlefield. Demon is gonna find ISO, but ISO takes down Toinks. As he falls, Chicken will flicker backwards, still hitting
level 10.
Victor in the Primal Wrath, but now Basic with the Blade Duet into the back line, maybe able to take down Chicken. There goes one. BMI's out of the turret,
is that not starving Yato?
So while we're having this success on Avalon, there's something you need to factor in.
Right? Is that not starving Yato?
Is up for B5 because T is just steadily sitting here getting farmed up. Now, what you have to
that boy finally just left.
Presence? Are you creating enough distance between you and BTK before T starts getting
involved? Yato has to be like.
Once he starts getting involved in a lot of these fights.
There goes T on the Uranus.
But look how strong T is already.
He sustains all of that damage.
Look how strong T is, bro. That dude is a tank.
That's what I was talking about. He's been sitting up there gathering gold.
He's already level 11.
They've been focusing, trying to make BloodThristyKings pay, but now when we start evening this out, once it becomes
what in the world? That boy just took on the whole team of Avalon, brushed off, and then left.
The map so far. Things that are working in Avalon's favor is they took both, they took the turret on the top side, and that mid lane is hanging on by a hair. Right now, BTK is having a little bit of a struggle, taking these neutral objectives, taking these turrets, and they gotta find a way to turn this around, because so far this is in Avalon's favor.
I want to say, like, when it comes to the XP lane, that T's doing a good job of playing Victor's game, where Victor kind of shines in the meta when it comes to kind of cutting.
Ooh, he retried him.
He's just doing it faster.
Why do you waste that
retry?
retry?
A big engagement happening here at the purple buff, though.
That's right.
That was a little bad call by Tarzan right there. He utilized the retry on Zane.
The Jungle King for North America. So far,
and he didn't really get anything out of it.
Scoreboard, 8 minutes
like he should have waited to invade that blue. Oh my God, Chicken! No.
May turn around in the mid lane as you are seeing
Chicken came in on Victor.
Has been procced to use the penalty zone to get out.
Ooh, Tarzan's low now too.
Does not escape the wrath of Moba Zane.
No, Stella's interview is after this.
Can he get another basic? We'll claim the turret on the top side though. That will be.
Oh, basic wasn't in there though.
Even more of the map opening up for Avalon's favor.
Yeah, are we going to be able to convert some of these kills into a tower?
And Stella's in her interview next after this.
And this is their chance, right? It's just Demon in the mid lane, but you are starting to see them sandwich in. Huge knockup on a basic. Demon finds Moba Zane. Yato finds basic. 3 members down for Avalon. 1 member down for BTK. Yato with a double kill is going to find Demon. Scoreboard is now 5-5.
What I want to know is, does Basic have Demon Hunter yet? Like, because I feel like Demon Hunter is going to be huge for him to pick up early.
Is a huge tank here at about the same level as Zane, and look at him.
Change it to Stella interview.
Purple buff, not letting Did he get that? Okay. Tarzan's still able to get it. I was about to say, if that got sniped by Yato, that would have been a huge, like, a tone set for Avalon.
You know, right now, I feel like this is kind of a battle of the mid lane and the mages. I mean, look at Demon, 3-1-1, and on the opposite side of the playing field, Yato's 2-0-3. Both of them leading the way for kills on their teams. Definitely what you want to do. We've seen Demon kind of be
I might have changed the title of the
mages
stream
when it comes to the NACT season, but Yato at the top of the ladder, he's giving them a run for his money. It's kind of like they're kind of trading an eye for an eye so far, but you are going to see Demon falling once. Yato still hasn't died.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing here is while some people on the BTK have some kills, Yato hasn't died, still getting golded up there. Oh, they're actually in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, they're risking it all, trying to take down Victor. Torn apart memories goes down. The chase from T to secure the kill takes him down. Victor has fallen. But
the problem is that I think Tarzan might lack with
a back to safety. Phone home as BTK has invaded their jungle.
Ooh, a little bit. I don't want to say
this is a wild game, bro.
Decided to kind of try to chase down Tarzan. When
Stella's the one and only, chat.
It's almost kind of like a double-edged sword. Who are you gonna
Nobody can replace her.
Somebody who's got the movement speed of Demon on that Valentina, or are you gonna try to go for Tarzan?
Got to give the MVP to Stella.
His way away from any CC that you could put on him. But in answer to that, now they are starting that macro push that BTK has been for, and that snowball effect starting to take its way here at the 11-minute mark.
It's crazy that
I think it's fair to say that BTK has flipped this around in
what's
their favor,
what's Chicken
right?
stats looking like, chat?
To have the advantage in this match.
He's 1-1-4. He's not getting farmed.
Once working for them is now working against them, as we are going to see this Lord push his way through the mid lane.
Yeah, well,
dude, I think that T staying in the back there for that long was insane. Uranus is always a pain, bro. A pain. Ooh,
not gonna escape the torn apart memories as ISO is gonna secure the kill. Eyes on the prize. And gonna go ahead and claim that tier 2 turret on the top side. This is not looking good. BTK has found their rhythm, and Avalon needs to find a way to shut it down.
Yeah, and it's all started with that camp out from T in the Avalon base here. We're going ahead, starting to put some moves on the bottom turret.
Whoa, conceal play, and the set Chicken coming alive takes down Basic. But the battle on the purple buff Demon is gonna find ISO, finds the ADC for BTK.
Demon's solid right now, but the Martis is struggling a bit.
Damage, just showing you the power of this Uranus as the Astro Echo
with Basic
goes
stats,
out from Yato.
he's 1-3-1. Yeah, Basic's lacking a little bit. Chicken's doing a good job, man. The Edith is just nasty. Dude, Tarzan low. The combination of Edith and Uranus, bro, is just too much. Oh my God, Victor!
He's not careful. Immortality
The
has
Winter's Transient or the lightning. lightning Trinity in there that just procced on him and killed him. Demon's an insane mid laner. I'm enjoying watching Demon.
One-man army versus 3 members of Avalon.
Yeah, nonetheless, this is still a good match, right? 13 minutes in, 8-6, not a high kill game, just a battle of mechanics and a battle of the objectives. So far, BTK still having a little bit of the cutting edge, but Avalon, they are looking promising. You know, as we kind of trickle into the late game, it may work in their favor as we are now seeing some of the items pop up on the board.
What's it doesn't tell us the damage of Edith. Oh, you mean just overall looking at her damage? Yeah. Edith is tankable and does a decent amount of damage. Also has the sustainability, like the sustainability of the Uranus and the Edith combined right now is being a complete nuisance. And not only that, the Uranus got level like what 11 at 7 minutes. I do think that maybe coming into oh my god.
Demon takes out ISO finds basic before he falls.
Oh,
yo.
I mean, a double kill. Clear that mid turret. Clear that mid turret. I don't know if they'll be able to get it. I don't think they're going to be able to get the Lord though right now. Both gold lanes are down. Demon's the only one with damage right now, right? And Demon's not there. Demon's coming in. Oh, yo, Victor's dead.
He knows it's gonna take a lot
Victor,
to burst him down. He's just
nope, maybe. Yeah, he got out. That was a good. But oh man, it baited into points fell. Ooh, Zane! Demon shut down Zane! Tarzan, get out of there! Ooh.
Very low. T on the chase. Demon and basic to allow him to get back to safety.
Still a pretty even game. I don't want to say that BloodThristyKings.
Yo, this is back and forth, back and forth, chat.
What we're looking for now is who can take this next fight and get an advantage on the Lord. Both teams missing a person, so it's going to be a 4v4 fight.
Demon playing like Prime Hugh, yeah, 100%.
As a team fight goes, you need to have an answer for T.
I'm rooting for anybody, but I am kind of sponsored by Avalon now.
Yes, it is on the way.
I mean, I'm one of their content creators. I'm not on the pro team or anything. I'm sponsored via that way.
Taking a lot of damage. Chicken.
So they do a lot for me in the back end for my content.
But on the bottom lane, T very low, still able to sustain himself with the consecration, gets back out and gets back up to 50%.
Always gonna
HP.
be a BTK fan, but
I was talking about T, one-man army zoning out the entirety of Avalon with that Uranus able to take.
I just like to see that there's another team, like there's another team that is being put on the board other than BTK and other than TOB, right? Like it's nice that we have we get to diversify like who we're rooting for.
Right, and you know, they are a team known to be able to close it out with just that at the 16-minute mark.
But again, I mean, BTK is always,
but it still may be a possible one if Avalon
always
is
such
not
a
careful.
good team too, right?
Conceal play are gonna probably try and get a pick off, but a little bit of a wasted opportunity. But nonetheless, they still have the Lord to work in their favor.
I like being on the edge of my seat and watching a game that's just a total thrashing, you know? Because it's 10-9, but the gold lead is decently leaning towards BTK.
Yeah, they are going to go ahead and take the mid inhibitor as well, leaving the bottom by itself, but now trying to seize the opportunity for some possible kills.
Road to 300 views
from basic. But BTK still maintaining their focus and presence inside of the base for Avalon. Do they pull their punches?
I didn't get to see any of the items, but what ISO's 3-4, so it's not. It's mainly just T right now. T is doing an insane job with this Uranus. To be honest, I think Uranuses just need to be like banned. Are they gonna push the turret? Oh my god, Demon almost got sniped. They're trying to hold it off. They're all here. They could push. Ooh, basic. Ah, basic got taken up by Mobile Zane. Demon. Trying to stay alive.
That is going to be a 1-for-3 trade. Finds Demon.
Oh no, they weren't able to get any of BTK.
For the two-man connection on a Victor and Tarzan.
GG's.
Immortality has been procced. The emote is out from Chicken. You were once my friend, but you are now
what
my
a flicker by Chicken.
Goes Tarzan, a full wipeout for BTK, claiming victory in game 1 against Avalon.
Holy.
Once BTK BTK, they had a little bit of a problem with the early game. They were waiting to get farmed up. This is a team who understands.
That boy said BTK and pop tracks.
That they know when those power spikes are coming. They know when they start having these team fights. They held off. They were starting to take a
I don't think it's interview time just yet. Because Trek splitting the
getting farmed up, getting all of those items that he needed, and once they had the advantage, once they knew those spikes were gonna hit, it was a downhill there for.
I think Stella has to wait till like after
it's
this.
definitely a good match though, right? I wouldn't say it was one-sided, but slowly started working into BTK's favor.
I'm rooting for Avalon too, so
after that 15-minute mark, they're just able to kind of slowly take these objectives in their favor. You mentioned T.
Don't hate me. Don't hate me or T-Rex. We're out here having a solid competition.
To delay the team from pushing out and creating the opportunity to see some real estate for BTK, as we are seeing it 15-10 on the scoreboard.
I was about to say, there's no way that T doesn't get the rich guy for this one. He was basically camping out. He saw an open window in the house of Avalon, was inside there, eating all their food, sleeping in their beds, messing with their tables there. And you can
Private's a savage.
This is where Basic goes in, tries to get this blazing duet.
The Peppa Pig.
Gets annihilated. Watch at the bottom here. Basic goes in, blazing duet, and the
I gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Quickly takes him out, and MLBBBNA puts the finishing touches on him. Just an amazing and dominating push there for
Did
BTK.
Stella already go?
That's what we call
let me check the live feed real fast. Is Stella in there already?
Look at Yato, the snipe from afar, takes down Demon. Just some beautiful synergy from the number 2 team.
Oh no, Stella's still frozen, so she's still here.
Yeah, and then you can see here,
Stella's still frozen.
707.
The GTA crew.
Damage taken, I believe. I'm not sure. Yeah, T20, 200.
Shout me out because I'm from the West.
All BTK.
Sofa King.
Like you said,
is it like a Sofa King?
Exactly
like
a steam roll. But I want to say that there weren't too many points where BTK felt like they were out of their strategy.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest things that has to happen, right? When you have the advantage in the early game, you have to be able to control it and keep it. And we just didn't see that. We just
1 second, chat.
Seeing it slip out of their fingers, and they weren't able to catch it back. And when you have that advantage, you gotta play passive. Wait for BTK to make more mistakes. You already have the advantage. No need to overextend because they're not a team that really makes too many mistakes. So when they make one, you have to profit on it and still play patiently.
I almost want to say I'm of the opposite mind because for me, if you have a Uranus in your base and you've made the decision, all right, Uranus is in our base, I don't want to have everybody go back there, then you need to punish BTK. You need to put that pedal to the metal. You need to make sure that you make it worth it because T is going to be a monster at some point, and you want to make sure that BTK is like down and out before he comes back. They were able to punish them, but they weren't able to transition a lot of those kills into many objectives. I think they only had 1 tower by the time T finally came online, and it wasn't too much for BTK to kind of turn that around and start the domination. So if you're going to allow something like that, you need to have a tit for tat. You need to have something that you're doing to make them pay for it.
I agree. I mean, when you looked at T inside of the base, right, he wasn't just cutting his minion. He was cutting the mid lane minion as well. So when you do that, you create so much opportunity for your mid lane to roam around.
Move my face out the way.
And, you know, with the tank mage synergy, it definitely works in their favor.
Someone was like trying to log into my Amazon account. Which one of you guys trying to log into my Amazon account?
Rotate around and make them pay.
Stella,
right?
won your heart.
The minions, so go get the kill, get the trade.
I was making sure it wasn't anybody in my house.
Yeah, and it's just
why is Blaj not playing? I can only imagine it's the visa problem. It was you, Stella?
I almost can make the argument
that
you want to get T out of your base.
Stella wants access to free shopping.
Like you said, you're creating that pressure in the 2 lanes. 2 lanes now don't have minions coming to them. So you've got mid pressure, you've got XP pressure. That's 2 people on the enemy team, or that's 2 people on the enemy team that are free to roam about while you have to answer it. You could make the argument for answering it or trying to make BTK play. Unfortunately, it's felt like Avalon didn't make the correct decision there, as a BTK just so
Avalon BTK,
and,
bro.
able to turn things around.
What's the percentage? Who put BTK at 69%? Oh, you made it 68. You made it 68.
You can go both ways, like you mentioned, but you have to make the decision fast. You can't take time and think about it because BTK is not going to give you that time to think about it. You just got to respond. right?
BloodThristyKings is a analyst, yeah.
Something that looked promising for Avalon is it wasn't a one-sided story. Yes, there were things that worked in BTK's favor, but there were things that we've seen work in Avalon's favor as well. The early game, they were looking nice. They took the first 2 turtles. They took the first turret as well.
What'd you say? You said, what is Tarzan looking like a Hispanic Zane?
Able to kind of delay 2 of those lanes. They're able to rotate it around, even it up, and then take the advantage.
That's hilarious.
Maybe even not allowing them to get the Uranus could be a possible answer.
It's a ghost in my house, and I missed the comment. BloodThristyKings, what is up with BTK's photos?
Well, and that's why I said I really kind of
faces and not bodies.
From a BTK
I don't know, bro.
He basically, like, I want to say, like, the big thing about Victor is he kind of played, well, most of his XP games, or where he was noteworthy, was from N3. A meta where you
already got gaps.
Esmeralda were basically king of the hill when it came to
the XP 20
INR.
Much love, much love. I think that's what, like 25 cents. Thank you for the super chat.
Match that, but we're gonna do it just harder. Uranus isn't just gonna cut a lane; he's gonna be inside the enemy base.
Thank you. I actually deal as an accountant. I deal with a lot of INR currency.
First picks, they kind of had it matched up where I definitely want to see a lane here from Avalon. Kind of.
I remember when someone was like asking me to send out like 3 million yen, and I was like,
we're gonna see though if they can have
3 million yen. What do you even mean?
While Uranus does have that dominating,
I was like, that's insane. Shouldn't we ask like the CEO if we could just send out 3 million yen?
He has trouble climbing that hill.
And then I learned the conversion.
Yeah, and speaking of things, the draft on the way, Zane is going to go ahead and pick up that Fredrin, something that he's kind of been known to dominate on. Definitely can work in their advantage. Another interesting thing is the Kaja being slotted in. It wasn't banned out this time.
What up, Kevin?
Suppression will be on the table. Now, this time, Avalon has the Uranus. You got to see how they respond.
Got the kitty cat. She came in. She woke up.
We know when you see the Uranus, the goal is to outcut and create the space for the opportunity in the engagements.
I almost feel like maybe because my biggest question here was how was
Avalon picked up the Uranus though.
Success here as a roam as he has in other lanes here, and that he had yesterday. What Chicken has done in answer to maybe not being as comfortable on
is your love meter down?
I'll play fighters in the roam position, heroes that I know how to play, and I'll put that in the roam position. Maybe that's something that we can like punish him for if we're on the side of Avalon. Start getting a little rotations a little faster, start getting that vision that we need, and maybe punish him for heroes that don't exactly have.
This is my white tiger, chat.
Here.
She's a little feisty white tiger.
The Fredrin and the Kaja. We're gonna have a nice bit of CC. I'm wondering if the Kaja, if that's going to be.
Yeah, NA has been changing.
It's gonna be very interesting to see how we kind of pull that off here. Going for a little bit more of a thicker lineup from the side of Avalon. We've got the Heart Guard from the Angela here. That's gonna kind of subset this tankier lineup from them.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? You're looking at a very sustainable
white wild tiger, and it's the prime natural. You're nervous again?
And then you stack it up with an
Did you get some special hydration, Stella?
The later this goes, the beefier they'll get. So they're definitely going to be something more of a tank burster.
Oh shoot, I see you. I see you.
Now, looking at the Farza, this is interesting, right? I mean, Avalon kind of has answers for it. You have mobility when it comes to the fight engagements.
Stella's actually on camera now.
The Uranus to try and get down there and delay that feather airstrike.
I'm waiting on her to see the stream and then smile, because there ain't no way that she can't smile. We've never seen Stella before, no.
Could work in their favor to get to Yato when it comes to that late game, because they like to play it slow, right? The last game, it wasn't a 10-minute.
Not yet. Let me see, G.
What, 17 minutes? Which means I'm expecting them to take this.
You guys will see her soon.
Advantage as they can and draw this out to the late game. Maybe what we see again if history repeats itself.
The only thing I see here right now that kind of worries me is we've picked up Uranus, Angela, and Boxia. We haven't even picked up a mage yet, and we already have 3 heroes that have magic damage on the team. So what are we gonna do?
Ooh, Avalon.
Possibly change that out.
Yo, are they gonna go? They need damage now, but I guess Boxia could do that.
Basically letting BloodThristyKings kind of focus on one part of defense that it comes out to. It's going to be very interesting here. We have the last bans here. I was definitely expecting that carry ban out there too, especially when you've got that thicker lineup. Carry who can use that speedy light wheel, burst through that true damage that she can do to tank your heroes, especially when it comes to the late game, is just super detrimental.
Trex, you want to open a Minecraft server, bro?
Next picks.
I think Claude, it definitely could be a good answer. Hey, right? You need somebody to kind of burst down the beat.
I feel like Trex would want to open a Minecraft server.
Now, Claude could work on both sides of the table, though, which is why I think it would probably benefit them to pick it up. But no, they're going to go for the Brody. That would have been my second option. I think it's still a great survivable hero. It has the burst potential and the late game presence. But now the question is...
I know. I was like, I feel like I remember Trex having a Minecraft server.
You have the Farza. You can rotate to the side lanes. You have mobility. Drop down the feathered airstrike. Possibly get a pickoff. Avalon does respond, though. They are going to secure this Beatrix.
Yeah, we have the... Okay.
I'll be down.
So, I'm going to assume...
Oh, shit. $15. That'd be easy for us, eh?
By Avalon to... Because, I mean, Angela, and not a lot of people know this, but her early game is actually pretty crazy. With the stacks that she can put on from the wave that she puts out, not only heals your teammates, but it puts stacks on the enemy where they just start taking more and more damage. Once you start getting into that early game, she can actually surprise a lot of people, and you're gonna have a global presence with her. Now that we know that it's gonna probably be mid there, I do like the draft a lot better here. On the other side, BTK, he's gonna go ahead and pick up Dyroth. We haven't seen a good old-fashioned Dyroth counter to Uranus in a while, but it is a counter. We're gonna see if it kind of lands up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
Why do I want to say that, Stoner?
It definitely can stop Victor.
Why do I want to say that, bro?
Early burst damage, you can take him down and punish him, but if not played correctly, if you see them get the early game farm, it could be a potential problem, right? If that Uranus can't
MLBB Fred. Oh man.
Last game, but ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into Avalon up against BTK.
Dude, they went Dyroth?
Number 2 of stage 3, day 2. Currently BTK at match point.
Yeah, I want to say, like, when it comes to, like, the casters' predictions and stuff, even though, like, some of ours were going towards BTK, I think a lot of us agreed that...
Wow, they are just going thick.
This would be where it would be.
They're just being thick.
Uncomfortable heroes, and it's all on Avalon to kind of make that true. You can see here, T actually taking a load of damage from the duo of Victor and Demon.
Yeah, definitely punishing him. Not a good look so far in the early game, but he still hasn't fallen, so... Definitely gonna have to keep our eyes on the XP lane. But so far, right, we gotta see how Yato plays into this with the Farza. He does have the advantage considering he's going up against the Angela when it comes to bursting them down with the feathered airstrike. But speaking of burst, Chicken caught by Demon.
No.
First blood in the hands of Avalon.
And that might have been a little bit of that experience that we were talking about. Chicken, maybe not.
I want a game 3, baby. I want a game 3. Bring it to me.
To do to kind of keep himself out of harm's way while
still Tarzan getting hurt. Oh, they're putting a lot of pressure on the Twinks, though. I feel like this Farja might be a huge problem.
Suffering an appraiser's wrath for their troubles.
And you know something that we gotta mention too?
Yo, what a micro there by Zane.
This is MLBB Fred, right?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
The gank on the way.
Oh, he got the minion. He got the minion though.
That is insane. As MLBB Zane draws the kill, evening up the scoreboard 1-1.
So fast and bloodthirsty. It was a bloodthirsty Kings sandwich down there, and they were able to take down Basic before he was able to say, "I'm not hungry."
And now Avalon, though, responding, will be able to secure the turtle. So they did get a trade off of that, right? We lost our gold lane, but at least we got the first neutral objective. Now, you don't want to keep losing your gold lane, though. You want them to be able to scale through time and kind of carry you guys through with these engagements. But so far, still 1-1, 2 minutes in. Who will be able to take charge of this game? As you are going to see, the finish race drops down with the wild charge. Ooh. Basic finds MLBB Zane. Now going to increase the kill lead in their favor for Avalon.
Yeah, and that kill,
I mean, that was a 4-man gank on a
so
Basic.
That kill. Basic takes a death and able to kind of regrow it back up there with a kill of his own. Up at the top here, this is what we were talking about. A good counter for Uranus, unless Dyroth starts getting behind, then he's going to have trouble. Not only that, but you're losing the optimal time that Dyroth has to counter because Dyroth is, oh my god, look at the damage.
Yeah, and that's what we kind of said. It's high risk, high reward, but when the Uranus has a better head start. He starts to scale a little bit more, and now T will have.
Oh, they retreat T or Yato. I just don't think they have
Yato
enough
out
damage,
from
man.
Tarzan, but he's still
You gotta know the
not
damage there,
allowing
right?
The full proxy of the lane.
Yeah, and this is the problem too, because he's got the early, he's trying to put some damage on the Victor, but he's got the early game, but he doesn't really shine. The Dairoth doesn't really shine in team fights. He's so squishy.
He did get the Canyon minion in a kill. Like, Slaughter, you're 100% correct. Like, even though it was still like a little rough. Victor, he got pulled in! The Hard Guard, get out of there, get out of there. Oh no, it's gonna get Demon now too. Tarzan too, no. Yeah.
Tarzan falls. T picking up a double on the Dairoth.
That's a tough play for Avalon. They had it for a second, but they waited too long to pull the trigger. BTK comes up with 4.
It's all up to basic, bro, to gap ISO.
Keep them updated. You saw that abyssal strike from Dairoth, able to kind of, he pretty much landed on the whole of Avalon there as we're chunking away at this bottom tower.
Yeah, and this is looking scary for ISO
chat,
so far.
bro.
Basic definitely just got fed off a strip off the turf. Our memories trying to seal the deal. Won't be able to take down Twinks.
Man, see, Tarzan just keeps retreating someone and not able to get a kill. Oh, dude, if they would have focused on fried chicken.
BTK, feather airstrike from Yato.
Oh my God,
Tarzan back with barely HP, but he survives to tell another story.
Oh man.
Unbelievable that nobody fell between
Yo.
both of these teams for that engagement. I do like the ability rotation by ISO, putting on a lot of
Hey, solo kill in the top lane. Solo kill in the top lane.
1v1, Victor takes down T. The Uranus takes down the Dairoth.
Oh man, this doesn't speak
Holy.
well. Like we said, early game usually goes to Dairoth.
Game
If
3,
you're losing
baby.
that
Game
early
3, game 3, game 3.
We saw in game 1 where Victor is going to start getting farmed up on this Uranus and become a monster through the mid game against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
And right now, 3-3 on the scoreboard. 5 minutes.
No game 3. BTK and Fox said no.
A turtle, so we can pretty much say they're even on the scoreboard. But
Are they? Do they keep saying that in the
top side? The 1v1 matchup. Victor is
you just guys want to see Stella.
Yeah,
Huh?
good job. You can see already that ISO having a little bit of a problem. He's about 1k gold behind the basic. He did take that little bit of an early kill. Bloodthirsty Kings had the idea at the beginning to start putting pressure at that bottom lane, but it does look like they've kind of waned on that, and basic is starting to get really farmed up. So you're going to have a problem when you have basic and Victor when it comes into this mid lane. No full items yet for either of those players yet, though.
Yeah, you mentioned basic, right? Already up 1,000 gold on top of ISO right now, and I think
What up, LP?
when he stripped all that gold off the turf.
What's
up?
up?
They're definitely gonna have to keep their eyes on him. He will be a deciding factor. But speaking of deciding factors, Divine Judgment going into the full team of BTK shuts down Twinks. ISO drawing the kill.
Yeah, I'm not usually a fan of trying to grab somebody like a Grok into that Divine Judgment, but when you have the 4 members of Bloodthirsty Kings, the target lock, the focus on it, they burst him down like he was a minion. Now we're gonna have a little problems, maybe T in trouble.
Yeah, it does get stunned from Demon. 2v1 is gonna miss the Abysm Strike. Tries to get out, but hit by the Cheese Bowl. Victor takes him down. T does fall, even up the scoreboard 4-4, but BTK claiming the next turtle.
Yeah, and it just seems like BTK's a little bit of a step ahead. They're losing, they're having problems with T and Dairoth, especially in that lane. They're Avalon is punishing BTK, but on the other side, BTK
two turrets, get out, back out, reposition. They take Zane mid, maybe?
Has done more damage when it comes to the map presence and objectives by the time these power spikes start to hit.
What I'm seeing by Avalon is that they're not really like cutting lanes, you know?
Pretty much the entire top side. He took the tier 2, he took the first turret as well. And he's definitely starting to scale against the other marksmen.
Oh, he got out. Oh my God, he got out.
With the wild charge and the hard guard escape.
Holy.
Yeah, and this is kind of the
See, BTK has all the damage. Avalon's like
has a problem sometimes when it comes
barely
to
holding the damage.
these, checking some of these bushes when his team isn't in a position to capitalize here. A little bit of
Ooh, the retry.
Yeah, T
Go in. Ah, bro.
Trying to give him the slightest advantage. We'll be able to claim the turret for the bottom lane.
Yeah, and unfortunately, T having
Oh, look at they're gonna respond in the top lane.
He's gonna
Twinks needs to get out of there.
Twinks may not be able to get out of there. Mova Zane
Oh
looking for a
no,
little
he had a
bit
flicker.
more. Forcing out the flicker from Twinks last minute, but turrets are falling.
Yeah, turrets are starting to fall.
Turrets are almost even. Avalon has one more, but ISO might be able to take this turret.
In the laning phase right now is free to kind of move about.
Oh, yo, can they? They can't do anything. They can't do anything.
ISO, he's just a one-man army for that
ISO's about to come in and now and clap. This is a battle. They don't want this. Tarzan, Rafi does get dragged back as the heart guard. Yo, the torn apart memories.
For the denial, we'll shut him down. Can't help this damage. T is gonna claim a turret.
The damage by BTK.
That is gonna be a 3-for-none trade in favor for BTK.
Yeah, a huge Appraiser's Wrath by MLBBNA.
Whoa!
And finally, T coming online, finally able to get that kill onto Victor's Uranus there. And it looks like BTK have finally found their stride in this game.
Yeah, they definitely found their groove, and they don't plan on stopping anytime soon.
I'm gonna say easy counter.
This is not looking good, right? What's once kind of an even matchup is slowly again slipping out of their fingers. This is looking more of a repetitive pattern from what we've seen in game 1.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate with some of those mistakes. Avalon
BTK knows we want to see Stella.
When it came to the macro, Basic was doing a good job of taking down the towers and rotating and making BTK pay.
Dude, I miss Ackerman as well.
T is done. He's taking down Victor. Do they get another? T does fall basic with the Namir's passion to secure the kill.
What a bad
day. 5 to 10, just under a 5K gold lead for BTK. We're going to be looking for possibly some sets. We're going to be looking at Toinks to possibly try to find something here. When it comes
the
to
funny thing is I get to see the casters' faces and stuff when they're actually play-by-playing right here.
With some of these checks that he's been doing,
it's pretty funny.
It's caught. BloodThristyKings throw on a Divine Judgment. They pull him back and they take him out before these engagements even start. What we need is to have Toinks be able to wait before these engagements starts, get the set, and possibly we'd be able to turn these things around for BTK.
Oh, man.
He's almost level 15. He is 3 levels ahead of Tarzan right now on the jungle, and it just goes to show the king of the farm making the most out of the opportunity. We haven't really seen him too much in this game. He's just been focusing on outscaling, and now this is where he's gonna shine, right? Can still play on the bottom side.
That boy said, "Damn, you see me pacing." I do, Trex. I get to see the casters.
Down the inhibitor turret.
I get to see the casters.
The problem that we've gotten now is that we're at a point where your thickest member, Victor, is not able to survive these fights without the heart guard from Angela. And the problem with that is now you know where that heart guard's going to go, so you're free to kind of burst down the rest of these members when it comes to these engagements. Now we're at the high ground towers to left.
Ooh, Yato with the Feather Airstrike is going to find Toinks. Maybe able to get another Tarzan trying to get out, but T with the flicker in and the chase. Abysm Strike does go in for another, but no. Basic for the denial. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade, but they are not finished yet. You're going to see the inhibitor for the mid lane fall in favor for BTK, and the top side dropped by ISO. BTK stepping in the door for Avalon. May be able to close this out. They have the numbers. They have the minions. They have the damage. They just need a little bit more time. 50% HP, 25. A sweep on the way as BTK shuts down Avalon.
TOB BTK again, chat. TOB BTK.
Than the last game, but I feel like Avalon put up a better fight this time. They were more aggressive, faster. They were taking objectives, but those tiny little mistakes, getting caught and getting bursted down, some of the rotations, they went to top lane, they didn't react fast enough, and then BTK was able to rotate back there. A great effort, but ultimately BTK showing why they are second place.
All right, chat.
Yeah, I mean, stats don't lie. And
Stella interview, chat. Stella. Stella interview.
NACT fall. Just another excellent game from BTK. Avalon, though, they do show some promising signs.
Give me a second, chat. I gotta ask something for
minor mistakes that catches
from Assassin Dave real
fast. The top
fast.
caliber teams such as BTK or TOB, who's right ahead of them on the totem pole.
Yeah, we can see here, I mean, a great game here played, but man, ISO 4-0-4. And I even want to say, T, a lot of pressure put on his lane. They had a great bit of top presence for Avalon, but T, even toward the end, starting to come in clutch, even being able to use that Dairoth to do his job. His only job was to take out Victor. And whether that was diving through towers to do it into the enemy base, he did it, got shut down by Basic, but I mean, he did his job, and that's kind of, that's what I like about the BTK draft here, is that they had these isolated little jobs that they were trying to succeed with, regardless if they took a kill.
Yeah, and just looking at the backlines for BTK.
Oh, plot twist. What is this, like
a
whole nother?
A bit of a blast from the past, a replay, and what led to this beautiful
What's that
victory for
plot
BTK.
twist?
The fight on the top side, just showing the target prioritization. Not even the hard guard could save him. ISO with 20-part memories takes down Tarzan, but look at that huge Appraiser's Wrath from MLBBN. The triple damage and finds Basic. ISO takes down Demon, but that again, a 3-for-none trade. Even though it wasn't a high kill game, just textbook plays from BTK.
Yeah, and that's the problem too, and that's why Zane
Morning,
is so
Gonzel. What up, man? You made it just in time to see Stella's interview.
If you're not able to burst down Frederick, all you're doing is giving him time to line up that Appraiser's Wrath. You saw it there, basically chunked down.
Try to get out of the way so you guys can see who did the most damage. I guess I could go right here.
That's right, Mr. Rich Guy being ISO.
Yeah, just look how much damage Avalon took.
As Victor, I guess you could say, who's prior.
But again,
BTK,
they just, their damage dealt was like half.
The king himself of the jungle, MLBBN.
Yeah, I mean, a great game, and I mean,
you just woke up.
Like Victor showing, like,
we're about to be having a BTK versus TOB.
To kind of put all of those stats, but once your team gets so far behind, even a Uranus isn't going to be able to do much when it comes to this Dairoth. We can see here some clips from the first win for BTK here, and this is what we were talking about. This is that amazing play where they focus down Basic. He comes in for that blazing duet, and immediately the whole team swarms on him and eats him up, and then that snipe down onto Demon here from Yato. Amazing play. Zoop.
Zoop.
And then we have the next game.
You think BT or TOB might focus ban Chicken?
Yeah, just
ban all of, I mean, if Chicken can't play, it's like GG's, right?
Cards toward that mid game. ISO takes down Tarzan, just showing their comfortability.
Next game is the best out of 5, so we're gonna be watching a long series.
Dominating the land of Dawn, just showing you that they are ready to take it to the LA stage.
Yeah, a great game here. Congrats to BTK for a dominating performance. But we're going to go ahead and change things over to our lovely host, Zena, who I believe has an interview for us.
Yeah!
Yes, before we get into the MVP, we want to welcome the amazing, gorgeous Stella here with us today. How are you doing?
Move my, I'm making myself tinier.
Hi, I'm doing good, Zena. How are you?
Woo!
I am doing amazing.
Woo!
So,
hashtag Stella in the chat. I told you guys.
Stella, I'm currently a third-year college student studying biology, and I live in California.
Oh, look at you, third-year college student. Big gold.
Stella. Hashtag Stella.
For some of the most well-known creators in NA, including Zane, Zero, G, and more. How did you get involved in the community?
I first started playing out for fun, but then my friends started.
Calm down, Trix.
Interested, and so then I started watching these huge creators and pro players, and then I just got really interested.
Oh, well, it goes to show you could be one of the chatters and viewers on stream and become one of your favorite streamers. But who did you enjoy modding for the most?
That's hard, but I think it would be between Ghost of Zero and Zane, because Zero's stream is really chill, but Zane is really fun to watch.
Sheesh. My bad, let me control myself.
Which team is your favorite team in the NACT so far?
I would have to choose between BTK and KOF, since those are my two favorite teams, and I have friends in both.
The disrespect, and, she didn't say Aiko.
Doing an amazing job this season.
Hey, it's all right. I mean, she's modded for some pretty big people, so.
Also, will you be attending the offline event in Los Angeles?
What? It wasn't bad at all, Stella.
Traveling plans, but most likely, yes, I think I'll be there.
Oh, so you guys, if you want to meet Stella, she's gonna be there at the.
The voice, though.
Say hi to her if she does show up. Thank you. We enjoyed having you and chatting with us today. Thank you for being
Yeah,
here.
Stella being in
Be
NA
sure to
or
catch
in
Stella
LA.
in one of the top
Why'd I say
MLB
NA?
viewers chats as she may
It's not
be
horrible.
logging
You
up
did
time.
so good.
All right,
Thank you, Zena.
Stella, thank you so much. Goodbye.
You did so good. You killed it.
Bye, thank you.
You absolutely killed it.
And no problem. And now for the MVP.
There's like a 2-minute delay on the stream.
In Avalon space helped them get a leg up in game 1, and the way BTK was
You sound 12. You sound adorable. What do you mean? Oh shit, Stella's back. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. Don't say everybody be chill. Be chill, chat. Be chill. Be chill.
And that's amazing for me because we were just talking about how rough of an early game that T had. So it's kind of amazing to see he down but not out. 5-4 in the second game. Had trouble dealing with Victor.
We spammed hashtag Stellas.
He had a mission in mind, and that was to take out Victor at any cost. And definitely one of the big keys to the success of BTK.
Yeah, I love how you kind of mentioned that, right? It looked a little shaky in the beginning, especially when there was a 2v1
I think Xena did get a tattoo. What you mean? Stella ASMR? Sheesh. Look, the chat says otherwise, Stella. Don't put yourself down. You killed it. You killed
won the
it.
game, and then he pulled out the counter against the Uranus, and they won the game. What else can you say about that? Well-deserved MVP.
Well-deserved MVP.
Give yourself a pat on the back. Pat on the back. Not the bat.
OhioBrothers versus BTK up next. These two teams have been at the forefront of the NA scene, so be sure to stick around. You just don't want to miss it. We'll be back in a little bit after this.
Look at that best interview. God dang.
Welcome.
We got a 5-minute break. All right, let me see if the players are ready. I was focused on this. All right, let me go check on TLB real fast.
to halftime here at the North America Challenger Tournament. We are now at the caster round table. So up next we have this, and during this time you'll get a breakdown of the standings and the many possibilities of who can make it to Los Angeles. So run us through, fellas.
Well, let's go ahead and set the tone here. We're going to discuss what we have as the standings currently. First place, we have the Ohio Brothers with 200 points at their heels. In second is the BloodThristyKings. In a little bit of a gap there, we have Avalon at third and KnightsofFate right behind them. Bringing up the second half, we have Bloodhounds with 130 points at fifth place. Area 77 with 120 at sixth. And a tie for seventh place. Aggravate Ones and the Night Horde with 110 points here. We know that there are points that can be earned through this stage and that each team is still kind of vying for a position here at the top four and to join us for the playoffs in Los Angeles, Wheezy.
Exactly. Well stated. And looking at what we are seeing so far, right? TOB and BTK. It's no secret they're sitting at the number 1 and number 2 spot, and we're going to see them in Los Angeles. But I think what we're all wondering is, who else are we going to see? This is the first time ever that we're going to be having teams outside of the top 2 fight it out, right? 4 teams are going to Los Angeles, and some casters on the way as well. And I can't wait to see which way this goes. You know, Avalon and KnightsofFate, they're holding on to that 3rd and 4th position, but there's still a chance for it to be taken from the Bloodhounds and maybe even Area 77.
Yeah, and we saw last stage when it came to kind of the finals there a little bit. Yeah, I guess we'll call it an upset. KnightsofFate over Avalon, taking that 3rd place of stage 2. While Avalon still has a secure 3rd place position overall, KnightsofFate kind of brought up the money there when it came to those games, able to get some points in there. And if it goes exactly like it did in stage 2, we still have the possibility of them dethroning and maybe moving Avalon down. Not just that, but we know Bloodhounds are hungry too. Like you were saying, they're very close here in the standings too. So those 3 teams are what a lot of people are looking for when it comes to who could be the possibility for that 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah, and you know, from what we've seen today, looking at KnightsofFate and Avalon, they both just lost with 2 sweeps. So they're already down in the lower bracket, meaning they're only 10 points away. This could still go to either side to hold that 3rd position, have a little bit more insurance. The higher we get, the further we are in the NACT stages, the less and less opportunity you have for these points. It literally is going to be a difference of 10 points when it comes to who has a ticket to Los Angeles.
And a lot of these teams are still vying for some type of position there. And something different here that we haven't really discussed too often, but that $100 that each team gets for every type of series win. So there's still a reason for a lot of these teams to kind of be fighting it out. Whether you haven't won anything yet, or whether you're kind of so far behind in the points, which I think we'll be able to kind of take a look at, like some of the worst case, well, not worst case scenarios, but something that doesn't follow how things have been going. This is the scenario, the unofficial flip case, in case somehow the Ohio Brothers lost their hands in some horrible accident and have had to play with their feet and lost every single game. We've talked about this before. BTK, Ohio Brothers, already in a secure spot. Avalon could be up there, but there is a scenario, an alternative reality where the Night Horde wins every single game and somehow beats out the Ohio Brothers and can capture that 3rd place. We would be looking at a tie for 3rd place. We'd be looking at a double tie for 4th place here, where these teams would be duking it out.
Yeah, right? Into the multiverse. If this happens, definitely going to be insane. I'm honestly hoping this happens, because that's honestly the most interesting outcome that we can possibly have with this. The unofficial flip case. Let us know what you guys think about that.
What's up,
as
chat?
well.
Sorry, I was doing management
stuff,
bro.
To point out here, you
I was doing
mentioned
management
even
stuff.
if TOB lost everything, they're still in 1st place.
The worst they could do, well, this isn't, I don't want to say that they would still be in 1st place. I think they still have when the points, whether as the points are concerned.
What is this though, chat? What is this that we're looking at here?
4 of North America for the playoffs.
What is going, what happened to the chat, man? I seen Trex like snap. That boy just went, he went feral. He went feral Trex.
And the East hemispheres.
I heard fetish.
Took out all the
I seen.
Sometimes it's really interesting to look at because a lot of these teams, they still have something to put in there. We've been learning a lot, especially a lot of.
I seen the word fetish come out. I was like, what in the world's going on?
NACT to this season, we've never heard of a lot of them from last season. Bloodhounds coming up from, like, I want to say 96th place now to the top 8. So that's just showing the fluctuating.
I don't know. Did I ever have you at it, Kevin? I don't remember.
What's been going on and what type of potential a lot of these teams have.
Yeah, definitely potential is what we're looking for the battle of the top 4 in the playoffs. But before moving forward, let's go ahead and swing on to our host, Xena Lily.
Hello guys, if you haven't heard, we have secured the venue for our offline grand final. The 2023 NACT Fall Final will be held at Thunder Studios in Long Beach, California.
He's always being a monkey.
Los Angeles County. This will be the biggest Mobile Legends
People are weird, G.
offline event
Oh, yeah.
ever. So with double the crowd size, so make sure you share
Woo!
your experience with us.
How many
at
people?
This event, at any past events you've been at, and what you look forward to in the 2023 NACT Fall. On all of our socials,
Were people
chat,
going
even on the Discord. We'd love to hear your stories. And I will be there as well. Super excited. I will be in cosplay, so I hope you guys come by and, say hi. What do you guys think about this venue?
Super excited, especially about the cosplays. That's one of those little known things about that happen at these events that I love seeing, is the effort that goes into a lot of cosplays. However, the event, trading in the sandy desert of Las Vegas for the sandy beaches of California. I cannot wait for the playoffs and to see, especially every single event has been bigger and bigger and bigger. More and more people have been coming to these, and I can't wait to see what we have in store for California.
I mean, that's right. Even when we started the NACT fall season, we said double the energy, and that's what you're getting, right? And I'm excited as well to be able to meet some of the casters out there, some of the new talent. We got 4 teams competing this time instead of 2. I mean, what more could you ask for? Definitely a huge step for North America.
Yes, it'll be super fun to see 4 teams battling it out live. But before we move on, we have a giveaway for our amazing viewers. And we got 30 giveaway codes on the screen. Be sure to redeem
giveaway
it.
codes,
Link
chat.
will be in the
I gotta use the restroom, man.
Click on that,
TOB
put that
versus
code in,
BTK,
and you
man.
can get a chance at
Hold on
getting
here. I
that
gotta see. I gotta also
Scout
double check.
Jawhead skin. So guys, which one
Alright,
is
all
your
of,
favorite Jawhead skin?
I think I like
all the TOBs ready.
Jawhead, because it's such a drastic difference from the Jawhead that we know, that dangerous mechanical monster that he is.
Yeah, and I guess for me, it's the most expensive one, right? I'm a collector, so I'm just going for the most hardest ones to come by. Maybe a collector on the way, coming near us soon.
Yes, we're hoping for that. But before we move on, before we get into this final battle between the OhioBrothers and the BloodThristyKings, we're gonna take a short break, and we shall see you back.
Oh
in a
no,
little
not the
bit.
break. Mute it. Woo! Yeah, Stella did her interview. What the fuck? Dude, I don't even know how to say his name. This is not okay. I didn't see he left the UFC. Sheesh, these breaks. What shooting games do I play? I play Tarkov. I don't really play Call of Duty. Duck Hunt? Nah. I'll probably be playing the new GTA when it comes out. Recently I've been playing Starfield. I like RPGs and stuff like that too. RIP unofficial. What happened? What happened on the unofficial? Hope it's not a 3-0. Same. If you miss shooting the duck, a dog will come at the end and laugh at you. Really, dude, that is sheesh. I'm going I want to see what BTK can do, but I am kind of managing TOB, so I'm a little impartial to TOB right now. I like TOB. The foundation of it, right? Like, I personally, so my personal opinion is I think TOB is definitely gonna win, right? Like, they're looking too good. This isn't offline. It's not an offline event. They're looking like I already said, they're looking like MLBB gods on this team. Zia was an Ackerman. I loved Ackerman. Again, still huge fans of everybody on the team. Was the audio going alien? At least it's only done it once tonight. I fixed it. I do hope that we have some really good entertainment here, though. Like, I really hope we have really good entertainment. Dude, 10 years to release GTA 6. Holy. Oh, it is muted. Okay, give me a second. It went to the wrong one.
BTK,
There we go.
recent
I'm gonna use the restroom now. Hopefully my camera is not in the way. I'm gonna move my camera up here because that should hopefully get it there if we go into the draft. I do think everything's golden though.
Yes, we will find out right now because the moment you all been waiting for, the Ohio
BRB.
Brothers versus the Bloodthirsty Kings. Let's get into the draft.
I am excited, Wizzy.
Hey man, it's been a long time coming. Today has been nothing but great matches, right? Some of them fast finishes, others a little bit slower but more textbook. Nonetheless, though, both matches today, we saw both of these teams being, and they ended in sweeps. So far today they're undefeated, but somebody's gonna have to fall. Now I know me and you both placed our vote. We both thought it would be the side of TOB and not BTK, just more on the statistics side of things, what we typically see when we watch them fight it out. But anything is possible, right? We've seen MLBBN in Las Vegas literally change the narrative, surprise the world, and take the victory with a lot of these team members that were going against him. So looking at this playing field so far, you mentioned new additions, or I guess a little bit of substitutions. That is correct. We don't see a traditional roamer on the side of BTK, but we do see traditional BTK.
I knew
which could make up for it, right? Chicken is taking that roam position, but can that be what cost them this game? Because TOB is still traditionally on their normal lineup. Yes, they got Milo over there, but nonetheless, they have Super Shark, who is not only a good roam, but possibly the best roam in North America. Chicken is definitely going to have to play on his A game.
Yeah, and that's the big topic here right now. Chicken in the roam position. Does he have an outside the box strategy that could possibly be a counter for Shark here, or that can maybe get the rotations faster? The biggest thing what we saw from the last game, OhioBrothers really taking it to the Knights of Fate in the early game, invading the jungle, holding down the jungler so he couldn't get farmed up there. They take the early game and just steamroll through. Almost while what we saw from the BTK in the last game was kind of a more measured approach. Took a couple of licks, took a couple of punches, waited until they got their power spikes, and then they formed that steamroll that was able to kind of capitalize on it. Is that enough when you're dealing with the early game of the OhioBrothers? Are we going to maybe change it up a little bit? It looks like, I mean, with the Fredrin, he doesn't really take off in the early game. We're going with a very, I want to say unsurprising picks from the side of Bloodthirsty King here. Fredrin in the early game, we're going to see how well that the team can protect him, protect his jungle, and protect that gold farming that he needs to do to be able to take off here.
Yeah, definitely making sure MLBBN is comfortable. I think that's one of the keys to victory so far for BTK, especially when they have the first pick in the draft. And yeah, they're not going to waste any time. They're going to go ahead and pick up that Fredrin. But now looking at TOB, right? They have the Brody, and they also went in for the Navaria. So Brody, I mean, he's kind of good in the early phase and the late. Definitely has a little bit of that survivability that we mentioned from time to time again. And we've also seen him kind of have an easier time in today's matches as well. More of a common pick. The Navaria as well. Sniping from afar, able to possibly steal neutral objectives. I like to say when you have a Navaria on the table, you have two junglers for the price of one if played right. So as we are looking at the draft, they're not even wasting any time. They're just picking them up. Yu Zhong slide it up for T.
Yeah, I like that too, because it tells me that BTK have a plan here, and that the bans or anything else, it hasn't really taken them outside. So this, maybe they have something something in store for the OhioBrothers. I do like the Yu Zhong. We don't see it as often as I think I would personally like to. His ability to kind of get into the back lanes, throw down that Petrify, especially on somebody as slippery as a Navaria. If you throw that Petrify down and you're going to stop her in her tracks, and then the damage that he can unveil. The only problem is the survivability of that Yu Zhong. Once he's executed his plan, he's kind of a sitting duck there, and it's going to be on the Bloodthirsty Kings to kind of close that gap and make sure to punish the OhioBrothers.
This is going to be crazy, chat.
To secure the escape for that Yu Zhong, or to be able to punish the OhioBrothers further once Navaria goes down.
And best player,
Woo.
a little comfortable himself, is going to go ahead and pick up that Lancelot, right? So we know he's kind of one of the best assassins. in the
Ooh,
jungle.
a Lancelot?
We know MLBBN's more of the beefy boy fighters and tank junglers, and both of them are very comfortable with their picks. Now, you mentioned T on the Yuzong. I think it's a little bit of a safety net for him. Not really sure what to pick, so hey, I'm going to pick somebody that can work. But it definitely has its downfalls, as you mentioned. I feel like with Yuzong, even if you use the Black Dragon, trying to chase
What
down
up, anime?
Navarria doesn't have skills that make
Oh
her
shit,
stationary.
pole.
So she's gonna be moving at all times. She's not gonna
Giggle
sit
always
still.
got me
You're gonna
set.
be able to drop down her with
Always got me set
petrified.
straight. Let's
And
get
then
it.
if
Let's
you try
get
and
it.
go for the
Pole,
other back
pole.
line, which is Zia on the Brody.
Who's gonna win, baby?
Who has been dominating even today in the gold lane, just out farming all of his opponents. He's running the Brody. He has the corrosive strike. He has the stun. He wants Yuzong to dive on him with the petrify. That's okay. You jump in, you waste your battle spell. I use the corrosive strike. I'll stun you. I'll flicker away to safety, and my team will follow up and not allow you to do additional damage. So it's definitely going to have to be a battle placement if T wants to pull out Yuzong to the best of his capabilities.
Well, and yeah, and it does come down to placement there, because like as you said, if you're chasing down Navarria, as soon as Hoon sees that Black Dragon come out, you know he's gonna start trying to create some distance. And then you run into the problem, is your Yuzong like chasing her like all the way back to where your team can't follow up on it? It's a very delicate game to be played here. And like I said, we're gonna have to see how the Bloodthirsty Kings can enact, but we're talking about team fighting. The biggest thing here for me that has been driving both of these teams apart in as far as a scaling and I want to say skill level and victories here has been that early game where, like I said, BTK likes to take that slow and steady route. OhioBrothers come in the open, they punish Zane, they're all over him, trying to make him think of all these different things. Their main thing is to kind of throw him off the rocker, make sure that they're slowing down his farm, which is his biggest asset, and then taking the steamroll from there. And then that's what I would like to see from the Bloodthirsty Kings here, is to have a plan for that, to be able to counter that, so that they can reach that power spike that they love to see against other teams here. Almost done with the second batch of bans here, as we see him yellow. Ooh, he's gonna pick up the Edith, and maybe kind of like a little bit of a little nod to fried chicken. It's like, what can you play in the roam position now that he's taking out the Edith?
Yeah, it's going to give him a little bit of wiggle room. And it's funny that you mentioned, these players. Looking at Super Shark, which is once one of
Bro, best player's always so calm, chat.
Now, right?
Like a lot of you guys might not like know, but like
honestly,
I'll jump into like normal VCs and everything, and like
Zane like glue.
Best player is 100% calm, and you can see it in his gameplay too, bro. Like dude's insane in the jungle.
To create that opportunity to take advantage of the early game, and I think
it's
that's
so
what kind
calm.
of separates TOB from other teams is the presence of Shark.
I feel like a lot of assassin users have to be calm though.
Information to the team.
Yeah, and it's funny that you brought it up, because we saw it the last time that the OhioBrothers clashed. Is a Shark basically had Zane's rotations down. He was blindly lobbing abilities into bushes that he hadn't even checked. He just knew Zane was going to be in there, and then you just saw him, like, and then he had to leave, and he's like, well, looks like I'm caught. But on the other side of that, if you've got Fried Chicken here, who's played with both of these guys before, he's probably the closest to Zane as far as people that know Zane, know how he thinks, know how he rotates, and knows how Shark is. Maybe we're talking about somebody who can match those rotations with Zane to kind of be that barrier in front of Shark.
Best player is good online, but he sucks on the stage. I mean, we'll see. We'll find out, huh?
Right? You're putting chicken in the roam position.
That's a TBD.
Zane, so they've got this
TBD.
going on, and it's really going to be
determined.
Kind of execute. Looking at the draft so far, both have been finalized. You're looking at Chicken. He did go in for this.
I feel like North America needs like boot camps. Like we gotta send these players off to. We gotta send these players off to like overseas for like a month.
The draft I see from both sides of the table, which means we are definitely in for a treat.
The one thing is that the Ohio brothers, they've got a lot of dive. When you're talking about as far as best player versus MLBBN, MLBBN's going to try to.
I like this Farsia. And then they come crying back.
Try to rain down the damage, and maybe T goes into the back lane. That's going to open it up for Kadita as well. However, what you have to match that is the Ohio brothers, who are going to be able to dash in through all of that and possibly be able to take out the back line before they even take off.
I didn't even know a pause was taking place.
Here, waiting just a little bit of a pause here, but we are going to be getting settled here for the first game of BTK taking on the Ohio brothers in stage 3. Wheezy.
That's right, and the giveaway code popping up on the screen. We are here for you, just like you are here for us. Claim that code in game for a chance to win a permanent Girl Scout Jawhead skin on the screen.
Girl Scout
Jawhead
skin.
I'm in my phone right now while we're casting, but this is the 2 top teams in North America, and not just known by name, but known by also the scoreboard and the point system, right? What we have on the table so far, TOB is the top of the totem pole, BTK falling a little short behind them. Can they close the distance, and can they claim this victory? Yes, it's a little bit of a non-traditional BTK that we're used to seeing with Chicken running in the wrong position, but we mentioned there are some things that work in his favor.
What happened?
Give Shark a little
They didn't say
Zane
redraft or anything.
because he's played with Shark just as much as Zane has. So when it comes into this match, I think both of us like the draft. I think the XP laners, the picks were a little interesting. I mean, the Edith and the Yuzong, that's something that I'm definitely going to be kind of keeping a close eye on, who will be able to profit more in these engagements.
Yeah, the potential is there for kind of a little bit of.
All right, guys, if you haven't heard, I just want to let you guys know, right? There's the pinned comment on my chat. It is the North American Amateur Tournament Organization. It is where I'm going to be keeping a lot of the information for all of the tournaments that I do production for and I partner alongside. So definitely join it. If you join it, you have the chance to win a Neo skin. All you have to do is then share the Discord with your friends, and every person you invite to the server gets you an additional entry. So tune into the Discord using this time to promote that.
Where Zia was like 0-3 in his lane, and ISO was getting like 2 kills onto Zia, and Zia was still out farming ISO. So it kind of
Kadita's a little crazy, right, chat?
Can show into these, and that's like I said. There's so
let me see if they get. Let me see if they're doing a redraft. Oh, they are doing a redraft.
You also need to make sure that you're protecting Zane. Oh, but you also got to make sure it's like it's just.
They are doing a redraft. Yep.
This whole list of things that need to go right, that they need to make sure that they're on top of, to have a successful engagement and a successful early game against the Ohio brothers.
IES meta.
There, right? It's definitely going to be a
they should give away elite or epic sands. Let's give away basic. Yeah. I actually don't know the specifics behind the redraft.
TOB to be able to secure victory, but it's not as many requirements as we are looking at for BTK, just due to a couple of little things. And this is 2 top caliber, top of the line, best in North American teams, and they're
take off. And it looks like we're about.
I'm trying to see if there was a problem. I don't see anything there. When did the pause happen? There's the red side, right? Like, oh, it's Fredrin. So it was MLBBN's side. Maybe MLBBN had the wrong emblem? Do you use Quantum Charge on Fredrin?
BTK played out. You know, I'm always taking notes and learning.
That's the only thing I can think of. You said Kadita spell? It was BTK that asked it for the redraft.
You need to support the lanes. Oh, the matchup between ISO.
Oh, you think Kadita's the lethal ignition or the flicker? Ah, the flicker. Ah, they wanted the petrify, huh? That's kind of weird.
So they basically
I guess we can figure out. I'm watching. I guess we'll see the game. What?
Deal with the team. We're gonna
Yo, they got to redraft the redraft?
Side of BTK to go ahead and have something up there. It's basically
What is going on here?
You have the ball now. Do you have a change out there?
Yo, wait till you see what's about to happen, chat.
Lift you from the common engagements that we've been seeing, from the common endings that we've been seeing to a lot of these engagements.
And you know, if any team could pull it off, honestly,
I don't know
BTK,
what happened
right?
again.
They're known to make the impossible possible. I think we all got a taste of that in the last NACT in Las Vegas. So I'm excited nonetheless to see which way this goes. Like we said, a little bit of slight issues with the emblems as we are now in the redraft, but I can't wait to see what happens, right? MLBBN, he's known for his IQ, he's known for his shot calling, he's known for his farm rotation, but most of these players are known for specific things on each side, right? You've got Zia, which we've seen dominate in the gold lane, usually out-farms his opponent, and becomes the one that closes out the game when left unchecked. You've got best player. When it's not MLBBN, it's best player,
They have
right?
to
It's
redraft
usually
again,
one or the
chat.
other when it comes to who the discussion for the top jungler in North America.
They have to redraft again. I don't know what
somebody
happened.
representing us as a region in the international events when it comes to Hoon. I mean, the man speaks for himself.
I'm gonna go
Mr.
make
MVP,
popcorn while
right?
we're redrafting.
Definitely has the
I want
international
some popcorn
experience
for this.
on multiple different levels and can be a problem. I think one of the exciting things to watch out for too is Milo. Yes, we haven't really seen Milo in a main position, and especially up against you know, BTK like we were seeing right now, that the top 2 team. This is his time to stand out and show the world what he's capable of.
Yeah, it's interesting too. Another factor here right now is from the Ohio Brothers, when it came to like roster changes, nothing on the Ohio Brothers. They stuck with the exact same roster. All of the players have all their paperwork correct. They're ready for the playoffs. They're ready for possibly being called to go to M5. So they made very little roster. They've got that synergy, and they've got the exact same form factor that they had from the last stage. We just saw Knights of Fate, not exactly the same team that we saw from stage 2, with a lot of those changes that kind of happened, where Regrets is out and the entire roster has to shift down to kind of cover. You've got Powerless now, who was the roam, playing the marksman. Sir Bossy now is in the roam position. On BTK's side, Joybaj no longer the roamer right now, so you have Fried Chicken covering down for it. I want to say it's the least painful route that BTK could have taken. So thankfully they didn't like rearrange the entire roster to where all these different guys are playing different roles, and it's just Chicken, who arguably probably is the most flexible of the members. But that still might come into play when you're talking about going against the top team in North America.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the side of TOB and I see Chicken is running in the roam position, and I played with him before, I'm definitely going to be trying to ban some of the things that I know he's comfortable using in that roam position, right? I mean, we haven't seen him pull out too many roams. I mean, we've seen a Kufra, we've seen an Edith, but nothing crazy or out of the ordinary. Not like a Gal's Cutie with a Cho or something, you know, out of the ordinary that we don't usually see, but is still effective in meta. So I wouldn't say he has the highest hero pool, or he may. He just hasn't had the time to pull it out because he just got thrown into this position because he's a flexible player and he has a high IQ, and still, like you said, the least path of resistance for BTK. But that still puts a lot of pressure on his table, especially going up against Super Shark. If we're looking at both teams and we're talking about keys to victory, right? Number one, if we're specifically for the side of BTK, got to disrupt the synergy from the Ohio Brothers. It starts with stopping Shark from giving Zane such a hard time in the jungle. Then it also goes to finding some pressure in the gold lane. Make Zia get punished when he tries to be overly aggressive and take the advantage in the early game, because we know that's where he thrives. It's just a little bit of tabits that BTK can do. But for TOB, I mean, TOB is going to do TOB things, right? I mean, it's the same lineup. They haven't really changed much. They're just going to focus on shutting down MLBBN in the jungle, and then also having Shark out-rotate Chicken in the roam position.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to, when it comes to these engagements, is making those decisions. You covered it a little bit, I think, with the last game, is that once you see something happening, a decision needs to be made, and it needs to be taken immediately. If you're starting to fall a little bit behind before that first turtle comes up, are we going to go for the turtle? Are we going to decide, no turtle, let's go ahead, try to gank the gold lane first, and then try to create some type of pressure there? And that's where it needs to kind of come up on BTK, and that's on them to kind of make those adjustments as the games start progressing out there. Because like you said, you put the pressure onto the gold lane, but then immediately, as soon as you're done with that, now you're going to need to go ahead and make sure is Zane protected.
Are we back
And
finally?
that's why I said, like,
Are we back finally,
it's a
chat?
big job, and I feel
Got my
like,
popcorn.
it's going to be a lot for Chicken to handle, and hopefully he's up to the challenge here, because like he's going to need to have his mind constantly on that mini map, where he's going, what he's doing. Can I make something happen here? If not,
It's the same draft.
Need to go ahead and do something else potentially good for my team, because
Yeah, they had to
Brothers,
redraft
they're
again.
so quick to react. We saw in the last game, they're so quick to react to a lot of things that happen on the map. If they see you down at gold lane not making anything happen, they're immediately going to go ahead.
Why they target ban?
And
What do you mean?
there. And that's why it's going to be very important. And I feel like Chicken is going to be.
I put
he's
some
got
like
a
barbecue
huge
seasoning in
weight
it.
on his shoulders right now. But if anybody can do it, I think.
But it's definitely
Chicken's been the most. Even when all the critiques have kind of come on to Zane for some of these teams, I want to say Chicken has been the most reliable.
I would say it's
standard
salted
when it comes to BTK. Even when BTK
It came right to you.
In a lot of these games versus the Ohio
It's
Brothers,
like, what you
Chicken
doing, mama?
usually takes the least amount of deaths despite playing that
Oh.
XP lane, that melee character
lame,
that
man.
usually takes a brunt of
I have an
damage
update
during
on my
a lot of
dog.
these engagements. So if anybody
Not
can
yet.
handle
He's
it,
still
I feel like a Chicken could.
he's still recovering. They have to hold him for a little bit and make sure he eats.
It's going to be a lot. They have their work cut out for them.
And speaking of work getting cut out, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to the winners finals as we are on stage 3, day number 2. The two powerhouse teams, the gods, are flipping a coin.
Yo,
BTK going up against the Ohio Brothers in a best of 5.
But I gotta move my.
Just a small break there, guys, just to kind of build up the tension for you.
This
But, man,
anticipation.
It's gonna be an exciting game, like we said. I'm really excited to see how Chicken performs here. Does he have Shark's
Oh yeah,
number?
Chicken
Does he know
has the
what to
right spell
expect
now.
here, to kind of keep things even. Oh, actually, is Fried Chicken playing mid?
Yeah, it looks like he is in the mid position, but I think he's in.
He's roaming.
Interesting.
What do you
I really wanna see how
mean?
this goes. I think Yato's still in the mid position. He just
Dude,
Chicken was just
of
clearing for
course.
him
How do
on
you
a
not know
rotation.
that a
But
Kadita's
nonetheless,
roam?
You are right. We're gonna be keeping our eyes on the tank mage synergy as this match
Come on,
progresses.
casters.
It's gonna be a race. It's
Come
gonna be a battle
on.
of who can pull off the micro first.
Yeah,
You've
we
never
see
seen a
here
Farja
lot of
roam.
focus here out there. Best player's gonna go ahead. Oh man, big pop up.
Ooh, huge punish. Chicken does fall. Hoon drawn first blood for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, this doesn't bode well. We were talking about it in the last game that Fried Chicken.
This is the
might
winner
not be
finals,
as
so
knowledgeable
this isn't the
when it
grand
comes to
finals.
How much distance and how close he can get to get that vision and still keep himself out of harm's way, and the Ohio Brothers punishing him big time for it.
It's alright. I make a lot of
Definitely
mistakes when I'm
punishing him,
casting
and
too.
We know between these two
Hopefully you
teams,
guys got your popcorn
something that
ready,
wouldn't
man.
be a
We got a
huge gap.
We got a
The lower
58%
teams
win
is
rate for
dramatic when it comes to these two
TOB
teams.
versus
Chicken finds a
BTK.
kill. He does
Oh.
take down best player. A little bit of a response back for the early death.
Yeah,
It's a
I
1-1
kinda
right now,
would've
chat.
preferred for that kill to go on to ISO, but Chicken definitely had something to prove. He got killed early.
You guys think Chicken can out tank Shark?
And able to find the kill there. So it is tied 1-1 here. T doing a good job
Uh-oh.
on the back lane, but might be caught.
Yeah, it
Oh
does get
my
knocked out
God.
from Shark, and Milo takes the kill. 2-1.
Hey, hunting
TOB
T down.
Leading on the scoreboard as we are going to see this turtle spawn in. Mobazane in position for the retribution, but the 3-man team from the Ohio Brothers to control the turtle pit. Yato from afar is going to be able to get that level 4, but looks like they won't be able to stop them from claiming this turtle.
And this is kind of what I was talking about when it came to some of these objectives. You had your XP laner down, so you basically had a 2v4 in favor of the Ohio Brothers because you had Chicken up at the top. And there needed to be a call out there because there's no way that Zane was going to be getting through 4 members of the Ohio Brothers. We take a look at the items here. We can see already we're starting to build up. What did Yui call it? The yellow lollipop that Clock of Destinies we're starting to work on for Hoon.
The yellow lollipop.
For Yato, for the BloodThristyKings, and on the other side, looks like we're looking for the same thing for the Navaria.
Yeah, and looking at the roamer, Chicken is going in for damage on the Kadita, right? He picked up the arcane boots to be able to do that magic pin nice and early. So you are going to have to watch out for him when he does hide in that bush for an early pickoff if you're not careful. I kind of feel like they should try and focus on Zia.
A yellow lollipop, yeah.
But speaking of Zia, hit with the rough waves, hit with the Ocean's Oddity, may be able to fall, but finds a kill, takes down Fried Chicken with the assist as a Super Shark and best player.
Oh no, Yato puts himself in harm's way, might be in trouble, and gets cleaned up as well.
My nose is itching.
When it came to that first kill that happened,
we're on the first game right now. Yeah, I don't know what Chicken was doing there, Chad.
Better when it comes to some of these ganks and is in a greater position to make Fried Chicken pay.
Yeah, and they already are possibly going to take this turret. Best player pathing through is going to use that Phantom's Execution to escape to safety with 50% HP. But look at the HP of the turret. Gold has been stripped off and is at about 10%. Definitely hanging on by a wire.
Yeah, we already have Zia who has 1 level up on ISO. When I looked at the items, I wasn't sure what Zia was going for. We see Zia actually 2 members here, and this constant bereavement here from a Shark. We're gonna have to use those rough waves defensively to get Fried Chicken out of harm's way, and we're not gonna have that ultimate for an engagement here.
Shark is gonna use that Primal Wrath though. Hit with the Feathered Airstrike. There goes 1, there goes 2, there goes 3. But Super Shark does sustain the damage. We'll be able to recall back to safety, but we'll possibly have to leave Zia alone. Looks like he has changed his mind.
We got like a fight in the bottom right now.
On my watch, as he's going to stay.
The turtle, baby.
Marksman, but down in the turtle pit, we are seeing a 3v2 situation. Zane doesn't have the numbers, but he has the retribution. Claims the turtle for BTK. T hovering around. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's the Black Dragon. Not hitting anything with a furious dive, and now taking some serious damage from Hoon.
A great execution there by Zane. 2 to 3.
Yo, the funny thing is Private's on analysis right now.
They're still able to dodge Mielo's stun and be able to take up that turtle. So a great pickup for BTK. We're going to see if they have it in them to continue.
You mentioned the TheOhioBrothers' early aggression as best player is going to take down Yato. They're trying to open up the map. They took the turret on the top side and maybe able to take the bottom as well. But Zane finds a kill, bursts down Milo.
Yeah, they're starting to answer here. Zane is trying to punish the TheOhioBrothers every single time they kind of dive in there.
BTK is fighting back though, chat. Oh shit!
With the Petrify, Hoon.
I don't think he has enough damage.
On the chase, Hoon very low. Use the Astro Echo. It's gonna increase the slow and the hit marker. Hoon does pick up the kill, takes down Fried Chicken, opening.
I mean, Chicken did allow him to take the tower though.
To take the turret on the bottom lane, but not denying Zia from the open lane on the top side.
Yeah, very good by BTK to kind of see Chicken.
Yeah, I asked about that earlier.
Push them well and zone them out so that BTK could go ahead and take that tower. But
I asked earlier. I was like, yo, why does Zane have quantum charge?
Of their own.
Yeah, and tier 2 turret at its most, which is definitely going to be a little bit harder and
is
more
it sped up?
for
No.
TOB, as you're looking at them leading by 2,000 gold.
Private needs some good analysis, that's for sure.
This is not a one-sided story, right? Even though BTK is down in kills, this is a battle.
I got my popcorn tracks. You got yours?
And it can definitely change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, a little bit of a concealed play here, but they're not actually able to kind of form anything of it. They're just gonna be looking for some type of pressure onto this bottom. But like I said, BTK starting to answer.
Red Bulls in the chat.
Now we might be seeing an even fight here at the turtle, and I think this might set the tone for the rest of the game.
That's right, both teams have claimed the turtle, but Zane a little bit faster on the retribution so far when it came to the jungler matchup for the neutral objective. But T very low, taking some damage.
I wasn't quite sure.
Best player drawing the kill, but Zane claims the turtle for BTK.
Is it just for the speed?
It costs his life though. Huge Appraiser's Wrath, the triple damage takes down Milo. Maybe able to get out with the flicker and the corrosive strike from Zia, trying to take down Zane. Zane with the energy eruption for the stun onto Zia. But Zia gets a kill on the Yato. Zane takes down Zia to respawn. Mobile Zane, best player, fighting it out. Knock up Ocean's Oddity, rough waves in. Thorn Rose to negate the damage.
1 HP.
The Phantom's Execution, best player gets to safety. Super Shark kite the damage, forcing Chicken back into the mid lane.
Best player has a horseshoe in his.
Wow.
I don't even want to call it luck because the TheOhioBrothers.
Best player dodging everything, bro.
A path and securing it for best player to be able to get out there. The immense amount of CC. But let's.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
absolute deletion.
Oh
right
my
there in the
god.
mid lane. Didn't even need his teammates. He's just soaking when it comes to damage. But Milo in the mid lane taking some damage himself. Rough Waves goes down.
Holy.
Escape to safety by Fried Chicken.
And I want to talk about like BTK. They had a great plan, especially in the back. Yato even trying to help out Zane, but that's just the level of play for this marksman, for Zia to be able to get in there. He sees Yato comes in, throws that last haymaker out there to kill Yato before he gets taken out himself, and that's just the caliber of marksman that you have from
Zane 0 and 3.
Yeah, but right now you are looking at BTK.
ISO's 1-0. ISO's hit like a power spike. Ah, he just died.
ISO takes down the marksman.
Caster curse.
Zia picks up a kill. Speaking of marksman, shuts down Fried Chicken.
Call that the production
curse. On the
curse.
scoreboard, TOB leading in kills, but still losing on the map. But looks like they are slowly trying to turn this around.
Yeah, they're trying to. MLBBNA still doing a great job, still farming, still trying to get his luck here. But you can see now the force continues. They dive into a fight.
And you are going to see the feather airstrike go down from Yato, doing some serious damage to TOB, forcing them out from that siege on the mid lane turret.
Yeah, and we're kind of closing up this gold lead. It's only about a 1K lead right now, but I'm not sure what BTK has in store. Can they counter this next Lord fight?
MLBBN taking some serious damage, about 50% HP. Chicken rushing in, doing a little bit of chip damage to Shark, but not much to really be worried about. Looks like the Lord Pit will be controlled by the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, and right now you have the kills on MLBBN.
This is
I almost
crazy,
would prefer
Jay.
that the kills to be on another hero, maybe the marksman or the mage, because I mean the only thing that MLBBN can kind of offer right now is that tanky, is that thickness from it. He has been able to kind of throw down a good amount of Appraiser's Wrath, and he's not doing so bad. He's being able to counter the auto, actually. As I say that, they're gonna go ahead and see him up here at the orange buff.
Yeah, Zane is going to go ahead and claim that, though. A little bit more additional farm at his disposal. But we did see Zia sneaking around the map, just claiming these turrets. Now evening up the map against BTK. Both teams
Look at
claiming
this,
2 turrets
like,
and
clutch.
maybe able to get
Or
another
this,
as you are seeing the siege
or like-
for the tier 2 on the bottom side. Chicken, ISO, T in position for the denial. For the airstrike going down from Yato. Best player finds T with the mega kill. Phantom's execution in.
Oh my
finds
god.
ISO for the double. Super Shark is going to take
Oh
down
my
Chicken. 3
god.
for BTK. MLBBN by himself. The knockup. The damage is there.
Oh
and
my
Hoon
god.
secures the kill.
Yo.
Yato will fall as well. A full wipeout. TOB with the monster kill, pushing down the mid lane. No members of BTK will spawn in for the next 9 seconds, which will open up the siege of the base for TOB. But do they go to close it out? They have the minions.
They're gonna close
they have
it
the
out,
numbers.
bro.
T by himself.
They
needs
just
to get to that
10-minute
minion. The Black Dragon
BTK.
down, but not in time.
They just
10 minutes,
10-minute BTK.
TOB claims game 1 against BTK.
Oh my god.
Clean pickup for the TheOhioBrothers there, and you could see the frustration and feel the frustration from MLBBN there at the end too, as he dove in.
Oh my
to,
god.
all 4 members of the TheOhioBrothers. There was nothing he was going to be able to do, and even a correctly played Kadita. You saw Chicken go
You hate
in.
TLB
He
Chase?
tried to get the Petrify and the Rough Waves on to Hoon. Hoon just purified out of it and was able to kind of punish them all immediately for it. So I mean, they just had an answer for every step forward that the BTK has.
Is this gonna be a
Ohio
fast
was
night,
able to
chat?
take 2 of their own.
Yeah, and like we mentioned with these 2 teams, a slight mistake, right? Something that would be like a hair of a mistake when it comes to these 2. Give them an inch, they take a mile. Not something you usually see with the 3rd through 8th place teams. And this is what separates them with that gap. And TOB just able to profit. They push through the mid lane. They take 2 turrets. And they take the base crystal off of 1 slight mistake from BTK.
I mean, and the stats here tell the story. I've said this before. The TheOhioBrothers, each one of their members, always kind of like a highlight reel for each player on their team when you're looking at how to play a certain role. Best player here, the jungler, 6.
I think they're gonna get Joy Bosh for the
Unbelievable
offline.
game for him, and they just kept that pressure up.
Yeah, pressure makes diamonds or burst pipes. And right now, the TheOhioBrothers stacking up that bag as you are going to see them claim victory for game number 1 in the winners finals. But it is a best of 5.
That
As we are
Lancelot
looking at
was
a
too hard
replay.
for
Yato dropped down the feather airstrike.
for him to
Best
handle.
Player picking up a kill. This is kind of where the TheOhioBrothers started taking the advantage in the game.
Zane versus
really
9.
turned in their favor. You see the Lord pushing on the top side. Didn't even need to wait for it, right?
We don't have too many good roamers in NA, bro.
In their favor. They know how to make people uncomfortable.
So it won't
Sparsh
matter.
and
We
Zane
going to
trying
M5,
sustain
baby.
So much damage from TOB.
Yeah, at this point, best player was so we don't call him fat, but he was just so much gold in his pocket, so many items. As soon as he dove,
we don't call him fat.
There was nothing stopping him from wiping out Chicken, wiping out ISO, and then eventually putting the finishing touches on to Yato. And you can see here, best player.
Oh yeah, Zoltra's in the Tom though.
62. That's more.
Zoltra invited me to play last night, but I was I literally just got off.
Here. And then the damage dealt in the 10 minutes, 50,000 on a best player there. I mean, a great game there played by him.
Sandbag went over to Mobazane on the Fredrin. It was like 93,000 damage that he took in that entire engagement. There was some impressive plays though, right? Zane was holding his own for a lot of those engagements, and he definitely had a little bit of a faster hand on the retribution when it came to the matchup against best player.
Who got who off?
He didn't have the numbers in his favor for the neutral objective. But again, those small mistakes is what TOB is kind of known for capitalizing on and expanding with, right? So jumping into game 2, I will say Chicken fell a little bit too early for me, right? I want to say he picked up 2 deaths within the first
I was like, huh?
But he started making
all right,
up
back
for it.
back to my popcorn chat. Everybody get some popcorn.
We didn't see it happen again. So I think maybe jumping into this next match.
Carlos, big fan, sir.
Definitely not wanting to die within the first 2 minutes. Should be a game plan and prepping for the first neutral objective, because you know that's definitely one of the keys to victory, to be able to turn this in their favor. This is 1 point. This is currently a best of 5. It's still anybody's series.
BTK getting rid of the fanny.
Not just the early deaths, but I want to say, I don't know if there was a miscommunication or the first objective we saw, it was a Zane and one other person, I can't remember who it was, against 4 members of the Ohio.
Zane needs to play a hero he can carry the game with. That's the problem.
So I'm wondering, I mean, I don't know if there was the miscommunication there, but I feel like you do one or the other. You really can't split up your priorities like that to where you have half.
No problem, man.
At the turtle or half.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Enjoy your popcorn.
You're especially against the Ohio brothers, they're going to have protection for that. They're going to make sure that they are secure and stuff like that. And you want to have all of your forces kind of balled up to one to try to take them on. But like I said, I mean, this isn't as much as we like to throw the critiques out for Chicken. This isn't his normal role, and maybe this is something that BTK is going to need to think about when it comes to that roam position and what you're kind of putting out there. Chicken, like I said, he's an XP laner. He's been a marksman. I can't really put a finger on how many roam games he's had, but it's obvious, especially when you're pitting him against somebody like the Ohio Brothers, against arguably the #1 roam in North America. There is a gap, there is a difference, and there are advantages that Shark, or there's holes that Shark is taking advantage of.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned the IQ and just how smart of a player she is.
I got a lot of like popcorn seeds at the bottom of this thing.
It's gonna be a challenge. I mean, we stated this since the beginning, and they're definitely gonna give him a run for his money. Now, something I also want to put a couple of eyes on is Zia. Can we just talk about how elusive he's been so far on the marksman, right? He's all over the map. You're usually seeing him claim objectives with little to no punish, and then just snowballing with the damage. So maybe getting a little bit more focus on him. This is not only just a BTK thing, but this is what we've been seeing with Zia all day today. He has definitely been in his mode to dominate for the gold lane.
Yeah, he's like I said, the best player, Zia. Like all of these guys are usually very
favorite flavor.
How you're supposed to play.
I don't know. I just really like butter.
I do want to say though, in BTK,
but you can kind of see like the popcorn's like orange. Because I put like some barbecue seasoning in it. It's like applewood barbecue seasoning. Super good. Super good. You ever had barbecue popcorn? Right here is where you could get it.
Ohio Brothers. But he does tend to make those dives to try to get those kills and then try to sneak out the back way.
You don't want to Lahoon Angela.
To actually punish him a few times for that in the last game too as well. So they are starting to track.
This is like regular like movie theater popcorn.
I don't want to say ambience, but the overall strategy for the game. There's just it's crazy when you're going up against a team like the Ohio Brothers, because if you start moving your troops over here, the Ohio Brothers is going to attack over here. If you realize that they're coming over here,
man, they let TOB get Uranus.
It's just there's a lot on the side of Ohio Brothers here for BTK to kind of mount. Such great players here so far.
I'm such an American, bro. Like I love barbecuing.
Elusive is an understatement when you're talking about his marksman.
It's funny when
Can
you
I
try
hear
and think
them?
about the Ohio Brothers playstyle. Like you
No,
try
I
and say,
can't hear
okay,
them.
They're aggressive, but then they're also patient. But they're aggressively patient, right? They just wait for a slight mistake, and then they seize the opportunity. It's insane, but it works in their favor, and it's.
I mean, I guess I could jump in their VC if I ever needed something, but
mistakes. BTK, they're more of a patient.
no, I can't hear them.
And they're very textbook. I wouldn't
It'd
say
be-
they're as
I'd probably be
aggressive as the
laughing.
Ohio Brothers.
I feel like I'd be
but
laughing.
What they do, it's proven to work. And as we are jumping into
It'd be cool if I could hear the
differences
VCs.
in the draft as well, and we are seeing.
That's what I'm saying.
similarities,
Applewood
but
on
some
anything
differences, right?
barbecue.
The X-Borg has been slotted in, but the similarity that we are seeing for TOB is they have a Kadita. Yet, actually no, BTK had the. No, TOB had.
Yo,
the
Kevin, what's your Mobile Legend
no,
ID,
actually,
bro?
No. TOB has the Kadita now. BTK had the Kadita last time. So this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Now, I mean, it is strong frontline composition with T.
Oh, shit.
Zane on the Fredrin.
That's
on
my
the
NACT
X-Borg.
stats.
Zane getting very comfortable, right? This is another
Ooh,
Fredrin
what the
pickup.
fuck?
And
Why'd
something
that-
we are
why'd
starting
that
to see
black screen?
more picked up time and time again is the
I fixed
Brody.
it.
It's definitely been something.
I opened up my
really
file
strong
manager and it
dominates,
black
but
screened
This is
the.
going to be ISO running the Brody this time, so I really want to see how this plays out. I do think BTK needs to find a way to stop Zia, or at least match him and go to where he's at in that lane. You can't just let him get these turrets for free. Yes,
JD's
they're
like
getting trades,
mine.
But eventually Zia gets so fed because they're not punishing him as a marksman that he starts to scale a little bit better when it comes to the 5v5 engagements.
One of the things for me is
Kevin, give me your Mobile Legend ID and your in-game name so I can put it on
ISO,
my sheet.
when it comes to the Zia and ISO matchup, Zia
Pineapple pizza?
has shown, like,
I actually don't
time
mind
and time again,
pineapple.
Even if he gets taken out and ganked, he can still out.
I'd eat it on my pizza.
ISO. So we're talking about kind of a
You know what they
difference
say
when it
about
comes to the
pineapple.
gold laning ability there. So you definitely
It's
need
very
to have
sweet.
an answer for Zia, and that answer is not ISO. You need to have pressure on there. And this is the problem, and a lot of the critiques come
Chicken
from
can't just
Zane,
Florin?
using
You think he's gonna go for a
frontline
Florin?
type of roam or
Smart food?
junglers.
Isn't that
If
the
we're
pirate
looking
guy?
for an answer, we almost can't really count on MLBBN because he's got another
Was
priority.
bussin'?
He's got to tank the front
What
line.
is
He's got to
Dury
stay in
on?
front there to kind of get his team to kind of get back there. Whereas
Durin?
somebody like
I don't know what that
can
means.
play those assassins. He can dive.
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
back
yeah,
there.
yeah.
If he sees a problem with the marksman, he can
Bro,
get to
Zane,
that back lane quickly.
Fredrin not
And
working?
That's where
Dude, they went
BloodThristyKings
Edith. They went
need to kind
Edith.
of enforce their will. Like I said, if you
Eggplant.
allow the
So I'm a meat
Ohio
lovers
to play their
pizza.
game,
Like my pizzas
BTK 's
normally
gonna
have to be
trouble
meat
because,
lovers.
like you said, you're allowing these people to get farmed up. Now we have a Uranus there.
You
So
guys
if
are
you
want
start
me make me
focusing
want
onto
pizza.
that gold lane, you're going to be allowing yellow to start getting farmed up on the Uranus.
Do I have any
It's
Pizza
gonna
Hut
be very
rewards?
difficult here for you to overcome these strategies that we're going to be seeing here from the next game.
Yeah, T is definitely going to have to kind of keep up with the mobility from Milo on this Uranus in the XP lane.
I definitely don't like
Hey,
sausage.
another thing is Yato. He picked
A
up the
passion
Valentina,
fruit?
and
I
he's
had,
got a problem because there
my
is
Celsius
a
was,
Eve on the other side of the playing field and a Kadita. So
Yeah,
definitely
4
something that
frozen
he can use
pizzas
as
in
the
storage.
So we are now jumping
Sheesh, we got to
into
eat it,
game
baby.
Number 2 of the winter finals between the Ohio Brothers and the Bloodthirsty Kings.
I'm from
One win
Missouri.
so far for TOB.
I'm like dead in the center of the United
We're gonna
States.
see it's a priority from Fly.
Is there, like, different pizza shops?
remains the same. We saw
All right, let's get into
this.
this.
Pressure on
What we got here?
Marksman lane, but I want to say a few ganks that didn't go in his direction that kind of turned the tables. We can see here from the emblems, the Ohio Brothers got a little.
There's more to go. We still have
with
we still have the
tenacity,
lower
nothing
bracket.
special, a lot more tenacity,
And then we still
on
have the
side
grand
of Bloodthirsty
finals.
Kings to kind of withstand that
So the person can come up from the lower bracket.
for them as well. The later and later we get, I feel like this is going to go over to the Bloodthirsty Kings' favor. But we just need to reach that point in the game.
We are seeing the Festival of Blood from Fried Chicken and also Milo to be able to survive with that spell vamp. Now, game number 1, it was no secret. The first 2 deaths from Chicken definitely were costly, but this time, best player is going to draw a kill. Shuts down Yato in the mid
Do I get a
lane.
medium
1 kill
2-topping
BTK.
pizza or a large
TOB
any
actually,
topping
BTK
pizza?
Takes the death.
Yeah, and that's super unfortunate for BTK, especially because
Well, I know you
like
did
that
not
could've been
just
a
say
little bit
dead
avoided
center in
from
the
Yato.
United States.
Kinda, if you don't have
Pretty
somebody
much
there protecting you at mid lane, you want to still kind of create some distance.
I'm in
always,
misery, Dad.
especially from the
Misery.
Oh god, this player.
Ooh, it's gonna dive in with the Phantom's execution. Maybe able to get a pick off, but no! Chicken! With the counterplay, takes him down. Mobazane takes down Super Shark. A 2-for-none trade. And now BTK takes the lead and kills.
Yeah, a nice engagement there. Zane able to pick up. So was Fly to Chicken. Oh, and
Missouri is definitely like
tried to
dead center.
punish the
Like
Ohio Brothers
dead
for
center.
this early aggression, especially diving in there. Best player got a little bit greedy there, and
Misery.
punish them
Misery.
for
I
it.
guess Kansas. I get Kansas is pretty damn close. I mean, Kansas is just like. It's pretty damn dead center too. At least I ain't from Florida or Detroit or Ohio.
Super Shark does fall as well. 4-1 so far. BTK leading in kills but losing the first neutral objective.
Okay.
Invasion
Yo,
on
BTK?
the purple buff. Looks like they
BTK
were
doing something.
able to get it.
Zane was able to get it.
Let him cook, chat. Let him cook.
And they punished the Ohio Brothers for that first turtle. It's now 1-4.
Be right back, though, real
Good
quick.
Early start for the Bloodthirsty Kings. This is what we were talking about during the first game. Is we need BTK to handle that early game before the snowball, or they're going to have trouble. And now we see TOB trying to get in here, put some pressure.
They're responding back, trying to take Zane's purple buff. You gotta admire the tenacity from these teams, and he does take it.
In answer to that, and this is what we're talking about. We need Fly Chicken to always be aware of kind of protecting Zane and trying to put some pressure on to this gold lane as well. You can see him on here on the back. But I mean, a good game so far for BTK, 1-4. But we need to start making something happen here. We can see on the Bloodthirsty King side, ISO already picked up that Blade of Hephaestus, and both mages looking to still get their first item. So I mean, we're doing a good job when it comes to the marksman lane here for BTK and in the early.
And Yato picks up the manipulation with the IMU, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now, I will say the difference in this game is Chicken is having a way better early start, right? 3 out of the 4 kills he has been a part of for BTK, and this time Shark is the one that takes the 2 early deaths, and on the same hero that we saw Chicken fall short on.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is I feel like this is just really a lot more comfortable. This is exactly why they went ahead and took that Edith in the first draft, is because Chicken is very comfortable on that hero, and it's something that melds very well into both the roam and the XP position, and probably provides the least amount of holes in the gameplay. Big hook pop-up.
Yeah, manipulation drops down from Yato. Last Insanity with the flicker in from T, doing some damage on Hoon. Fire missile, fire stakes, throwing it all at him. Secures the kill. Turtle still in play. Best player in position for the retribution. The knockup with the Ocean's Oddity. The rough waves. T immortality has been proc. Thorn Rose goes in. T takes out best player. Zane claims the turtle for BTK.
I was ordering pizza.
As you are going to see Milo taking some massive damage from Chicken.
Well, what happened? What happened while I was gone? Yo, BTK is. Look at that mid lane. They're just eating it alive.
And that is
yeah.
starting to claim objectives from the Ohio Brothers. Last time they had to trade an objective for some kills. This time able to pick up both, even withstanding a great set there by Super Shark with those rough waves. So they're doing a great job here. They're executing in the early game, and they're a cohesive unit when it comes
Mortar
to
and some pizza. You guys done got me going, bro. I gotta get some pizza now.
Taking some heavy hits. Is gonna go ahead and get out of that damage. Best player wrapping around with Thorn Rose. Phantom Execution. Zia secures the kill. Takes down Chicken. 2-6 so far. BTK though, they are leading.
You guys got
in
me
terms of
going.
kills,
I'm gonna get some wings
on the
though.
Turtles. It's a 2,000 gold lead, possibly in their favor. But ISO is now by himself on the bottom side.
Yeah, and that's the problem too. Now we're at 2-6, but were we able to transition these kills into objectives? We got one more kill for the Ohio Brothers, and they use that momentum to claim themselves a tower. And that's what we need to start seeing from BT.
Large pizza, large donut.
Once you start losing towers, once you start opening,
you'll cash at me for some barbecue.
Hard to stop the Ohio Brothers. Best player steal an orange buff.
And
that's what I'm getting. I'm getting some honey barbecue wings.
Fried chicken. Yato drops down a manipulation of his own with IMU, but best player wraps around and shuts
you guys
it
done
down.
Got me.
Secures
you
the
guys
kill.
Done got me.
It's now 4-6. TOB is starting to stack up these kills and may be able to turn this game in their favor if BTK is not careful.
Ooh, ISO might be in a little bit of trouble here. 4 members, and that's going to be an easy cleanup for the Ohio brothers. Just when BTK were starting to try to get objectives of their own. The XP lane, both of these guys just ignoring each other, going for the cutting of the lanes first.
Yeah, definitely gotta be careful when it comes to these two teams fighting it out. Next neutral objective is on the table. Turtle at about 25% HP. Milo rushing.
I'm trying to get my
Zayn
points, but
with the
they're
retribution
fucking
a
with me,
little
bro.
bit faster than best player will secure this objective for BTK. T takes down best player in the process.
Yeah.
Yo, is BTK about to win this?
Turtle objectives here. Looks like Yellow is in a little bit.
Oh, my nose is itching, chat. That popcorn got to me.
Still, this is the most even game I've seen from them thus far, except for the I want to say the first game they played against TOB, the first series they played against TOB in series in stage 1.
It's definitely looking a little bit better, but Super Shark finds
Jesus
ISO.
Christ.
Gonna dive into the turret, secure the kill. Right now, you are looking at them being even in terms of turrets.
Yeah, and now Zayn doing a good job starting to enforce his will in the
Shark just destroyed him there. I feel like Shark's trying to show like Chicken, like, listen, I can play you, dude. Or Cadito.
But high execution from best player rushes into the minions to delay BTK from seizing that turret. Definitely focusing on what's important right there, and that just shows you why these two teams are the best of the best so far for North America.
Yeah, and right now it is neck and neck, narrowly a 2K gold lead for BTK, and I want to say they
got like a $2 off on the bunless wings right now.
A lot of their players have been getting caught. I mean, a Shark, you can't argue with his positioning and his.
I don't know why BTK ignores the gold lane.
On a person or on a hero,
they shouldn't ignore it, bro.
They need to stop getting caught for someone to start having an advantage during.
TOB's kind of coming back now.
And, you know, I think this is going to be the situation.
Oh, man. BTK really needs to, like, focus on towers, man.
This is where he shines. He starts rotating around. He's super elusive and mobile. And he'll sneak these objectives in their favor if you're not careful. But the battle in the mid lane, Zayn doing a little damage, but getting a little as well. As you are seeing both teams focus in the mid river. Even best player joining the party, but nobody falling. But here it goes. Moba Zayn rushing in. Bridges Wrath. ISO finds a kill, takes down Milo, Yato takes down Hoon, manipulation does drop down, Chicken finds Super Shark, as T rushes with the last sanity, finds Zia. That is 4 members falling for TOB, the full team of BTK still alive.
Yeah, what a great
20 bucks for pizza, wings, and mini cinnamon rolls. Let's go, baby.
Finishing off the team.
And delivery fees are so expensive.
And great cohesiveness from the BloodThristyKings. And not just that, but we're talking about, like we said,
what's up, fam?
Not playing the role that he's used
0.1%.
on this Edith.
I did look away and missed the whole fight. I was ordering pizza.
Game for Chicken.
All right, we got pizza delivered. Let me see.
Oh,
Shuggy Duggy now.
Best player on the 4v1
best player's struggling a little bit in this game.
This is in BTK's favor, right?
I did tip.
Anything can happen.
I did tip.
You are going to see the manipulation drop down from Hoon. A little bit over aggression, but Zayn finds another kill. Is going to take down Super Shark. Zia very low.
I gave him like $3
on the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, and a great job there. They're really starting to take advantage of the mistakes that the Ohio brothers are making. You can see Super Shark trying to go in there, get CC'd down. As we start taking a look at the items here,
because if my pizza gets delivered and it's cold, I go and complain, and then I get free pizzas.
When it comes to some of the items, but the rest of the team doing such a great job. T and Zayn kind of heading off the front line of the Ohio brothers here as this match goes on. We're at the 10-minute mark, 7-13 in favor of BTK.
Yeah, but you are still seeing Zia having the advantage, having more kills.
What's T on?
Oh,
T's on export.
Which you kind of mentioned, and that may be the deciding factor that they can kind of.
It's always like when the EXP is like actually fed. Ooh, they're going on T though.
The win in nature to negate the physical damage, which could.
What is T
doing
when
it comes to fighting these engagements, especially against Zia?
He was like tickling him over there.
And right now we're starting to
hitting them with the flames.
Align for the BloodThristyKings. This is what I talked about. The early game. If you can withstand that early game, then BTK has a large chance to be able to kind of enforce their will, roll that snowball down the hill, and keep going. We're just gonna.
Are they gonna put pressure on the T?
Making any mistakes.
Oh, they forced out his last insanity.
Player definitely trying to keep as much map as he can
Comebackable?
revive for his team. Right now, they are down by 2 turrets and also down
Holy.
by 1 turtle. BTK having the advantage. But the later this game goes,
Xborg is
it can
definitely
be a flip
like
of the coin on who can win this.
it's came into the meta pretty hard.
Yeah, once both teams start getting into that late game, it's going to be basically a 50-50 shot, and next fight wins the game. Right now, things still in favor of Bloodthirsty Kings have a commanding 6K gold lead over the Ohio Brothers at the 11-minute mark. So it's their game to lose right now. So all they need to do is kind of keep up the pace, keep punishing.
It's that
the
Edith,
Ohio
man. Like,
Brothers,
Chicken is so
pushing
good on
into
Edith.
and set up for successful.
Like, if they let that through.
And then pushes.
And you can definitely tell TOB is still comfortable. Even though they're down on the map, they are still extending pretty far out. As you are seeing a little bit of these skirmishes starting to happen. But now BTK trying to take advantage of the map. They're trying to make sure that they maintain the aggro on these lanes, right? Clear out these minions and have total map control. I mean, we have about 10 seconds until the Lord spawns in, and that is going to be the deciding factor. Not even necessarily taking the Lord, but baiting it out and taking some kills to create that opportunity.
Yeah, and right now they're doing a great job. Great vision for them as well, and they have a good spread on the map while they're starting to take this Lord. They are a little bit spread off now that Zane is starting on the Lord.
13 and 7. I mean, you can already see, right? That
where both of these teams are going to be.
the only thing, I mean, though TOB has so much like the Earthel could be a major problem, but again, BTK is kind of thick. ISO on the Brody. Ooh, last insanity, Milo. Yo, T's gonna have to get out of there.
TOB from even stepping in the Lord pit.
Yo, but best players in there. Uh-oh. ISO took out best player.
Meaning they have no retribution.
Yo!
And Zane will claim the Lord for BTK. T is not done. He is on fire.
Dude, T
He's
is
going
just
in for more. Another last insanity and a monster kill as he takes down Milo.
Look, they're looking to end this right here. Hoon. Hoon, good defense, Hoon.
Especially when it came to kind of reorganizing the roster.
He is going crazy. He is going crazy right now.
And they are absolutely punishing Shark for a
Fried Chicken's going Edith? Yeah, bro. Crazy.
Getting bursted down, not able to find the picks that he was able to in the first game. And the Bloodthirsty Kings are on a roll here. 7-16, a 10K gold lead with a Lord coming down.
And speaking of that Lord, now going to crash into the inhibitor for the top side, trying to open up the map in BTK's favor by cracking open that base. You're going to see best player find a kill, take down ISO. Z.
Oh, here's can see play. This is TOB clapping back.
This is the
clapping back.
TOB was
does T go in? Does T go in? This player's low.
Slight mistake from BTK as Zia is going to take down Fried Chicken.
RWD.
Only T and Yato live to be able to fight. And now they have to push
Amy,
back, which may
what up?
force this to work in favor for the Ohio Brothers.
Long time no see. How you been?
This is where the Ohio Brothers are most dangerous. Once they get a little bit of momentum,
why'd they put so much pressure?
Continue this push. They know what they need
push,
to do.
Push.
Out and they're taking these objectives.
We're just gonna take all of the mid.
One cannon minion, and they're gonna go ahead and take 2 turrets.
Oh,
with
they
it.
didn't. They
Almost
didn't.
2 turrets. But they do shut down that minion just
yeah,
in time.
ISO got caught.
Ooh,
last insanity a little wild.
Overly aggressive.
Yeah, great job. Unfortunately, only able to get 1 tower with it. So it's BTK still very much in this game, still very much in control of it here. You can see Zia starting to pick up. He's got the Malefic Roar. He's got the Sea Halberd. Crit. He's almost he's full items right now. And ISO still doing. I think he's still working on. Looks like he's looking for a BOD for his next item. So still some work there. But ISO still having a great game. The big thing, the big name right now is on T's shoulders here. If they can continue to punish Super Shark and have T kind of crashing in.
Look at best player waiting.
BTK still is in this.
See how
right now we're almost at the 16-minute mark. We mentioned the later this game goes, it's literally going to be a difference in who can win the 5v5 engagement, and that's going to be the situation we're going to run into here momentarily as we get closer to that 20-minute mark. I mean, even looking at best player and MLBBN, both of them pretty much tied in XP. Everybody getting to full build. Divine Glaive being picked up from Hoon. They're getting ready for a battle.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I feel like, big pop-up on the Mielo.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. Does he bait out the utility?
What is he?
With
Why
the
did...
chase, does use.
Why did
Memories,
he's still
that
going
does work in
though.
Milo's favor though. Is Hoon. Wait a second. He takes down MLBBNA.
Oh, they're pushing. They're pushing to end. They're pushing to end. They can't do that though.
Even further and take this Lord because they don't have the retribution.
Oh yeah, what was that play? ISO, stop being so aggressive. You don't gotta be so greedy. How you gonna hunt down a Uranus, bro?
What an unfortunate turn right now for BTK. They're gonna need
That was the funniest bait of all baits.
For this push, if BTK
What
wants
in
to
the
stay in.
world?
That was a good knock-up over there from Super Shark.
What in the world?
He was going to wrap around and try and steal that Lord with the last Insanity, but he didn't allow it, right? He got the knock-up, and Zane was able, not Zane, but Best Player was able to secure that for his side. So, right
Yo, and then
now,
TOB's response was just so well. They forced them to go back, and then that forced them to lose position over the map, right?
Kind of on the back foot. It's on. This is where the
Chasing a Uranus was definitely a little wild.
Start punishing the team for
He was carrying this game, bro, and now it's looking rough.
Crash into the inhibitor turret for the mid lane. It does fall. Lord at about 50% HP. Ice Queen Wand being picked up.
I think they hold out. I think they hold out.
The Winter Truncheon to be able to kind of save himself when this engagement.
Oh, there we go. Okay, you got Uranus. Milo's definitely dead.
CC and the Torn Apart Memories procking the immortality.
Whoa, there we go. Okay. Real world manipulation on both sides. Chicken the low. Yo, get out.
Will fall in the process.
Yo,
securing the kill.
Shark's dead. ISO's dead though. Chicken. It's all up to T, Yato, and Zane.
Still a 3 for 3 in the
All right, message me in Discord.
Did you see Best Player? Just the dashes all around the map, able to find the pickoffs, drops 2 members from BTK, and now this might be the end.
Yeah, they are still trying to close it out.
They don't got.
Zia picks up a
Oh,
kill.
where's Zia?
Finds Yato. Zane, Immortality has been proc there. Trying to delay them from ending this game. Best Player takes down MLBBNA. T not able to stop them. And TOB takes game 2 against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Wow.
All it took was
GG's.
a push, a single advantage.
NT.
All they needed, and that's what I was talking about. You need an answer
NT.
pushes, or Ohio Brothers are going to take the entire farm.
Yeah, taking the entire, just one push, and this is what we try and heavily put some emphasis on, right? One slight mistake, and they're able to close games. That's just what TOB is known for. Even when BTK has pretty much everything at their disposal, all the objectives, the lanes, everything looking like it's going to work in their favor for a finish. That one mistake is what TOB waits for, and then they just make the most out of the situation yet again. And now, currently undefeated so far in the winners finals, 2-0. They only have one more chance. This is match point in favor for TOB.
I don't even know what to say. I'm almost upset. Bloodthirsty Kings played the game of their life. T could not have been any better. They were sound. They had the objectives in mind. They were punishing Super Shark for a lot of his engagements, keeping Best Player at bay. But in the end, even the stats don't really speak to it. Just narrowly under a 2K gold lead for the side of the Ohio Brothers. 15-18. They weren't even winning in kills, and still able to take that. And I want to say a lot of that in due to Zia and his constant ability, his just solid marksmaning from him, even at their worst moments for the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, the man's 7-1-7. The proof is in the pudding, and it's right there in front of BTK's face. Zia has been a problem time and time again, not just for, you know, BTK, but for multiple teams with his out rotation in the gold lane, as we are looking at a little bit of a rewind from what we've seen in game number 2 with Best Player taking down ISO, the struggle on the top side, Zia taking down MLBBNA, slowly inching their way up the map. BTK trying to get away, trying to escape to safety on their aggressive push, just not working out in their favor. And this is where TOB kind of turned it around before they had their early push through the mid lane to close it out. And like we said, one slight mistake is all they need to profit.
Yeah, and it was amazing too. And well, I mean, it was off screen and I couldn't see what happened that took out MLBBN initially to start that Lord fight, which started the push for the Ohio brothers. But unfortunately, that was just more than they needed.
That's crazy.
Here,
yeah.
From the stats, Zia.
Crazy.
Bro, even though the BTK was ahead most of that game, look at the stats here.
It says my pizza is already going to be here, bro.
Gold per minute,
I hope you guys
dealt,
don't get mad at me for
damage
eating
taken.
some pizza.
Sandbag isn't really the bragging point for a lot of these. Fried chicken.
ISO is
played
the new
game of his
basic.
life too here. Great amount of assists, great setting for his team, and it kind of begs the question now: what does BTK need to do to get this victory over the Ohio brothers?
You know, that is a really hard question to answer because,
dude, I mean,
kind of look at that match and we break
like,
it down in
bruh.
early to mid to late, because that did go to late game, right? That was almost
I don't know.
minutes. BTK did what they needed to do. They were winning the initial
Yeah, I
objectives.
mean, that's what I'm
And then they just
saying. Like,
fumbled at the end, a slight
BTK was
mistake. I mean,
definitely
we didn't
doing what they
get to
needed to
see
do,
what
bro.
exactly happened to MLBBN off screen when I believe Boone picked up that kill.
Last moment dash
But
by,
nonetheless, they took
yeah.
out the jungler, and that opened up the
Yeah.
opportunity for TOB to take that Luminous Lord and finish the game out. So definitely gonna have to keep our eyes on the jungler and also the marksmen, right? Watch Zia. Stop letting him get out farmed. He is a problem time and time again. Now this is game 3. This is possibly match point. BTK has to be at the top of the game if they want to stay in the winners finals.
I'm kind
Holy.
of wondering what you do here if you are the Ohio brothers or BTK. On the Ohio brothers, I'm wondering, they had a lot of trouble dealing with.
They just care about the Boxia.
In that game.
Mobile
There's the amount
Boxia.
of CC that they were able to protect. So that meant that every single time the Ohio brothers made a mistake, they
Yeah, I
paid
think
for
it's
it.
because he wants to
Because they
stay
just
far
got
back,
CC'd
but then he
down into a
doesn't
cone,
stay far
whether it
back,
was
right?
Beskler
Like
trying to
he,
dive into the
like we
tower
seen earlier, like
trying to secure
he's
a
being
kill
so
onto
aggressive
Yako
on
and
a
just
hero
stood
that's supposed to
and
be
popped up like he was in
like a
bouncy house of
range.
doom. Like they had
Time for a
great
3-0.
synergy when it came to that, and they were able to punish Shark in the early game, which we don't see very often. Punishing him for those rotations, especially on a hero like Kadita, which kind of offset him, made him a lot more frustrated throughout the game until, as we were talking about, able to kind of collect himself and find that opening to be able to kind of be dominant again.
Crazy, bro.
It's going to be an interesting game here. Possibly the last game point here for the Ohio brothers. BTK need to find an answer.
Now, you know, it's really interesting. I think one of the things that TOB shines in is when the match is not in their favor, they don't play like your traditional team. They don't kind of hug back in their base or hug back in their turrets. They still play in the middle of the map as if they have the advantage. And I think it's just their comfortability and what they can pull off.
I mean, there
that
was just
makes
a
them
lot of
shine.
like macro
When you're looking
mistakes
at
that were
BTK,
causing
right?
huge
They're still fighting
problems.
them in the middle of the map, even when BTK has the map advantage. And I think that's where they can kind of turn it around in TOB's favor. And honestly, that was a late game win, right? I mean, BTK had the early game, they had the mid game in their hands, but they weren't able to close it out with the early finish. And it's not the easiest thing to do against a team like TOB. Honestly, it's the hardest team to do it against. But when you can't get that early finish after you get all those neutral objectives, after you have the advantage, all TOB has to do is play to the late game. They're like, okay, we can wait, we'll play patient. They'll make the mistake. Just a random mistake in a 5v5 matchup is all they need to wait for. And that's what happened. MLBBN falls, Hoon picks up the kill, they claim the Lord, and they close out the game.
Well, and that's kind of the problem there. I do like BTK opened up. They were able to close that gap in the early game. They were able to shut down Shark. They were able to kind of get everybody gathered for these objective fights. So it wasn't chicken off in the marksman lane, helping out there, split priorities all over the map. No, they had one single mind and one single goal when it came to a lot of.
I'm surprised he doesn't pull out like a Karina or something. Zia going Brody this time though. Look, they picked up the Brody and the Augsburg.
That late game, like you said, it becomes a 50-50. It's a coin flip. Once you start getting full items, you can't do any better. You can't get any stronger. You can't get any more powerful. So then it just becomes who makes the first mistake. And unfortunately, it seemed, well, I can only assume Zane made the first mistake. At some point, he got caught off screen, got taken down, and that just opened it up for BTK. And at the as strong and as strict as you are in the early game, you need to be even stricter as you move into that late game, because it doesn't matter how strong you are. All it takes is one team fight to change the course of the game.
speaking of the game so far, we are now looking at the draft on the way, almost midway through. BTK picking up some strong picks. Yato on the Navaria. They have ice on the Beatrix, which means they have double the sniper capability.
Okay.
They can line up
I like the Beatrix. Interesting with the Paquito, though.
I guess you could call it a 2-shot. And then you also have
Paquito.
Paquito.
Paquita.
Not something too out of the ordinary for BTK. I can't wait to see where this plays out to.
I was just about to call out, like, you've got
Oh
those
shit, is the
assassins
alien
right now.
invasion here?
You've got, a decent
The
amount of
aliens!
mobility
Are
on
you
the side of
lying to me?
BTK, so you're looking at an assassin
You lying to me, bro.
around with them, and the answer would have been Lancelot or a
Wheezy sounded like a
I
fixed it, I fixed it, I
with
fixed it,
that
I
Tempest
fixed
of
it, I
Blades,
fixed
pop
it.
them up and kind of slow
I got
them
it, I
down.
think I fixed it.
We're gonna need to see maybe
Flex
some type
pick?
of
Could be a
peeling
flex pick.
potential. I mean, Edith isn't taken out just yet. The only thing is that Edith is kind of like slugs around. You know, it takes her a little bit of time to kind of get there.
At least now you guys know that the casters are actually aliens.
That opens it up for the Ohio brothers to dive into the back.
Remember on the
Because there's not
news when they
much
just said
protection here
aliens were
just
real?
yet in the current compositions that we see.
They're already invading us.
Yeah, and right now, this player is going to pick up that Ling. He's going to go for that assassin.
Ooh,
One
the
of things Ling has, yes, he
Ling.
took a little bit of a nerf, but he's still high mobility, right? He can get around, he can take
Alien
turrets,
versus
things are not in their
Predator.
advantage. And honestly, BTK has been great in the neutral objectives when it comes to the early, when it comes to the mid. I mean, Zane definitely has been out-retrying best player when it comes to the Turtles and the Lords, but it's the late game that is a problem. And when things are not working in the favor for TOB, it helps them to have a Ling to be
Like
able to
secret
rotate
invasion,
the
I'm
opposite
telling
side
you.
of the map and take these
Invasions,
turrets. So
bro.
definitely gonna have to keep their eyes.
Look
on
at
to best
Private
player
Smile.
on the
Tell me
lane
that's
with
not
high
alien.
mobility. But as
No, I'm
we are seeing
joking.
the bans
I'm
on the way, it looks
joking.
like Edith will be taken off the playing field.
Taken off the playing field by BTK as well, which is a very interesting pick there. You were talking about retribution here, and I know that one of the big critiques is Mobazane's retry is off, or his retry game isn't strong. But that's a team effort when it comes to that. You have the entire team when that Lord gets, or when that
He heard you. He didn't hear me. He stopped smiling. He
to all collapse and put damage onto that turtle, onto that objective.
I'm
Or to
joking.
be zoning out the rest of the team to give some breathing
I'm
room,
joking. I'm joking.
for somebody in that jungler position to be able to get that retribution.
Zane
without getting
Bane?
CC'd and bounced all over the
Zane
place.
Bane, huh?
Last game,
Zane Bane.
did a
Ooh,
great job of that.
what?
Everybody was
He?
present. Everybody was supporting.
Pulling
There
out
was
the
common goal there
Fredrin
to
once
clear
again?
things out so
What
that
is
Mobazane
the
could have
pick
the time
here?
and the focus to be able to take down the turtle.
Valentina's gone.
Like I said, it
Yeah,
just
no,
came down to
Valentina's
the
still
end
open,
there.
yeah.
That's what I want to see from the team here.
Oh, they already
when
went
it comes to these
Navaria.
objective fights, when it comes to this early game. Team effort.
Jesus,
Everybody has
not
the same thing in
the-
mind. Nobody off in
Not
some
the
of these other
dude.
ways.
This is the
Very
Fred.
interesting here. Man,
Man.
I want to say I
This is
don't know
a
what the
third
record is on
Fredrin.
Ramos, especially when it comes to the Ohio brothers.
God
They've been very
dang.
successful when it
Someone
comes to a lot
ban
of these
this
same
hero.
compositions.
I think this is the
No,
first
speaking of
time.
compositions, we're almost at the final.
Zane's being
bit
too
for this
predictable, chat.
draft. Currently 2-0 TOB at match.
Yeah,
point.
fried
Close
chicken's
it out
Franco.
for the first
What?
A bold statement.
Shark
We're going to pick out
is
the Atlas to solidify this draft.
Atlas?
I always love watching an Atlas game. I don't know, something about those
What?
Fatal Links are just so impactful. When it is paired
Yo,
up against
okay.
A Franco from Fried Chicken.
I mean,
a Franco
an
that
Atlas
can
and
use
an
that blade
export
hunt against the
combo is
assassin
pretty
blade,
damn good.
Stop Hoon from using the co-alter if he's in range, or even grab Hoon to the team for a possible pickoff. So I don't know if it's going to be the easiest thing to pull off, and I think it's
Nah,
a
it's
little bit
fried
due to
chicken,
having the
Franco,
Paquito
chat.
and
Fried
the
chicken is
Fredrin,
Franco.
on the same side. Now, do we see Mobazane running the Fredrin? Pretty much guaranteed, which means this is going to be a Paquito up against the X-Borg. Now, the Paquito can profit. He does have to play it a little bit more safe. Doesn't want to get hit by the fire missiles, but if he can wrap around, he definitely can burst.
Yeah, the
down
last
armor.
insanity and the fatal links combination, and then also tied with a Faramis. Like, you have so much AoE, and not only that, then you have the Tempest of Blade. Like, TOB's whole squad comp is all about AoE, 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 right?
Yeah, and POB favorite, we need to see Bloodthirsty Kings kind of hang in there in the early game, provide that assistance that MLBBNA needs, let him get that farming out, and see where this game takes us. And not just that, but be able to kind of close it up there. We're gonna see how well this goes. I do not. I feel like we're countering counters with counters right now. As like a Fly Chicken, who's he gonna grab? Is he gonna be able to take down Hoon? If he does that, then Shark's gonna answer with a Fatal Links of his own. We can see here a lot of mobility picked up and the agility, especially on the side of BTK. You've got agility and quantum charges pretty much stacked on their side. So they're looking for a lot of mobility there. And unfortunately,
we're trying to be fast.
A lot of Purifies on their team.
Whoa!
Iron Hook!
Super Shark, are you super anymore?
Yes, it does. And Chicken picks it up.
Wow, Chicken.
Start there for the side of BTK, doing a great job. This is what I want to see from BTK.
What?
Player, I believe he was able to pick up that
Super Chicken.
But, I mean, a lot of ferociousness here from BTK.
I thought Sharks ate chickens.
I was definitely going to say the deciding factor for BTK is Chicken's performance on this Franco. And
yo,
sneak peek of what we just saw. If he plays
Super
like that,
Chicken.
I don't think they have anything to worry about. But
Super Chicken
on the top side, another one of
Super
those
Chicken dead.
Shutting him down. He's been profiting so much in the
oh my god, dude. TOB's coming in dead. ISO's dead.
Zia will find ISO though, nonetheless. That's not just any player. That is the marksman for BTK delaying their ADC.
The attack of the chickens, man.
Well for some
I guess if you get pecked enough, you'll go down.
Not able to pick up 2 kills, but they are able to pick up the single kill before the first turtle is taken.
That's all right. Atlas is really hard to utilize in the early game. Like if you overextend, it's just like GG's.
Even on kills, it's no
Atlas is so like defensively weak.
Usually looking at an 18-minute finish. But so far today, it's been
Hoon. Oh, 1 HP! Yo, T getting too aggressive.
The stun on a T, but
yo, 1 HP.
Yeah, very similar opening game
made it out of there.
They're putting onto the pressure there.
You can't let those slip.
Trouble kind of maintaining the front line for the TheOhioBrothers as the BTK is having a great job kind of flanking and getting around it. But the TheOhioBrothers in a good position for this first turtle.
Yeah, you are seeing Milo though trying to gatekeep MLBBNA from hitting the retribution. Best player does wrap around. Both junglers in position. Zane out Retri's best player.
Wow. Interesting.
Iron Hook not going to connect, but a flicker in with the bloody hump for the suppression onto Milo. Praises right from the damage of Zane. Not really going to do much to the TheOhioBrothers, but the taunt is still there with the energy eruption. Zane on Hoon.
Oh
like
man, there we go. Okay, damn, Hoon.
To secure the kill.
Yeah, they are all over
real.
Right. We were just talking about that too, or especially when you saw that Hoon with that great nether.
Another hook!
Huge play from Fried Chicken.
Oh my god!
From a mile away, secures the kill on Shark.
Holy!
I like this from Fly Chicken. We're not just dancing around being an XP laner, using a fighter as a.
What in the world? Chicken's got hooks for days.
Go with some fighter composition with it.
God dang, Chicken.
Yeah, definitely shining so far, right? I mean, you're looking at BTK leading in terms of kills. They're up by 2,000 gold and another Iron Hook, but this time onto the marksman for TOB. This may even give Zia some trouble in the gold.
Yeah, right now Zia,
Aim 4 incoming.
So
I hope so, because I think my pizza's about to be here. I'd like another game to, you know, watch and eat some pizza and some wangs.
On the TheOhioBrothers jungle.
But the response back, they're going to fight it out.
Tempest Blade. Oh, Last Insanity. Cold Ultra. MLBBNA low. Is so low, bro.
Not sustain himself. Hoon does secure a kill on him. 2 members falling for the BloodThristyKings.
Just too much sustain,
it's so hard to invade TOB, man.
At the TheOhioBrothers.
Who did? God did.
Realm come out to keep the BloodThristyKings topped.
Oh my god. Look at the aggressive Hoon, bro. Such a good play. The aggression.
That BloodThristyKings need to fight through to actually get the kill onto the TheOhioBrothers during these team fights.
And we also got to keep an eye on Zia. Yet again, finds a way to take the turret on the top side. But on the bottom side, a trade on the way as T, left unchecked, will be able to take that turret for BTK.
Yeah, a massive amount of damage for T so far. He's going to go ahead, take that, and now we're going to go ahead, fight for this next turtle. See if Zane has what it takes to get another steal wave.
Oh my God!
Set with the fatal links, last second from Super Shark, last sanity
The
from Mio.
fast hands, bro. Shark with the flicker and the fatal links.
The retribution claims a turtle for the Ohio brothers.
Quick hands, bro.
They get the turtle, they lose a 1, they take 1 from BTK there. So all in all,
BTK, okay, okay.
The Ohio brothers.
They pushing in the mid though.
Still keeping the pressure on. They lost
okay.
the turtle, but they're going to go ahead and keep on pushing, trying to get those objectives.
Oh, they didn't get the tower. They didn't get the tower.
Early game.
They didn't get the tower. They didn't get the tower.
Any HP is gonna have to go ahead and recall back to safety. We are looking at both teams
one more hit.
In terms of turrets, but in terms of gold,
they had to force it. They went in there and took it themselves. But look, it forced them to like displace themselves.
In the mid lane, though, Super Shark is gonna find fried chicken. The taunt, the knock up from the energy eruption, the Astro Echo.
They're going hard on the Shark, bro. Ooh.
We'll pick up the kill. No, ISO takes it. He's gonna go ahead and secure that kill. Burst down, Super Shark.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job too. Here, BTK, we saw the items for a second. Hunter Strike already picked up the Clock of Destiny on to Yato as well. And
it's all a mental game, bro.
Already picking up that BOD as well. So
it's all a mental game, bro.
So much damage here in the early game. And you see on the other side, I mean, more of a weathered pace there, except for, of course, the jungler, best player, who's still kind of coming up with a lot of those damage items. So BloodThristyKings just have a lot more.
It's at the top. It's 2 TOB, 0 BTK.
When it comes to these objectives, we just need to see if they can kind of continue transitioning these into objectives.
Right, they do definitely have a little bit of a slight advantage.
Give us a not sweep.
One additional turret, right? Now, the gold.
We don't want sweeps all day, baby.
So this is still pretty much a stalemate between both of these teams. We mentioned best player running on the link. He does have a little bit of an advantage rotating around this map when things are not looking in their favor, right? He can use that mobility from the Finch pose, go in and take the turrets. But then again, he has the invulnerability with the Tips of Blaze to be able to drop down and get a retribution on these lords. But Zane's just been a little bit faster so far in the retribution.
Yeah, and he's been doing such a great job trying to snatch these up. I believe that's 2 turtles to 1 right now. We're going to be transitioning into the Lord.
TOB has 2 wins.
Fights are going to come. We're reaching out of the laning phase here and looking to kind of continue on this pressure. T putting on some damage on the Hoon. Is he going to be able to get away?
Oh, forces out the flicker. Best player rushes in, and now a punish on the way. Perfect match from Super Shark. Not able to close the distance, even with the concealed play. Still 6-6 on the scoreboard, but
he getting out of here.
Goes to repeat itself. TOB, they're known to play it out to the late game, and that's when they start to thrive.
Boy, T just took off. He was a speed for that, trying to get out of there. Even ran through the tower of the Ohio brothers to get away. I'm actually surprised best player wasn't in a position to kind of use that Finch pose to kind of capture him from the back line. So they're just doing such a great job right now. But like we said, it's those mistakes as we start moving into
running for his life.
To see if BTK
can hold
on to this lead and transition it into something that's inescapable for TOB.
Yeah, 2-0 already.
Best player caught with some heavy punches from T. Tips the Blaze down. The knock-up puts T on a trampoline and Finch poises to safety. But I wonder how. Oh my goodness! Iron Hook suppression from the Bloody Hunt. Fried chicken.
Here we go. Ooh, they can get Hoon now. They can get Hoon. They got Hoon. Go.
Energy eruption onto Hoon. They have
Ooh, that would have been a snipe. ISO would have hit that.
A double and takes it
down. 30 seconds on Lord. Don't whiff this. Don't whiff this. I
want to say this isn't as dominating as BTK.
Get some more. Fatal leaks. Fried chicken.
On the chicken. Torn apart memories as well from Zia. A lot of utility to take down the roamer for BTK. You got to ask, was it worth it? On the top side, though, T will claim the turret.
Yeah, claims the turret there.
They got the bot turret, but like now they're at a disadvantage because Chicken died before the Lord take, right? Like, oh, look at the top lane. That was nice. Oh my God, ISO's dead.
Yeah, but best player very low. Hoon takes down ISO, but best player hit the Astro Echo. Same with Hoon, same with Shark.
Hoon's dead.
Seizing the opportunity, takes down Hoon, and now pulls the aggro for the Lord.
Oh!
Great.
Yo, that snipe almost took BP out, bro. Almost took BP out.
And punishing BTK for it as well.
Yeah, and speaking of punishing, Zia at about 50% HP. T just
Super
putting
shark.
on the
Yo, how did he
damage in his
absorb
center
that?
box and his boxing gloves right now. You are going to look at the Lord at about 50% HP. MLBBN in position.
Oh,
for
Yato's
retribution.
dead.
Yato on the backside, though, taking a lot of damage. Best player is going to secure the kill.
They're going to reset the
MLBBN,
Lord?
though, getting pushed out of the Lord.
Oh, they didn't reset it. They didn't reset it. Wow.
BTK Chicken going back in. They don't plan on letting this objective go.
Oh, T's in the back line. T's in the back line. Retry battle. A lot of CCs. Holy shit. MLBBN got the Lord.
Finds a neutral objective, claims a Lord for BTK.
They gotta get out,
now
though.
The punish may be on the way.
Ooh, T got
dealing some
pulled
damage.
back.
Zia finds T, and both teams disengage from the Lord pit.
I mean, they got the Lord, but like, dude, they lost so many people to get that Lord.
Side of BTK, I want to say it's still in favor of BTK. A great job dancing around that, and this is kind of the problem. This is what we've been wanting to see. The problems that happens when you're using an assassin against a tanky player when it comes to these Lord engagements, and now we can see kind of the full force of that because you have the BloodThristyKings in a great position, zoning out the rest of the team, helping MLBBN to try to get those retributions as well, and then putting on the pressure to best player.
Retry got back. Too early to say, chat. Let me shake the mystery ball.
Right
Yep,
now,
too early
you
to
are
say.
looking at 3 turns in favor for BTK, and also a gold lead up by 1,000.
Yeah, we see that Fly Chicken already picked up a decent amount of defense. As we look on to the marksman position, BOD and Hunter Strike, and the Malefic Roar for ISO. On the other side, we have a Zia. Oh, we have a little bit of engagement.
Yeah, engagement on the way. Zia, Mega taking down with the Fatal Links for the set. The huge save to keep their marksman alive. Zia picks up a kill off the assist, takes out T. Milo Fried Chicken. Best player finds ISO. 4 members falling for BTK. MLBBN trying to fight out against the full team of TOB, but Zia, yet again, trumples over, takes the kill.
Oh, it's not GG's.
Wipeout as TOB
I mean,
now will push up the map.
nah, it's not gonna be
This
GG's.
is what we were talking about at the beginning when we saw
A
the
team
draft.
wipe,
There's
bro?
So many avenues that the
How does
Ohio
BTK
brothers have
keep
when it
getting
comes to
team
these
wiped?
team fights. Not only do you
Ow,
have to
like
get
they're
through
like,
the altar, not
they
only
literally
do you have to get through
keep
that
getting
damage from
team
Yellow,
wiped.
but you also have that fatal links from Super Shark that can set your entire team. There's so many
Oh,
boxes
yo, he
that you
didn't.
need to check if
He
you're BTK
missed.
to have a
He flicked.
successful fight,
Chicken
and
just
we're starting
flickered
to see
in,
them
bro.
get overwhelmed by it.
Yeah, that was definitely costly, right? They lost 4 members and then turned into a wipeout. They can't afford for that to happen.
Yeah, I told
again.
you the
For
Exborg
TOB
and
to close
the
this game
Atlas
out.
combo
I mean,
was
they're
just gonna
stripped
be
down. Their base has
nasty,
been
right?
cracked open
Like
on the bottom side as that
Alas
inhibitor has
Insanity tied with the Fatal Links and the
Yeah,
stuns.
and right
Like,
now, the gold lead has shifted, just about a 2K gold lead for the Ohio brothers. They are in the commanding lead here
I
right
said
now.
I support
Well,
him.
not even a commanding lead, but they have the momentum, and we've talked about this before. That is the most dangerous.
Sharks 2, 4, and
Ohio
11. I mean,
brothers
doing pretty
to
good.
face because it's so hard. They're so tight on the choke that they put on to enemy teams, and they just keep squeezing and squeezing. As the game keeps on going on, they keep punishing you more and more. They keep taking objectives. So it's honestly, it's on BTK. They need to wait. They need to be patient and find these picks. They have the optimal composition for it. Fried Chicken.
Ooh.
Almost connects with that iron hook. Right now, you are looking at Zia still having an amazing game. 5-0-4, best player alongside him. 5-0-6, just dominating so far in this match. But BTK, they don't plan on letting these objectives go with ease, right? They still have the fight in them and the possibility to turn this around, as Chicken has been pretty much on point with these iron hooks.
Yo.
We haven't really seen too many explosive sets as we've trickled
If
into the
MLBBN
second
gets
half
this
of this
Lord
game,
with a retry,
but we still can't count him out. I think if Chicken can place a proper hook and catch a backline or the jungler, BTK can still close this out.
Look at T
Yeah, we're
pushing.
gonna see if it's possible here. We got a pretty decent spread right now. T able to go ahead, take a tower. Best player in a
What is
very
going on with
peculiar
best
position
player?
here on the back flank here, looking for an opportunity to kind of get in there. This is kind of the
He wants to
dance
like
you play when
pinch
you're playing an
those in.
assassin position
Oh, he's
during
going for
these
the
lore
back
fights. You don't
line.
wanna
That's what
get
he's
in
doing. He
and
wants to
swoop.
go
Oh,
for the
man,
he wants to go for
there is a great
Yato
position.
or
It's so
ISO.
crazy because the best player goes up for a Finch switch pose, he's gonna get caught by Franco.
And they know that. They know
I'm
that.
keeping my
Like
eyes
they
on him
can't
right now, wondering
overextend
what his
because
game
of
plan
that.
is.
Oh,
He
they're
is
just gonna
rush
go in
in
for the
to
Lord
the
now.
Lord.
Easy.
Realizes it's very low, and there he
Jesus.
goes. Is gonna claim it for
What
the
a
Ohio Brothers.
play,
Cool, calm,
bro.
and calculated
Yo,
for
but
the
look,
jungler
look.
of TOB.
He was able to
Yeah,
take
that's what I
crack
talk
into
about,
the
and that's
base
just some
though.
of those things that I can't even,
Did they just hold him?
react to is that the ability of some of these great assassin junglers to be patient, know where the Lord is at, and then be able to swoop
I mean, it was a
in, get the
good play.
retribution, and
He was
then,
either gonna go.
disappear
He was
into
gonna
the
either
night.
go for the back line, or he was just gonna go in like
for
that and
the
steal the
Ohio
Lord.
Brothers. Right now, Bloodthirsty Kings are going to need an answer. We've talked
BTK's
about the pushing power of the
anticipation
Ohio
on that
Brothers.
was great, man.
are
Like they were
able
like,
to
"Where's
close
Carlo?
games
Where's
even with
Carlo?
not
Where's
being
best
the
player?
Lord."
Where's he at?
So
Where's he
on
at?"
the
You know, and then you've seen
Bloodthirsty Kings
Chicken
here
and
to be able
ISO
to
like sticking
counteract
together.
that here as we
Yato.
have a Luminous Lord crashing down at bottom.
Like they were trying to
That
read
is
the
gonna be a
position,
problem, right?
but
I mean, TOB is known to try and close this out with these
I mean,
boards, and they may try and go in for the finish here. BTK
Rough.
has to have a strategy. They need to be able to fend them off and stop this Lord at all costs, as you are seeing the lanes be synced from the Ohio Brothers for a possible seize and a possible ending for this game.
Ooh.
All right, you are going to see Iron Hook with the Bloody Hunt suppression. The silence on a Shark, but he did bait it out, which means there is no Bloody Hunt. Maybe a slight advantage, though. He didn't use the Fatal Links, if I'm correct, which means he does have the set potential still.
Well, and yeah, and that's just such a great read by Shark not to use it because
I think
his
it might
team
be
wasn't in a good
GG's,
position
yeah.
for it.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, Milo far behind
ISO
enemy lines.
dead.
But speaking of enemy lines, you are going to see
They're
Super
so
Shark mortality being
low,
proc.
the
Mobazane falls in, taking out T, gets a double, finds Mobazane. A new MVP
yeah.
is in the building.
Oh, Zia though. They
Chicken
took out
is gonna
Zia.
snatch it away from his chest with the iron
But it
hook.
still don't matter,
Down
bro.
goes Zia.
It
Chicken,
still
though,
don't
immortality has been
matter.
procced. Best player to respond will take him down.
Yato can't
by
stop
himself.
it. Maybe.
And he stopped them from closing this game. Milo immortality being procced with minions in the mid lane. The flicker in from Shark.
God.
The emote. The
Oh
last
my
insanity,
God.
the suppression. The
I mean, best players
explosion,
there,
And the
so.
base crystal at 10%
Jesus.
HP. TOB a clean sweep in the winners finals against BTK.
BTK came at it. They had their best outfit on, their best
GG.
haircut, their best strategy, and unfortunately not able to topple North America's #1 monsters at the top of the leaderboard here, the Ohio Brothers. A great effort, a great game, but man, can we talk? No matter how down and out the Ohio Brothers are, there was that shining light, that beacon, and his name was Zia. Always where he needed to be, not taking debts, and the comeback king for his team.
You know, I thought it was
I
hilarious.
told
at
you
the beginning.
guys,
Like you
TOB
said,
is
Zia
just
definitely,
looking like
hands
they're
down,
just
has to be
picking up
MVP of
Zia,
the series.
like
But it was
literally
funny at the end when
turned
Chicken
TOB's
denied
team
him that
into
glory
like
and hit him with
a
that iron hook
godly team,
at
bro.
the end. I mean, even Chicken was on
Picking
fire.
up
Honestly,
Zia?
I'm impressed with Chicken's roaming capability. Yes, they didn't win a game in
They
this
did.
series,
You
but
you gotta
he
give him
definitely
points
has
because
top
Chicken
talent when
Tank
it comes
he
down
held
to it.
his
As
own,
we are
right?
now
And I
in
mean,
post game
Chicken
stats,
doesn't
10 to
play
20.
tank.
TOB,
So I mean,
an
it's like a
amazing
back and
performance to
forth
close
battle
out the
between the two
series.
teams, you know.
Yeah, no slouch there either. Best player.
I mean, best player was 7-0 and 8, bro.
Great
Like,
game by him. I want to say the brunt of the damage.
you
here.
cannot
We'll
let
take a
best
look
player
at
get
this
Ling.
replay, and this is just kind of what we were talking about.
He is so
much
good
to
on
deal
Ling,
with.
bro.
Whether it's another realm, a fatal links coming out, you had
He's
he's
so smart while he plays Ling. It's crazy.
From the Ohio Brothers, and eventually it was just too.
What the my
much. They
enthusiasm?
did have Mobazane here, trapped by himself, gets taken out by the
Oh,
TOB, man.
bro.
Why they're sitting at the top of the ladder in North America as we
Bro, look at it.
You're looking at a kind of little
The
bit of
carry,
a
the sandbag, Mobazane, the sandbag.
The carry for Yato with the most damage dealt. Forgotten one was super
Yeah,
sharp.
look, I mean,
An amazing
look, best
15
player,
assists,
most
and
damage
Mobazane
dealt.
Again, just taking
I guess Zia did too.
Up all that damage.
I'm
with this
supporting
Fredrin
both.
in the jungle
I'm supporting
position.
both teams.
Over 100,000 damage taken.
Yeah, and he was doing his job, and this stats.
Stella's interview already happened, chat.
They tell a story.
You can
that
go back
isn't
to
as
it. You can go
clear
back to
as
it if
a
you want.
sweep.
Look.
in the face of BTK. They did what they were supposed
hold on,
to.
my pizza's
Just
here,
like we were
chat.
saying, those little mistakes toward the end of the game. Once the Ohio brothers get that lead, once the Ohio brothers have that momentum coming, it is almost impossible to stop him. As we go ahead and take a look at this, at some of the replays from these games.
On the bottom side, Yato just find it out with that feathered airstrike, but best player just on fire with these jungle pits. Super Shark taking down Chicken. Definitely interesting to see them going head to head in the roam position against each other. Hoon finding MLBBN, and this is what led to that wipeout to pretty much secure victory for the Ohio brothers in that first series. And as we pan over to the second match, you're looking at TOB, similar story, a slight mistake, taking the advantage of it and making the most out of the opportunity.
I'm back, chat. I'm
this
back.
Is like where we saw kind of those.
Right.
This is what started, I want to say, that setback for BTK when they were in
Like
such a
I was
firm
saying, you can go
lead
back
in
to Stella's
game
interview.
two.
It's like,
They lost the advantage, and the Ohio brothers started punishing them.
right here.
I am doing amazing. So,
You can always come back and check out Stella's interview. But without further ado, let's pull up some Streamlabs, bro. Let's do our giveaway, chat. Let's do our giveaway. My pizza's here. My food's here. The pizza arrived. I was hoping that we was gonna have a BO4, you know, like maybe not a sweep. They're not gonna ace some pizza and watch some MLBB. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We got 62 users entered into the giveaway. Oh yeah, the official offline. Aiko ASMR Pizza Edition? No. No. I got like bit by bugs or something. Who said that? Did someone say that in my chat? Who said that? My favorite brand pizza? I got Pizza Hut. She beautiful. She beautiful. All right, back to what I was going at here. We got 62 entries, 277 tickets. Let's go ahead and get this done. Do this giveaway here and call her a night and eat some pizza. I like Pizza Hut's wings, bro. I like their wings are so good, bro. It was a free pizza, so I wasn't gonna complain, you know. Yeah, no. But all right, let's do our 2-skin giveaway. Before that, if you guys are new and tuning into the chat, definitely look at that pinned comment. Join the NACT. It's an amazing Discord. It's where I'm going to be keeping a lot of our amateur tournaments that I will be doing production on, as well as I'll be helping teams out in there as well. Where's your recalls now, Zane? But all right, GG's, guys. I'm going to close the entries. We're going to be picking 2 winners for the Epic Skins tonight. Oh, damn. That boy, he literally just entered in. Just entered in. Alrighty. Good luck to everybody in the chat. Good luck. Let's go ahead and pick a winner here. Captain Jack. Captain Jack, you are winner number 1. Are you in the chat? Captain Jack. What's on it? All right. Bam. Anime Alchemy. What's up, brother? You have won the 2nd giveaway. If any of you guys are in the chat, let me know. Let me know Anime Alchemy. Let me know your ID and your in-game name, and we can get you added. Demon Slayer. Give you captain spot? He hasn't talked. He hasn't talked. Let me know your ID and your in-game name so I can write it down and get you put in the books. Get you put in the books. I guess I could have a date. Date. Oh, 9, 10. All right. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We got you going. I probably already have you at it, but I'm putting you in the books just in case. Makes it a lot easier for me later down the line. Trying to get everybody in the books. I got an Excel sheet so I know who's gotten their skins and who hasn't, and that way I can like re-give away skins if people aren't picking up and vice versa. But we'll get a snippet of this posted on our Discord as the winners. We'll give them a chance, you know. We'll give them a chance. Like I said, if people don't hit me up or let me know that they won, then we'll do re-giveaways. We got an Excel sheet. Yeah, we got an. I'm putting you in the books. Putting you in the books. Let me put this on the server. All right, chat. GG. Oh, are you already following me, Kevin? Are we following each other? Also, Alchemy or Anime, I guess if you're following me as well already, just try to request a skin and I'll give it to you. Let me know. See if you can request it then, Kevin. Let me know once you request it. Oh shit. Okay, let me. I normally scroll down to the bottom of the list and kind of just try to unfriend like people that haven't been on for a long while. Is that your in-game name? Reverse. All right, let me see. Let me add you back. Let me see if I got you. I do remember Raiden. Oh, she's a mod? Oh. Is that like your pickup line? Like, yo, I like you. How about you take this epic skin? I followed you back, Raiden. We'll have to wait a little bit. I'm working with Moonton, and they're gonna hopefully give me the ability that I'll be able to give them like user IDs and everything, and I can just gift the skins automatically. So we'll or they'll gift them. They'll gift them like every Wednesday or something. Moonton told me they got rid of the whitelist. TOB won. TOB won versus BTK. Alright, I added you. So are you actually giving your skin up? Skin up? Skin up? To Irvis? Lower bracket will be next weekend. Lower bracket and grand finals. Well, I am doing a Neo skin giveaway, but it's on our Discord. So you have to like join the Discord. You got to join the Discord and start inviting your friends so you can get entries. Look at the cat, bro. She's just big old chill. The TOB playing with their food. Where's my... Only 4 teams make it to LA. Only 4 teams. 4 teams. 4. I'm trying to figure out if Kevin's really giving away his skin. You want 2 cheap skins? What do you mean cheap skins? You want like elite skins? What do the elite skins look like? My main hero used to be Zosk, but I play a lot of heroes. I definitely main mage better though. I'm pretty good at Beatrix. I'm also really good at low E. No, Night Horde is that was a troll, bro. The Night Horde thing was a troll. AOF. Yeah, right now fourth place spot is between like Bloodhounds, KOF. Area 77 could make it in as well. They would just have to literally make it to 3rd place. Like and they would have to win all of the lower bracket. And then lose at the very end against BTK. But it's I'm guessing it's gonna be Avalon making it through the bottom bracket. But if Area 77 can do anything against them, we'll see. That'd be the big question. All right, I'm trying to read Kevin's comments. Kevin! Am I giving the skin away, or what am I doing with this, Kevin? Hit me up on Discord, Kevin. We can hash it out there. I'm trying to go eat my pizza. Or do you want this Abyssal Guard? You want like this Terizla? Hear me out. If a meteor hits the western hemisphere, You want this Terizla skin? You want like a basic Terizla skin? It's alright. I'm semi-starving. Yeah, that flip card that was on the NACT would be like if all the teams got DQ'd. Like if all the teams got DQ'd, that could be a possibility. All right, anime. Thank you. I got you added back, so we'll have to wait 7 days, but once we're there next weekend, let's go. Marvel and Moontime? Ugh. Ugh. Ratty Red wants a skin, bro. Ratty Red's like, give me a skin, dude. Please. Oh, Roger Wolverine? Sure. I don't care. As long as I can send it, if I can send it, yeah, I don't care. That boy said, I want more power, more power. What am I checking? Looking for Kevin. Kevin. Do you want this, Kevin? Do you want this, this like normal skin? Is that what you want it? Oh, you want these two? Okay. You're an interesting guy. I sent them to you. All right, I sent them to you, Kevin. I'm marking you down as taken care of. I mean, I think you, what was that, 2, 4? That was like a certain amount. All right, Kevin's taken care of. Still gotta get Janelle, Captain Jack, and then of course anime. But all right, chat. GG's top G out. We're gonna chill and go eat some pizza, man. I'll see you guys later. I think I got an ending.